670. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, a paper kite flew high. The paper kite flew past. For the first time, Zhou Xian and Qing Quan did not sit opposite each other. The two friends who had been through life and death together sat side by side on the north side of the wall, overlooking a small alley in the city. Zhou Xian turned his head and glanced at the kite in the sky. Only that bastard Alliance would mess around on top of the wall. In the past, that man would have a bunch of children around him. In the previous group of children there would be Qin Sanqiu, Dong Bubu, Dong Huatu and Stackshang. In the next two groups there would be Chou Miao, Gao Yi and Luo Zhini. Zhao Guizhen retracted his gaze and continued to complain about Qing Quan's lack of talent. She was too slow in refining the mountain. It was a waste of his defense formation to move the mountain. Qing Quan held a seal with the word careless on it. She clenched her fists as if she needed to carefully protect the word careless. Qing Quan did not argue with her old friend. Instead she asked, "Do the sword immortals in the world not have so much love?" Zhao Guizhen laughed, "Not necessarily. Look at Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Isn't he a heartbroken lover? According to the rumors he seems to be related to Qin Pingan. However, such sloppy sword immortals are rare. Most of them are like Pu He and Xie. They don't care much about love." Qing Quan was silent for a moment. She said telepathically, "If we accumulate battle merits, one of us can probably leave. I'm more familiar with the second shopkeeper and we get along well. Should I greet him?" Zhao Guizhen sneered, "What kind of magic potion did that kid feed you? Do you have to be so sincere?" Qing Quan, "Other than scolding people, when did you learn to beg people?" The Great Wall of Sword Aura had many disappointing sword immortals. For example, Mi Hu, whose talent was better than Yu Qing's, was full of regret even though she was now a great sword immortal. Mi Hu was supposed to be the sword immortal with the highest chance of entering the top 10. There was also Mi Hu's younger brother Mi Yu, who was in the Jade Plane realm, who could not break through the bottleneck no matter what. Then there was Qing Quan, who was beside Zhao Jioge, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm. There was also Yin Qin, who was unable to ascend to the upper 5 realms, and Yan Ming, who had broken his arms and became a businessman who reeked of money. There were many sword cultivators like him in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Among the young people there was also Pang Yuanji. Qing Quan said, "I'm not joking with you." Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Do you think it's easier for a pure Jade stage sword immortal to leave, or for a good-for-nothing nascent soul stage cultivator to leave with his tail between his legs?" The battle merits accumulated by sword cultivators were mostly used to nurture their swords. In order to replenish such a bottomless pit, the hidden official's merit book would constantly increase and decrease. Usually there would be very little left. Sword immortals were no exception. Sword immortals had great battle merits and their flying swords were of high quality. However, their consumption was also great. For example, great sword immortal Yu Qing had almost no battle merits left. For the sake of his younger brother Mi Hu squandered all of his battle merits, which delayed his own cultivation. As for people like Lu Ji, whose battle merits only increased and did not decrease, they were ultimately very few. Qing Quan said, "You should strive to go to the vast world, take in a few disciples, find a congenial Daoist companion on the mountain and establish a sect there. If you are generous, you can hang a portrait of me in the ancestral hall." Unknowingly, a man squatted behind them. The wind on the city wall was strong, and the kite fluttered above their heads. Alliance laughed and said, "Why hang a portrait of Qing Quan? It's easy for people to misunderstand when two big men are next to each other. If you want to hang a portrait of Kaiyun. She's such a beautiful girl. Brother Zhao can tell your disciples and grand-disciples every day that this is Master's wife, ancestral grandma." In the early years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi there was a bastard called Qing Quan. He was terrible at swordsmanship and looked ugly. Qing Quan scolded loudly, "T. Last time when Zhao Lei went out of the city to help me move the mountain he let it slip. He even admitted that the person Kaiyun likes is." At this point Qing Quan stopped talking and could not continue. Alliance said, "Let's leave as long as we can." After saying this, Alliance stood up and continued flying the kite. When they passed by a place it was empty. Alliance stopped for a long time and released the kite. In an instant, it drifted away into the sea of clouds. Alliance strolled along the way. Most of the sword immortals guarding the city wall were acquaintances anyway. Alliance could chat with them for a while. In one area there were quite a lot of people. They were all sword cultivators from other provinces. 3 sword immortals were giving pointers to 3 junior sword cultivators. They were all sitting cross-legged and chatting happily. Alliance rubbed his hands and jogged over. One of the female sword immortals stood up and was about to leave. Alliance could not stand such things. When she saw Brother Alliance, there was no need for her to blush. She hurriedly wanted to take a stroll with the sword immortal elder sister. The city wall was extremely high and many clouds gathered beneath their feet. The sunset glow formed a beautiful sky. It was a beautiful scenery that was suitable for a scholar and a beauty to have a heart-to-heart talk. Even if they were not an immortal couple, they were better than one. Seeing that there was no way for her to escape, the woman chose the lesser of 2 evils. She returned to her original spot. After all, she was unwilling to be alone with this man. Among the 3 sword immortals, Fuyao continent Xieji was born as a wild cultivator. He had always been alone his entire life and was unwilling to even take in a disciple. However, he had just changed his mind. He planned to take in 1 or 2 direct disciples from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pass on his legacy. However, he did not choose children with amazing talent. Instead, he chose those who were to his liking, had great perseverance, and were known for their temperament and tenacity. This was because sword immortal Xieji was not a good sword immortal in the first place. The female sword immortal Song Pin from the Golden Armor continent had a sword, Fuyao. Her makeup was beautiful and the hairpins she wore in front of her face were the work of a top immortal. They were exquisite. Female Qi refinement warriors rarely liked gold and silver hairpins like the women in the market. However, Song Pin did the opposite. She used a pool of gold as a distraction to attract people's attention. Not only did it not give people a vulgar feeling, it had a unique charm. Sword immortal Pu He of the Liuxia continent was a tall and skinny old man with a withered face. He was famous for his eccentric temperament in the Liuxia continent. Although he was a proper immortal master of records, he was much more carefree than sword immortal Xieji, who cultivated in the wilderness. Pu He had been defeated in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and stayed here. He lived in the sword immortal's residence outside the city, Emerald Jade Pavilion. When Pu He saw Alliance, his expression was extremely ugly. The reason was simple. When Pu He had just traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was this son of a bitch who had urged him to challenge Mihu. He said that Mihu's realm was not high but he was famous. If he defeated Mihu and returned to the righteous world, he would have a hard back. Most importantly, if he defeated Mihu, it was equivalent to buying one and getting one free. He could defeat the even more famous Miyu. If he did not take advantage of this, he would be struck by lightning. However, when Pu He challenged Mihu, he knew that Mihu's combat strength was equivalent to that of an immortal. The 3 young sword cultivators happened to come from the hometowns of the 3 sword immortals. They were Deerhorn Palace's Song Gaoyuan, Efflorescence Continent's Dragon Gate's Chao Gun, and Golden Armor Continent's Golden Core's Xianxia. The 3 of them had met Alliance at the summer abode. Especially Song Gaoyuan, who had completed the mission given to him by his ancestral master Rongguan. He had sent a message to Alliance that Song Gaoyuan had nothing to ask of him on this trip. As for Song Pin and the other 2 sword immortals, they had followed the young reclusive official to visit the Hanging Mountain's Spring Banner House. Therefore, they had a special relationship with the 3 young sword cultivators of the reclusive official's lineage. Otherwise, Xieji and the other 2 would not have agreed to meet today and ask the 3 young people to give them pointers. It was not worthwhile. So what if they were from the same continent? They were senior sword immortals who stood at the peak of a continent. Why would they need this so-called friendship? To put it bluntly, if they knew how to conduct themselves, the 3 of them would not have come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and put themselves in danger. They would have long established their own sects in their hometowns. Becoming a cultivator of the upper 5 realms and working hard to become the master of a sect were 2 different matters. It was publicly acknowledged that the latter was more difficult. Alliance sat beside Song Pin and said with a sigh, "Miss Song, how can you bear not to meet such a literary marriage after parting?" Fuyao continent once had a great poet who met a female sword immortal from the Golden Armor continent during his travels. He fell in love at first sight and wrote many touching poems. Unfortunately, he was unable to move his sweetheart. Sword immortal Xieji was not too familiar with Alliance, so he was still in the mood to joke. "Senior Alliance, that famous line, 'I once saw you and dreamed of you, your eyes were bright and clear like candles,' and the poem, 'half fated to cultivate the Tao, half fated to be a ruler,' is indeed a perfect match. Song Pin was slightly angered. Xiaji, be careful with your words. Xiaji immediately shut his mouth. Women who could enter the upper 5 realms, especially sword immortals, were not easy to deal with. Their spirits were often more heroic than men. Song Pin, Xia Songhua from the White Jade continent, and Zhang Kai from the Northern Reed continent fought on the battlefield. Each one of them was fiercer than the other. Nailan Seihuan, a native nascent soul sword cultivator, could be considered ruthless when fighting with her sword. However, her sword heart was not pure enough. Compared to the 3 sword immortals, she was still inferior. Xiaji could not help but think of the female sword immortal Zhou Xian. He did not like her, but he could not forget her. That woman was like a deer that disappeared in the forest. It was not common to see her in the world. Song Gaoyuan and the other 2 were very curious. It would be a waste if they did not listen to the grievances of the seniors on the mountain. Especially Song Gaoyuan, his ears perked up. Song Pin had once appeared at the opening ceremony of the Deer Horn Palace. She was very graceful and had a very good relationship with ancestral Master Rongguan. It was probably because of this that Song Pin's impression of Senior Alliance was so bad. Unexpectedly, Alliance changed the topic and asked about the recent situation at the foot of the mountain in the Fuyao continent. He then entrusted Xiaji and the other 2 sword immortals with a matter. If they returned together in the future, they would have to take a detour and pass on a message to the scholarly sage of the Deer Cry Academy in the Fuyao continent. Before leaving, Alliance passed on the 18 stops of sword qi to the 3 youngsters. He made an agreement with them that they could pass on this method of sword qi to others in the future, but they had to choose carefully. The 3 of them stood up and bowed to thank the senior. After Alliance got up, he only said goodbye to Song Pin. The female sword immortal with a high realm and thin skin did not react at all. Alliance considerately flashed and went directly to the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to see the scholarly sage sitting on the city wall. The scholarly sage raised his head and looked at the sky. He could vaguely see the 3 moons in the sky. He slowly said, "Come from what you hear, leave from what you see." Alliance said, "Don't meet Tathagata with your body." The words of the scholarly sage, who was once a Buddha, came from the poetry of the vast world. However, Alliance's answer was in the language of Buddhism. The scholarly sage, who was now a quasi-sage, smiled and said, "In a trance, it's like traveling an old path, like meeting an old friend." Alliance was silent and lay back. Previously at the wine table in the Ning mansion, Alliance only said half of the last story. However, Qin Pingon definitely understood the second half of the story. Because young people were also scholars, they also walked the same path. They had seen a lot of Jianghu. An immortal master of records traveled mountains and rivers, killing demons and killing innocents. Who could Alliance take revenge on? How could he take revenge? If he took out his sword, he should hand out a heavy sword to be reasonable. If he was unreasonable and let his emotions affect his decisions, how could he be sure that the person was from the same sect? If there wasn't a little girl who widened her eyes and asked why? If he was reasonable everywhere, his heart would be depressed. Drinking was useless, how could he calm it down? The reason why Alliance didn't continue at that time was that he was afraid that Qin Pingon would get to the bottom of it and ask about the ending. Therefore, every heart-wrenching story had a heartwarming beginning. In the city in the north, Yan Ming rarely returned to his mansion. He sat in the study with his eyes closed. The little demon who was proficient in accounting opened page after page of the account book and complained to the man. She said that the family couldn't make ends meet. How could they do business like this? She said that she must complain to the young hidden official. Otherwise, the entire Yen family would become poor. The mischievous little guy sat down on the account book, raised his head and asked, "That thing in front of us, can we really not get it back? That thing in front of us is not an ordinary thing. We can't be so unclear. The hidden official should at least give us an explanation." Yan Ming opened his eyes and smiled. "It's difficult." Previously in the meeting hall of the Spring Banner House, Qin Pingon took the initiative to talk about this matter. They were trapped in the siege of the 5 sword cultivators and were miserably schemed by the king-level great demon. They had caused some damage to the thing in front of them. They had to repair it before returning it. Otherwise it would be too immoral. Yan Ming naturally couldn't be bothered to argue. Yan Zua knocked on the door and entered. He didn't know what to say after entering the house. He was still afraid of this father. In fact, Yan Ming was not good at talking to his son. When the Yen family head didn't speak, he was indeed very dignified. The little demon coughed and winked. Yen Ming then said, "Don't listen to Alliance's nonsense. Actually, you've always been like me since you were young. As long as you're a little thinner, you're not bad." Yenswu just sat on the chair and the chair immediately creaked. The little demon held his stomach and laughed in the account book. Yen Ming's face was tense at first, but he couldn't help but laugh too. Yenswu scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He wasn't used to this kind of father. In a small alley beside a crooked stone tablet, two busy children were squatting. They were Feng Kangel and Taoban, who were the waiters of the wine shop. The second shopkeeper taught them the method of steel rubbing and gave them all the items needed for steel rubbing. The two children were to run errands and earn money. After that, they would pay according to the number of words. As long as they were diligent and nimble, they could earn a lot of copper coins. After eating Yongchun noodles, they could casually add that poached egg. Feng Kangel said that he wanted to learn from Qin Pingon and become a bag dealer. He wanted to travel everywhere and pick up junk to exchange for money. When that time came, his money jar wouldn't be enough. He would have to change to a bigger one. Taoban said that he wanted to open a wine shop with good business in the future. He wouldn't be a waiter but a shopkeeper. He didn't work every day and only collected money. As the two children busied themselves, they whispered to each other about their dreams that were as far away as the sky. In the big words on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi facing the battlefield, the old sword cultivator Yinchin sat on a badly worn praying mat. He had no relatives or friends in this life and had no attachments. The old sword cultivator didn't know what he was living for. Sword Immortal Sun Jun took off his shoes and sat in the corridor of his house. He leaned against a smoking basket and held a wine cup in his hand. He drank by himself and his sleeves were dragging on the ground. A graceful talisman beauty was floating in the courtyard. Sword Immortal Guijia looked at his daughter eating with her head lowered. His wife was nagging at her to eat slowly. No one was fighting for food. She was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. She didn't look like a young lady. How could she marry in the future? Could it be that she would only be happy if she became an old lady like Dong Buji? Guijia looked up and grinned. He quickly shut his mouth and his cheeks were puffed up. Li Kai, who had bought the Lingyun restaurant, went out to relax. She walked to the door of the armory that was already empty. The sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect had left this mansion after the death of their sect leader Han Huizi, and returned to the vast world. Li Kai stood in the same place. One time when she was a guest at the armory, her senior Han Huizi had once joked to her that there were many female sword cultivators in Fuping Sword Lake. However, there were too many male sword cultivators in Tai Hui sword sect. In the future, both sides could marry each other. At that time, the sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect's ancestral hall were all worthy young talents. They all looked at her, the sect leader of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Kai agreed and said that she would matchmake the young men and women of the two sects and give them more opportunities to travel together. When the time came, as long as both sides were willing, she, Li Kai, was willing to be the matchmaker. The tall and thin Lu Ji was actually quite ordinary. However, because of Alliance, she was inexplicably known as the best in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In Lu Ji's private mansion, Madame Xianyan was brewing tea. This upper five realms spirit, who had just handed over a plum blossom garden to the summer palace, was treated as an equal by Lu Ji. However, Madame Xianyan's words and actions in private had always been that of a servant. At this moment, she knelt on a bamboo mat and handed a cup of tea to Mr. Lu with both hands. Madame Xianyan asked softly, "Previously, the sword deity boss had gathered many sword deities, including Mr. Lu?" Lu Ji shook her head. Madame Xianyan was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Madame Xianyan could not help but say telepathically, "Mr. Lu, the more sword cultivators die in battle, the more sword fate will be left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once the city is breached and the master changes, who will benefit the most? Of course, it will be the sword cultivators of the wild world. Does that young secluded official not know, or is he pretending not to know? If he doesn't know, then so be it. Doing his best to be a thankless new secluded official is indeed admirable. If he knows, isn't he an accomplice fishing for fame? How is such a person different from the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How can he be worthy of Mr. Lu's favor?" Lu Ji asked in return, "You seem to have some prejudice against Qin Pingon." Madame Xianyan shook her head. "I just can't believe that a young man would go to this extent just because the woman he loves is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment and said, I can only tell you that this is the sword deity boss's idea. Qin Pingon is just doing what he says. Madame Xinyan's eyes suddenly brightened. She said, Mr. Lu, is it possible that one day in the future, we will have our own sect in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? That we will only accept female cultivators? Lu Ji smiled and said, a grown woman can't be kept at home. Even if there are only female disciples on the mountain, do they want to go down the mountain to gain experience? Once they go down the mountain, how can they not fall in love with men? You will still be troubled when the time comes. Madame Xianyan sighed and fanned herself with her hand. If you want to blame someone, blame men like Alliance and Qin Pingon. They are the ones who attract the most love debts. Lu Ji was puzzled. Alliance is fine, but how did Qin Pingon attract the love debts? Are there any women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi who like him? Madame Xianyan put her hand to her forehead. My Mr. Lu, there are so many. Just talking about the Summer Palace, I realized that the woman called Luo Zhini didn't even know her own feelings. She even felt that she was looking at people coldly. She always felt that man's every word was unpleasant to the ears. That's how much she hates men. Lu Ji thought for a moment. He seemed to have some impression of that woman. She seemed to be a pretty young woman. Lu Ji said, why doesn't she like the sorrowful seedling? Seems like both of them have been together day and night. Logically speaking, she should like the sorrowful seedling. Madame Xianyan was suddenly in high spirits. She felt that there were a lot of things she could talk about with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, allow me to tell you everything. There's a lot to learn about this. Lu Ji was a little regretful and was about to stop this boring topic when Madame Xianyan said bitterly, Mr. Lu, just treat it as a way to relieve boredom. Lu Ji drank tea as if it was wine. She drank it in one gulp and passed the teacup over. Madame Xianyan helped to pour a cup of tea and laughed softly. There are many men in the world who always think that they are romantic and mislead women. They don't know that women are not blind. In fact, those who are truly infatuated are the ones who can quietly open women's hearts. Besides, it's good that you can't ask for more. As for people like Miyu who like to pretend to be cultured and who like to take the initiative to attract women, he really doesn't fit the bill. He still has the nerve to call himself a drunken immortal among hundreds of flowers. The most immortal immortal? Lu Ji suddenly said, it seems that Miyu and Qin Pingon have a good relationship. Madame Xianyan cursed, neither of them are good people. The children who were practicing martial arts in the Cold Palace were also allowed to return to their own homes. Jiang Yun from Taixiang Street returned home and began to boast to his grandfather about how great this martial artist was and how sword cultivators could not compare to him. When it was just the two of them, Jiang Yun was still practicing the six-step stance as he walked. At the same time, he also demonstrated a few martial arts moves taught by the young hidden officials and asked his grandfather how they were. Jiang Ji was originally just trying to brush off his favorite grandson by saying some random compliments. However, when the old sword cultivator saw his grandson use the so-called back elbow, he was really impressed. The old man hesitated for a moment and allowed his grandson to continue practicing. He seemed to casually ask the old woman who taught him how she was doing. Jiang Yun said that the old woman's martial arts were passable, but her temper was a little bad. She seemed to like to deliberately pick on him. When Jiang Ji heard this, he laughed instead of being angry. He was very pleased. In the old man's heart, Bai Lianshuang of the Ning mansion seemed to have never changed. She was always the same cold-faced young girl. When they met by chance in the early years, she was tired of Jiang Ji looking at her. The young man wanted to steal a few more glances at her. The young girl, Sun Tian, returned to the grand mansion on Yuhu Street. The proud and arrogant younger sister, Sun Zhao, who had been a sword cultivator for a long time, took the initiative to chat with her sister. She asked if the young hidden official's martial arts were really as powerful as the legends said. She even asked Sun Tian if she knew how the young hidden official defeated 5 genius sword cultivators of the wilderness by himself. She even asked if that guy would really help them with their martial arts every now and then. Sun Tian was caught off guard by Sun Zhao's questions. Sun Zhao was a little impatient and rolled her eyes at her sister. She was still so shy after practicing martial arts. In the end, the two sisters sat side by side on the railing. Sun Zhao flew around them on her natal flying sword. Sun Tian asked her sister one question after another like a student talking to her teacher. Sun Tian probed, "Can I tell you a story about an old fox marrying off her daughter and a mountain god marrying a bride?" Sun Zhao's face was full of disdain, but she said, "I'll listen." In the end, she waited until her elders came to call Sun Zhao to practice her sword. Only then did the young girl jump down from the railing and run off to practice. The tomboy Yuan Zhouhua returned home and told her mother about her martial arts practice. She told her all the trivial things, but she didn't mention how hard it was to practice martial arts. In the end, Yuan Zhouhua was a little sad and said that she was very envious. Jiang Yun and Su Gong's martial arts practice went smoothly, and they were also envious of Sister Gua, who carried a bamboo box. The woman didn't know how to console them, so she hugged her daughter in her arms. She smiled gracefully and gently called her daughter's name. The three of them were good friends since young. They were now eating together at Su Gong's house in Twilight Alley. Su Gong didn't have any elders in his family, but Zhang Pan and Tang Chu from Copper Coin Alley weren't. Their relatives and elders were working at the pill shop. Su Gong and Zhang Jiazhen, who had secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, were also friends. They often worked together to make a living. Zhang Jiazhen was a few years older than the three of them. Although the three of them were very close friends, their personalities were different. Su Gong had been steady since young. Zhang Pan came from the best family, but he was the most timid. Tang Chu had the most wicked ideas. Tang Chu giggled and asked, "When can we drink?" Zhang Pan quickly said, "People who have just started practicing martial arts can't drink. If Granny Bai finds out, we'll be beaten half to death. We might even be chased out." Tang Chu pursed her lips. "Every time Mr. Chen sits by the railing and watches us practice, he drinks so freely. I heard that Mr. Chen's flagon is a blade-strengthening gourd. I'm so jealous." Su Gong said, "That's Mr. Chen. We can't do it. We'll learn martial arts first. But why don't we drink?" Su Gong paused and the three of them laughed together. "We don't have money." The old sword Immortal Dong San stood outside a courtyard in his house. It used to be his grandson, Dong Guanpu's residence. Dong Guanpu was killed by Qin Qingdu. Dong Bud and Dong Huafu stood behind their ancestor. They didn't know why their ancestor called them here. Dong San asked, "Sancho is a good kid. Why don't you like him?" Dong Bud said, "Actually, I like him." Dong San nodded. He didn't find it strange. Only Dong Huafu was confused. He didn't know why his sister suddenly changed her mind. Dong San said, "Then just tell Sancho. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Dong Bud shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it. I like him when I don't see him, but when I see him I'm annoyed." Dong San turned around and stared. "Look at you. You're such a sissy." Dong Bud rolled his eyes. Dong San laughed. "I can't help it. When I saw you and Sancho, I always felt that you were a man and he was a girl." Then the old man stopped laughing. "Since you've thought it through, don't hide it anymore." Dong Bud shook his head stubbornly. Dong San didn't force him. Children and grandchildren had their own blessings. After all, these children were not like the old people when they gathered and parted. Dong San looked at Dong Huafu and asked, "Don't you have a girl you like?" Dong Huafu shook his head and said crisply, "I don't have time." Dong San laughed angrily. "You have time just because you eat and drink every day?" Dong Huafu nodded. Alliance said that he had seen countless strange people and strange things in his life, but he had never seen someone who didn't spend a single penny in the Jianghu. "This has never happened before. I did it. I have to keep it up." Dong San asked, "You're quite energetic, kid?" Dong Huafu nodded. Dong San clicked his tongue. "You're so stingy. If you can find a wife in the future, I'll take your surname." Dong Bi didn't want to listen to the old and young chatter. He asked, "What are we doing here?" Dong San said, "It's easy to forget things when you're too young or too old. That's why I called you here." Dong Bud said, "The reputation of the Dong clan is lost. I'm just a girl. I can't earn it back. Charcoal can make do." Dong San laughed. "That's not the case. The Dong clan hasn't fallen to the point of needing two children to keep up appearances. I just want the two of you to remember, don't take things for granted in the future." Over at the Stacked Cliff wine shop, there was a drunkard who wasn't single. He was a new face. In the end, he was yelled at by a group of sword cultivators that he was in a hurry. This infuriated the drunkard to no end. He asked for a few more jugs of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine and scolded those old bachelors for not even having a chance to be in a hurry in bed. The young man and young woman who worked as waiters were all very confused. They had heard a lot of drunken and vulgar words, but this was the first time they had heard of such a scholarly saying. The young man asked a familiar customer and understood. The young woman was also curious and secretly asked, but the young man blushed slightly and shook his head vigorously, saying that he didn't know. An old sword cultivator who had recited poems and written couplets in the past 2 years sighed with emotion to a new friend he had pulled over to drink. A certain son of AB** Tisich once said that there are 2 kinds of people that you must be careful of. Don't provoke those who have never been drunk and who drink regularly. Don't bully those who are used to being bullied but never beg for mercy. Don't you think that makes sense? That friend wasn't too tactful. He asked, which son of AB** Teeth? Is it Alliance or the second shopkeeper? The old sword cultivator immediately waved his hand. What kind of nonsense is this? Stacked Cliff, give me another jug of wine. I want to drink a few bowls of forfeit wine with my friend. The sword cultivator who had taken out another jug of wine for no reason nodded and said, on the wine table drinking and getting drunk are all quiet. On the battlefield even when you're beaten you still don't make a sound. You're talking about our second shopkeeper. Then the one who said this logic should be Alliance. These scholars kept going around in circles, making people unable to make heads or tails of what they were talking about. Come. While those 2 sons of AB** Teeth aren't here, let's drink and curse more. I won't pay for the wine but I'll pay for the cursing. Even if Alliance and the second shopkeeper are in front of me, I'll still say the same thing. In terms of drinking capacity, those 2 added together won't be my match. The old sword cultivator was stunned. You too. That drunkard smiled knowingly and pretended to be profound. On the street outside the Ning residence, there was an old man with a complicated expression. It seemed like he didn't know whether to knock or not. In the end the old man sighed and returned to the Yao residence. At the small thatched cottage on the city wall, Wei Jin had some distracting thoughts and no longer deliberately nurtured his sword. Eldest sword Immortal stood to the side and smiled. I've always wondered what's so good about drinking wine. Wei Jin hurriedly stood up. Drinking wine might not be that good. Maybe it's a habit. Qin Qingdu looked at the northern city and said, do you know why Sword Qi Great Wall's wine shops have the best business? Wei Jin and eldest sword Immortal both looked at the city and nodded. There are too many sword cultivators and the place is too small. It seems like only drinking wine can solve the problem. In the vast world, such a small place is at most a place for 1 or 2 sword immortals to cultivate. Wei Jin asked, eldest sword immortal, why do you want me to return to Aquarius continent and not Fuyao continent? Is it because my cultivation is not high enough? Actually, I can assist one of the sword immortals. Qin Qingdu said, yes and no. Wei Jin was helpless. Eldest sword immortal was obviously not willing to say more, so he did not dare to ask. Qin Qingdu placed his hands behind his back and strolled alone. Previously the 10 of them had gathered at the city wall in order. Qi Tingji was the first to arrive. Qin Qingdu had told him, Qi Tingji, you can preserve your cultivation and go to Fuyao continent to establish your own sect. Before you leave, show some of your true skills. If you continue to be a fool you don't need to go to Fuyao continent. Qi Tingji asked why he was not going to North continent. Qin Qingdu laughed. You still have the face to go to North continent. Not to mention Han Huizi just Li Kai who is only at the unpolished Jade realm. Can you, Qi Tingji, compare to her? Other than having an extra one in your pants, what can you compare to that woman? Qi Tingji was silent for a moment, then said, among all the descendants of the Qi clan among the sword cultivators, I will only take Qi Shou with me. He will follow Nalan Chao Wei to another place, you can't take him with you. Qi Tingji sighed deeply. He really did not dare to bargain with Qin Qingdu in Qin Qingdu's eyes. This Qi Tingji was the most like a cultivator at the peak of the vast world. Choosing Qi Shou to inherit the incense. He still had his eyes on Qi Shou's talent. But other than bargaining, Qi Tingji really had some things to say that he would not feel good. For the first time in his life, Qi Tingji directly called eldest sword immortal by his name. Qin Qingdu, you watched so many sword cultivators die here, don't you feel guilty at all? Just because of the 2 words sword cultivator? Qin Qingdu sneered. Without me would you have all of you? Don't you understand first come first serve? You should really change your surname to Dong. Then Qin Qingdu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Qi Tingji. He called for the second person and continued to speak telepathically. Qin Shi went to the 5th world. But he needed to be disarmed, born with knowledge. As a disciple of the Qin clan, Xianxia had to answer to this great wall of sword qi. Xianxia only had one question: what about Sanqiu? Qingdu said to go to the vast world. Xianxia then asked who Sanqiu would go with. Qingdu did not answer. Then it was Dong Sangying. Qingdu asked him if he really regretted it. Dong Sangying only said that he did not regret anything in his life when he first picked up the sword when he was young. Qingdu asked with a smile. I heard from Alliance that when you roamed the wilderness, you had many lovers and had a bunch of illegitimate children? Dong Sangying cursed. In the end, Qingdu said, you don't even know how to curse, no wonder your achievements are limited. After that, Lu Ji, Old Deaf, and Nalan Chaowei were called to the city by eldest sword Immortal. Finally, it was Alliance and Qin Pingon. Qingdu thought of something. After becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, that kid was still too relaxed. It was ridiculous. The old man said to Qin Pingon, who was in the summer palace, go to Old Deaf's place and do something that's part of your duty. Don't worry, it's a good thing lest you have nothing to do in the future. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will collapse. Qin Pingon was about to ask what was going on when eldest sword Immortal threw him to the entrance of the prison where Old Deaf was overseeing. Looking at Old Deaf's pitiful eyes, Qin Pingon knew that it was definitely not the so-called training of fist and sword as Alliance had said. It was definitely eldest sword Immortal's impromptu idea. Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong. Old Deaf did not say a word. He opened the restriction and brought the young hidden official into the prison. Alliance ran over anxiously to denounce him. Are you crazy? In this way he will be suppressed by the great Tao of the entire wilderness. Qingdu laughed. This is nothing I have endured for 10,000 years. 671. Sword Immortal eldest brother's cottage had almost no visitors throughout the year. However, the sages of the three sects would often be visited by sword cultivators. For example, Chou Miao would often discuss economic strategies with the scholarly sage. The gentlemen and sages of the scholarly right sage and secondary sage were all familiar with sword Immortal Chou Miao. In his early years, Pang Yuanji would often discuss Buddhism with the Buddhist sages to understand the righteousness of the Zen cases. It wasn't just Chou Miao and Pang Yuanji. Ordinary sword cultivators were also willing to go to the two ends of the city to chat with the sages. In All Yang's words, he wanted to get in touch with the immortal Buddha Qi and the great spirit of the sages. In other worlds, these great figures with great magical powers were not easy to meet. Only the Daoist sage at the highest point of the sky screen cultivated tranquility. Therefore he had the least visitors. Usually it was the sword immortals who had nothing to do. They would ride their swords and ask about the local customs of the world. Today, above the sea of clouds, the old Daoist placed a horsetail whisk across his knees to clear away the heat. However, only the white jade handle of the whisk was left. It was both an immortal weapon and a natal item. The sages of the other two sects were in a similar situation. They had created the Golden River 3 times and helped the Great Wall of Sword Qi divide the battlefield. If they didn't pay a price, they would think that the sovereigns of the wilderness were useless. The old Daoist opened his eyes and looked over. Alliance had arrived. The old Daoist could only force himself to be more alert. That fellow seemed to be in a bad mood. He probably didn't get anything out of sword Immortal eldest brother. Alliance lay on the sea of clouds and punched a small hole in the sea of clouds. It was just enough to see the outline of the city. Then he took out a handful of ordinary stones that he had picked up from somewhere and gently threw them down one by one. The strength of each throw was different. Sword Immortal Sun Jun, who was napping in the corridor, heard the sound of stones knocking on the roof. A female sword cultivator who was grooming herself in front of a mirror also heard the sound of a stone knocking against the curtain. A young sword cultivator from Yuhu Street, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, jumped in fright when his sword tip was hit by a stone. At a table in a wine shop, an old sword cultivator was scolding someone. When a stone appeared in his wine bowl, he immediately changed from scolding to praising someone. His actions were as smooth as water without any sluggishness. The old Daoist was not surprised by this. 100 years ago there were many things that were even worse. Once upon a time, there was a pair of immortal couples who were in the middle of a romantic night. However, there was a slight movement on the roof and the tiles rippled slightly. The next moment, there was another subtle movement elsewhere, as if someone had realized that their whereabouts had been exposed and immediately fled far away. The man was furious. He put on clothes and barefoot, and with a sword in his hand he leaped onto the wall of the courtyard. He discovered that there was a residual ripple in one of the houses, so he chased after it with his sword. However, he did not expect that over there was also a pair of Taoist couples who were about to be intimate with each other. As soon as the man went out, he saw that guy who had a brain cramp for no reason. Without saying anything, he first cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors, and the two sides fought fiercely. At that time, above the sea of clouds, there was a man who was like this, sticking out his butt and watching the show. Alliance clapped his hands. With a flip of his palm, he smoothed out the sea of clouds. The old Daoist asked a question that he had always been curious about. Alliance, whether it's a cultivator like me or a sword immortal here, I'm old and have little interest in worldly matters outside of cultivation. How do you do it? How can you be so bored all the time? The more one wanted to find a cultivator who could walk on the great Tao, the more one would be willing to concentrate on cultivation. Moreover, it was natural to cultivate immortal techniques without any distractions. Alliance leaned back and lay on the sea of clouds, crossing his legs. After painstakingly cultivating for immortality, what can we do? This was a question with an extremely high threshold. He could not talk about this with ordinary chi refinement warriors, and even more so with the local sword immortals here. However, there was still something to talk about with the old Daoist. After all, this Daoist Gao Zhen was the first disciple of the sect master of the Qing Mingtian world, and also the city lord of the Beko Keikyang building. The great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain was of the same seniority as him, but his Dao cultivation was still inferior. The old Daoist smiled and said, I don't have long to live. Alliance sat up and threw an item to the old Daoist. It was in the shape of a Daoist token. Qin Pingon entrusted Alliance to pass it to the old Daoist. It was shaped like a long wooden paperweight and was extremely light in the hand. It was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and ancient talismans. There was a line of words engraved on it. The marshal has ordered to bestow a ruler to slay demons. Follow your heart and destroy mountains. Hurry and order. The old Daoist took the token and calculated with his fingers. He nodded and said, I understand. It should be. Alliance smiled and said, Can you really calculate it? The old Daoist nodded. The general meaning is clear. Alliance then told the old Daoist the details through telepathy. The old Daoist remembered them one by one. I'll inform the inverted hanging mountain later. Apart from divination and deduction, this old Daoist immortal was also proficient in the Mahist's thinking skills and Buddhism's karmic enlightenment. The old Daoist looked troubled. Alliance, I have a presumptuous request. Alliance smiled and said, It's a small matter. The old Daoist stood up and bowed respectfully. His etiquette was not small. Alliance could only stand up and return the greeting with his fists. The old Daoist looked around and no longer deliberately restrained the chi ripples above the sea of clouds. He sighed and said, After all, a few people have a real deer but don't dream of being a fish all day long. When the day has passed, one's life will also decrease. What joy is there in not having enough fish in the water? The Buddhist sage smiled and said, The night is quiet and the water is cold. Fish don't eat, why would one be happy for nothing? The ship is empty and the moon is bright. How can one not be happy? The scholarly sage nodded and said, Shaking my clothes in the dust, I can still see the branches of the flowers full of spring. Standing in the mud, isn't it also the heart of the sky and the moon full? Alliance pretended to understand and nodded gently. Then he racked his brains and forced out a sentence. What day is it today to meet such a good person? The eldest sword immortal sneered and said, Alliance, you should leave some face for the scholars. Alliance laughed. Why is the eldest sword immortal praising me again? Doesn't he know that I'm the thinnest person in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? The sword immortal Chou Miao suddenly took the initiative to take over the power. He said that during the time when the hidden official was not in the Summer Palace, he would be in charge of all the affairs of the hidden official. All the sword cultivators in the Summer Palace had no objections. The sword immortal Chou Miao was trustworthy. His realm, character, and methods were all outstanding. He was recognized as the second in command of the hidden official. Without Qin Pingon around, Chou Miao could only shoulder the burden. Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chao Gun, and Xianxia, these four fellows were appointed by Dong Buji as the hidden official's four lackeys. It was inevitable that they would be worried. After spending all these years together, they were used to the hidden official sitting in that position. No matter how dangerous the situation was on the battlefield, even if Qin Pingon did not say anything, they would feel more at ease. From the looks of it, the young hidden official would not return to the Summer Palace in the short term. As Qin Pingon's direct disciple, Guizhujiu only asked the sword Immortal Choumiao if her master had secretly gone to kill Ascendant Realm great demons again. The sword Immortal Choumiao could not say clearly. He only knew that Qin Pingon had gone to Old Death's prison. The sword Immortal Choumiao even said that he would treat them to wine and would not return until they were drunk. Other than Lin Junbai, who had already returned home, and the hidden official who had left his post, all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage had gone to the wine shop in Stacked Mountain. Deng Liang and the other sword cultivators knew that the sword Immortal Choumiao had brought forward the farewell wine. Once the war began, the hidden official's lineage, which had fewer and fewer sword cultivators, would only become more and more busy. It would be an extravagant hope for them to drink wine to send the four of them off. What a coincidence! Ning Yao, Chen Sanqiu, Yenzwood, Dong Huafu and Fan Dash were also drinking wine at the shop. Actually, other than Dong Bubu and Guizhujiu, the hidden official's lineage had not interacted much with the sword cultivators of the small mountain. Seeing Dong Bubu, the young master of the Qin family who had been talking loudly with the customers at the neighboring table, was no longer a playboy. He was so reserved that he looked like a young man who was secretly drinking for the first time. Dong Huafu wanted to say something but stopped. Dong Bubu glanced at his younger brother who wanted to speak up for justice. Dong Huafu could only obediently shut his mouth. He then looked at Chen Sanqiu, who was almost hiding his face in the wine bowl, and felt guilty for the first time. He would not let Chen Sanqiu pay for the wine today. He would let Fan Dash pay for it. Miyu, who was sleeping soundly amidst the clouds, Wu Qingpei, who was sitting on the city wall, Pang Yuanji, who was drunk at most, and Chen Sanqiu, who was pushing the wall after drinking. They were all famous handsome men in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the hidden official's lineage led by the sword Immortal Choumiao sat down, the atmosphere of the wine shop became a little strange. There was much less noise. Firstly, Choumiao was quite famous. He was the youngest sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi's upper 5 realms. He had outstanding achievements in battle and had followed Alliance to travel to the wilderness. Secondly, Luo Zhini and Su Ning were sword cultivators who picked up money. They were famous for being unsociable. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, their status was similar to that of a border army scout in a secular dynasty. They were vaguely superior to ordinary sword cultivators. And now, the hidden official's lineage had more authority than any of the hidden official's sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They knew more about the inside story. No one liked to have their secrets written down on paper for others to read. Lastly, there was another key reason. It was Pang Yuanji's existence. The previous hidden official, who was also Pang Yuanji's master, Xiao Chua, chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the most dishonorable way. She even took 2 sword immortals, Luo Shan and Zhu, and Xiao Chua left behind the lonely Pang Yuanji. It was as casual as how she left behind the hidden official's jade token. And when Pang Yuanji went out of the city to fight, he was always scared but not in danger. As a first-rate genius, he was not targeted by any great demon. This made people think more about it. There were a lot of sword cultivators in the hidden official's lineage. Therefore, Stack Zhang personally helped to put together 2 tables. 2 people shared a long bench. Luo Zhini glanced at Ning Yao intentionally. Ning Yao's thoughts moved slightly. She glanced at Luo Zhini. Guizhujiu asked for a serving of soju wine. Stack Zhang specially brought a small pot of rice wine for the little girl. Guizhujiu disliked drinking this kind of wine that was jokingly called young ladies' wine. It was not generous at all. If she wanted to drink, she would drink the soju wine that was just drink without talking. Stack Zhang smiled and said that this was her master's idea. She could only drink this when drinking here. Guizhujiu immediately changed her mind. After the wine shop's business expanded, other than the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heavens wine, they also sold soju wine. Later on, they even introduced a type of rice wine. The soju wine that was named Mute Lake wine by the second shopkeeper was not worried about sales. Both the rich and the poor liked it. The price was low and the taste was heavy. It was worthy of being called Xiaodao wine. However, the soft rice wine could not be sold at a high price. Stack Zhang was even more worried that he could not sell it at all. The women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would not lose to men as long as they drank. They always liked to drink hard liquor. If the wine shop was trying to attract female customers, it would definitely be disappointed. At that time, Qin Pingon did not mention the specific reason. He only said that the rice wine was a small business that was just icing on the cake. Even if they lost money, they would not lose much. He was familiar with the Osmanthus Island ferry in Old Dragon City, so he asked someone to help him bring back some rice wine from his hometown. It would not cost much. Reality proved that it was impossible for the second shopkeeper to lose money when doing business. Those who were not single would bring back a few pots of rice wine before they returned home drunk. They would tell their families that the wine came from the vast world's Aquarius continent and that it came from the young hidden official's hometown. They would also swear that the second shopkeeper patted his chest and promised that the wine would nourish the appearance of women who drank it. Sometimes a woman would laugh and ask, "Do you believe me?" The man would be resentful. The second shopkeeper's lies could not be taken off the table. This was a well-known fact in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the women would still laugh and drink. As a result, the female sword cultivators who often came here to drink only drank rice wine later. Guizhuzhou went to his mistress's table to toast. After a round, a pot of glutinous rice wine was gone. Ningyao could not stop Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou staggered back to his table as if he was drunk. Ningyao and the others drank enough and left together. Fan Dash paid the bill. Now that he had more money, he did not need to borrow money from Xianxia. Ningyao asked Stack Zhong to order Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou drank too much and fell asleep on the table. She could not hold her liquor, but she could make up for it with her drinking skills. When the little girl drank too much, she would just sleep and not make a fuss. Chou Miao smiled and said, "There are some words that were not suitable to be said in the summer palace. But now we can say them." Chao Gun stood up shakily and raised his wine bowl first. He said, "Peng Yuanji, Qi Shou and Gao Yi have both reached the nascent soul realm. If you are still inferior to them in the upper 5 realms, I will scold you." Peng Yuanji did not drink much. He stood up with a smile and clinked his wine bowl. "Scold me first. If you are wrong, I will scold you back when we meet again." Chao Gun looked at Peng Yuanji and shook his head. "Peng Yuanji, in my heart you and the hidden official are both promising. I hope that many years later when I raise my head I will be able to see the highest point in the world. There is both the green-robed swordsman Qin Pingon and the white-robed sword Immortal Peng Yuanji." Peng Yuanji smiled helplessly. "I am inferior to the hidden official." Both sides downed their drinks in one go. Su Ning and Xianxia said, "Focus on the matter, not the person." Xianxia drank as well. "Well said." Song Gaoyuan drank a bowl of wine by himself. He crossed his leg and stepped on the bench. "Unfortunately, I can't guard the Great Wall of Sword Qi as the hidden official's sword cultivator. Otherwise it would be very interesting. In retrospect, we foreigners, young bullshit geniuses, are really asking for a beating." Gu Jianlong said, "Allow me to say something fair. The one who is asking for a beating the most is Lin Junbai, who is the youngest and the fastest to break through." Wang Xinshui nodded. "Allow me to say something. Actually, Lin Junbai is the most obedient to the hidden official." Gu Jianlong said regretfully, "If Lin Junbai were to wear a woman's skin, he would be much more outstanding than the hidden official." Dongbute smiled. "Wrong. Lin Junbai doesn't need to change his appearance. He just needs to wear a woman's clothes." Everyone agreed. Dongbute said, "If Junbai were to be drunk, his face would be red and he would be like a little bird next to the hidden official. It would be beautiful." Chong Taiching shuddered. He quickly poured himself a bowl of wine and picked up some salted vegetables. He shuddered again. Calm down, calm down." Chou Miao smiled. "Are you bullying the hidden official and Lin Junbai because they are not here?" Deng Liang suddenly said, "Did we forget someone?" The table was silent for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Of course, it was the great sword celestial Miyu who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and then rushed to the inverted mountain. Peng Yuanji was reserved when it came to drinking, but he drank a lot. The young man was in a daze. For some reason he felt that the hidden official's lineage was lively and not bad. They drank for a long time. They returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhini carried Guizhuzhou on his back and walked side by side with Dong Bude. Deng Liang slowed down and came to their side. Luo Zhini wanted to leave but was stopped by Dong Bude. Deng Liang did not argue and went straight to the point. Miss Dong, I like you. Dong Bude's eyes were clear. I don't like you. Deng Liang nodded. I know. Deng Liang paused for a moment. His expression was carefree and his eyes were sincere. He smiled. I know Dong Bude likes Deng Liang, but Deng Liang is afraid that Dong Bude knows that Deng Liang likes Dong Bude. Dong Bude was a little helpless. Since Deng Liang was so impolite, she would not be polite either. After all, she had tolerated Deng Liang for a long time. The Summer Palace's meeting hall is the size of a palm. I'm not a fool. Of course I can tell that you like me. Not only that, I know that you can't control your eyes. You don't dare to peek at Luo Zhenyi's face, so you keep staring at Luo Zhenyi's back. Deng Liang had nothing to lose. I'm not the only one looking at Luo Zhenyi. Didn't Wang Xinshui look? Didn't Chang Taiqing look? Luo Zhenyi was a beautiful woman with an extremely cold expression. At this moment her face was as cold as ice. She suddenly smiled. It was difficult to pretend to be angry. These were all trivial matters. Dong Bude had spoken to her in private. What could two women not say? What could they not say? Dong Bude said that Chou Miao's figure was actually very good. He looked thin in clothes, but he was actually very muscular. Dong Bude asked Luo Zhenyi if she had touched him before. Even if she had not touched him before, she should have seen him before. Luo Zhenyi respected Chou Miao very much. She saw him as a brother and did not allow Dong Bude to make fun of him. Dong Bude also said that although Chao Gun was still a young man, his small face was actually quite handsome. He would definitely be an elegant young master in the future. Especially his elegant language, which was naturally soft and pleasing to the ear. When spoken by Chao Gun, it was even clearer. He would often speak some local dialect. What he said and what he did not say he would chew and chew. Great Qing Dynasty. In the future, when he was with his immortal Dao companion under the moonlight, he would call her name intimately and lift her chin with his finger. It would definitely be very charming. At this point, Dong Bude was about to lift Luo Zhenyi's chin. He imitated Su Ning's voice and called her Zhenyi Zhenyi. Luo Zhenyi was so embarrassed that she blushed, which made her even more charming. At first, Luo Zhenyi did not pay attention to Chao Gun's voice. After being reminded by Dong Bude, it seemed to be true. Every time she saw Dong Bude holding her chin with one hand and making small talk with Chao Gun, Luo Zhenyi found it funny. Dong Bude also showed her a booklet. It was full of words from the brothels and marriage books. The women were those fox immortals, beautiful ghosts and flower goddesses, while the men were those destitute scholars. There were many sentences that were really unbearable to look at. What about small waist? It made the men look like herons standing on the beach. If they were hugged, even if they did not die, their souls would be destroyed. Luo Zhenyi only read one page and was too embarrassed to turn the page. She only felt that the booklet was too hot. She twisted the corner of the booklet and threw it back to Dong Bude. Luo Zhenyi suddenly felt a little envious of Deng Liang. At this moment, after being interrupted by Dong Bude, Deng Liang lost the heroic spirit that he had painstakingly accumulated. Moreover, as Deng Liang said, today's words were just to let Dong Bude know. Deng Liang clasped his fist and said, Miss Dong, when you get married in the future, you must send me a marriage invitation. If the man is a sword cultivator, I want to challenge him to a sword. Dong Bude just smiled and did not say anything. Deng Liang turned and strode away to catch up with Gu Jianlong and the others. In the end, he was elbowed by Wang Xinshui and Chang Taiqing. Luo Zhenyi joked softly, Deng Liang is actually not bad. Dong Bude smiled and squinted her eyes. How do you know if Deng Liang is good or not? Luo Zhenyi was helpless. She walked slowly with Guizhujiu on her back. The little girl carried the small bamboo box that was always by her side. Dong Bude knew why Luo Zhenyi rushed to carry Guizhujiu first. Some words could be said as a joke. Nothing was taboo. But some words could not be said. Fan Dash went home alone. His footsteps were staggering. He drank and missed his sweetheart. Dong Huafu was strolling. Along the way he saw things in food that he liked. He put them on young Master Qin and Fatty Yan's tab. On the other side of Tai Xiang Street, Xianxia was squatting at the foot of the wall. He leaned his head against the wall and gently knocked it. He muttered, make way. Otherwise I will go crazy drunk. Stack Zhang went to the counter to rest. Young Qiulong and young Lu Yi were busy. The two children Taoban and Feng Kangle were also helping. The outside of the house was noisy. Stack Zhang looked up and saw the nameplates on the wall were silent, like rows of little mutes. I can drink, kill demons, write poems. My talent is not inferior to the second shopkeeper. My appearance is inferior to Wu Qingpei. My life is complete. I just lack a wife. I have money in my pocket. I drink until the wine shop collapses. My swordsmanship is not bad. I can kill an ascendant realm demon together with Alliance. Nalan Saihuan, I will be back soon. Shepherd's flute and camel's bell are the sound of the wind. The good spring is given to idlers. The good girls are taken away. I have never been drunk in my life. I hate wine. I have never been to inverted hanging mountain. Qin Li, sword Hui Ming, flying sword Hui Ming. 100-year-old sword immortal is at your fingertips. There is no good wine in the world. Son of AB**, give me back my wine money. Lu Ji is indeed beautiful. Life is short. Practicing the sword is too difficult. After Old Deaf opened the restriction, Qin Pingon was like a host opening the door to welcome a guest. His vision suddenly opened up. The world was vast and there was not much scenery. There was only a towering stone tablet with the words Partridge Sky written on it. Qin Pingon steadied his body and mind, quickly adjusting his breathing and blocking the copious amount of spiritual energy that was surging towards him. The prison that Old Deaf was in charge of was a broken grotto heaven. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop on Inverted Hanging Mountain. It was especially rich in spiritual energy and did not have any sword chi. There were no other sword immortals or even sword cultivators here. Ever since Old Deaf took over, there was only this ascendant realm demon watching over it. Old Deaf was not really deaf. How bad could an ascendant realm's hearing be? It was just that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had always looked down on Old Deaf. Old Deaf was also a pushover who didn't fight back when they hit him. Furthermore, he rarely showed himself in public, so he didn't cause much trouble. In addition, Dong family was in charge of the sword workshop, Qi family was in charge of the clothing workshop, and Qin family was in charge of the pill workshop. They were the four forbidden grounds of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the files of the Summer Palace, there were not many written records about the prison. They only roughly recorded the identities and origins of the monsters that had been locked up. Those that were dead were nothing more than a stroke of paper. Old Deaf smiled. It was normal for the young hidden official not to trust him, but how could he not trust his boss? However, he soon felt relieved. If he did not have such a personality, he would not have been able to become a hidden official and come here. Back then, on the city wall, the hidden official who needed the sword immortal to protect the formation was not him, but Lu Ji. Now the one he did not trust was himself. Could it be that in the end he did not even trust Chen Qin? No matter what the answer was, Old Deaf felt that it was interesting. Qin Pingon and Old Deaf moved forward at almost the same time. Qin Pingon realized that the stone tablet that looked like it was only 300 yards away would take the time it took to drink a cup of tea if they continued walking like this. Old Deaf did not want to be mistaken as a bully, so he respectfully greeted him as Lord Hidden Official. He then revealed the secret of heaven. The smaller your mind, the smaller your thoughts, and the smaller your steps, we will be able to walk faster. Qin Pingon did as he was told, and in a few blinks of an eye, they arrived in front of the stone tablet. Old Deaf was slightly surprised and couldn't help but compare Qin Pingon with the two hidden officials before him. That little girl with ponytails who had a bad temper didn't believe in heresy and insisted on rushing to the stone tablet in a spurt of energy. As a result, she was thousands of miles away from the stone tablet in an instant. That wasn't all. Xiaochua continued to fly like that, enjoying herself. In the end, after 10 minutes, according to the speed of the commoners, Xiaochua had already crossed continents. She had drunk quite a number of bottles of immortal wine and would run madly there every day, getting further and further away from the stone tablet. Old Deaf had seen boring sword cultivators, but he had never seen one as boring as her. As for the hidden official before her, he was either boring or uninteresting. However, the merit under the table was not small. That mirage was something he had spent money to find someone to build. It was a pity that his cultivation aptitude was too poor and his lifespan was not long. Otherwise, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't have been Xiaochua, much less the young man beside him. Old Deaf accompanied the young hidden official to look up at the stone tablet. Old Deaf said with a hoarse voice, "Partridge and heaven." These 3 words were written by 2 ancient sword immortals who had extremely high seniority. They were just slightly younger than Dragon Sovereign and Guanzhao, but they didn't have much of a reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Old Deaf smiled and said, I believe that with Lord Hidden Official's eyesight, you should have seen through the trick long ago. Partridge and Heaven were carved by a male sword immortal and their ripples were extremely beautiful. Only the partridge was written by a woman and her sword aura was swift and fierce, but it still couldn't hide the trace of delicateness. At that time she was heavily injured and slightly tired, so the man tried to remedy the situation. The last word seemed to be full of energy and strict, saving the middle word, but in fact it was already a little sad for the couple. Compared to the partridge word, the heaven word that should have had the most imposing aura was much more dignified and lacking in sword intent. What a pity, Qin Pingon said honestly. I didn't see these. Strange, how did he become the last disciple of the line of the literary saint? Old Deaf asked. Lord Hidden Official shouldn't be unfamiliar with the River of Time, right? Qin Pingon nodded. I'm not unfamiliar with it. Old Deaf stretched out his hand to grab, and the 3 words partridge and heaven on the stone tablet seemed to be dismantled. Stroke by stroke they left the stone tablet and the sword lights gathered together like streams converging into a river. Old Deaf brought Qin Pingon and waded through the water. When the 2 of them reached the end of the water they saw a completely different world. The scene in Qin Pingon's vision suddenly changed. Corpses were strewn all over the ground and devastation filled his eyes. There were huge skeletons that were deathly white and stretched out like a mountain range. There were also golden skeletons of gods. It should be the ruins of an ancient battlefield where ancient gods and demons had fought fiercely. There was a huge pit with steps carved out of it. The demons with high realms were locked up high. As they walked down the steps, Qin Pingon suddenly asked, if Boss wasn't a sword immortal, how many sword cultivators would Senior have killed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Old Deaf didn't hide it and smiled. All that entered my eyes would have died. He then added, it's not that I'm angry at those little brats for gossiping, it's not worth it. He turned his head and asked, Senior. Qin Pingon said, those who are older have higher realms than me and have no enmity with me are all considered seniors. Old Deaf nodded. Good habit. Old Deaf then said, according to Boss Sword Immortal's intention, Lord Hidden Official should take action on my behalf. Qin Pingon nodded. On the way here he had already thought it through. The stairs that kept extending downwards curved and Qin Pingon's vision was blurry. He could only see the stairs and nothing else. However, after encountering the cages of different sizes, his vision became clearer. He saw that the cages were fenced by sword lights that had condensed into substance. Most of the cages they passed by were empty. Old Deaf stopped and pointed at an empty prison. The one inside has already been beheaded by Boss Sword Immortal. The pill workshop should have made a huge profit. Qin Pingon said, the 2 cross-continent fairies of Xianxia continent paid a huge sum of immortal money to buy the head of the Ascendant Realm's corpse. In order to be able to return safely with the treasure, they even hired a sword immortal to escort them. Old Deaf grumbled, the pill workshop is really annoying. It seems like I'm the one who's stopping them from slaughtering the demons of the upper 5 realms. I'm in charge of thousands of demons and I'm in charge of 1 or 2 demons. I can't get any benefits, so why are they blaming me? Is it so hard to understand such a simple principle? Takes a lot of thinking, Qin Pingon said, I don't blame you. Everyone is considerate and willing to respect seniors. Sword cultivators don't look at you because of your identity as a demon. Can you still live? Do you have the nerve to live? What's there to think about? You should be secretly happy. Old Deaf said with a smile, that's reasonable, that's really reasonable. It's a pity that I haven't heard such a straightforward reason before. That Alliance didn't hit the nail on the head. He only lied to me and said that the Ascendant Realm demons in the world are as happy as immortals. It's not difficult to establish a sect. Along the way they finally saw the first demon cultivator. It was an immortal realm demon that had revealed its true body and was entrenched like a mountain. Miasma overflowed. Qin Pingon walked closer to the bars of the cage and looked over, but he still couldn't see it clearly. This prison imprisons 6 demons of the upper 5 realms, 61 demons of the middle 5 realms, and 3 demons of the lower 5 realms. Those who died would be thrown to the pill workshop. Their bodies were full of treasures and everything was put to good use. There were also those who left alive. They went to the Mirage to fight each other or sword cultivators. There were also the disciples that Old Deaf picked out when he had nothing to do. Being imparted sword skills by Old Deaf in any world, as long as it wasn't the cage of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was a great Dao opportunity that one yearned for even in their dreams. An Ascendant Realm preacher didn't hide anything and imparted sword skills. Wouldn't they want to learn it even if they died? The problem was that Old Deaf's sword skills were too high here. It was too easy to learn the sword and break through realms. Once they entered the nascent soul realm, they would die. Many demons who purposely stopped at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm had forcefully tortured themselves to death. If their realms didn't rise, their lifespans would be shortened and they would die. Either their Dao hearts would shatter or their golden cores would be blown apart by the constantly strengthening sword qi. As for the skin, Old Deaf had used his methods to keep it. Otherwise, the pill workshop would hold him accountable. As for Old Deaf's origins, there were records in Summer Refuge Palace. It was rather strange. He was an Ascendant Realm demon that pretended to be a sword cultivator and refined several flying swords left behind by sword immortals. It was the same method as Qin Pingon refining level 1 and level 15 as his natal items. Old Deaf's realm was high enough and he had refined 3 flying swords for his own use, so he seemed more like a sword cultivator than a sword immortal. Old Deaf was once a great demon that ran amok in the world of desolation. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was content to be a bitter prison head. He might have thought of nurturing another natal flying sword in Realm 13. As for the Immortal Realm Great Demon in front of Qin Pingon, he was also extremely legendary. When he was first imprisoned, his cultivation was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Who would have thought that in this place where he should have been struggling at death's door, he would break through to the immortal realm in 1,000 years? Old Deaf asked, "Lord Hidden Official, shall we make our move now?" The old man was slightly curious as to why the young Hidden Official hadn't brought along that immortal weapon sword Immortal. If he wanted to use his fists to kill a great demon in the celestial realm, it was hard to say who would exhaust who to death. Of course, Old Deaf knew that Qin Pingon had a fist move that was extremely extraordinary. However, as a martial practitioner at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm, his physique wasn't tough enough. If he wanted to kill the Immortal Realm Great Demon in front of him, Qin Pingon was destined to not be able to last until the last punch. When facing an immortal realm, the difference in their realms was too great. Even if Xianxia came, she would be helpless. Once he asked someone else to do the job for him, he would be completely useless and there wouldn't be much meaning to it. Besides, Old Deaf felt that unless Qin Pingon was a martial practitioner of Realm 9, he would have some hope and be able to endure the pain of having his soul shattered. Even if the martial realm of the young Hidden Official was about the same as Xiaoxi and Yujuanfu, which could be viewed as a realm higher, Qin Pingon was still a realm lower than a martial practitioner of Realm Far Roaming. Qin Pingon began to move. There's no rush. As he walked, Qin Pingon took a few glances before continuing on his way. Old Deaf couldn't help but ask, "Lord Hidden Official?" Qin Pingon said, "Let's go through it once. At most, we'll just have to take another trip back. It won't affect our proper business." Old Deaf smiled and asked, "That's all there is to it, is there a problem?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Just treat it as a distraction." Old Deaf said, "Young people are too calm and can hold it in. Although it's easy to do things accurately and be ruthless, it's easy to peck at their vital qi and hurt their fortune." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Senior is wise. What you said is even more mature and prudent. It's good to be careful everywhere." Old Deaf had been trapped in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 3,000 years, and this was the first time he had been addressed as senior so many times. It was also extremely rare for him to chat with a sword cultivator and have so many words to say. Qin Pingon asked, "What did Boss Sword Immortal agree to with Senior?" Old Deaf said, "When I go out of the city to fight, first I will kill all the demons locked up here. Of course, it has changed now and Lord Hidden Official will do it personally. Second, I can take away 3 Golden Core disciples from here. It's an exception." Old Deaf didn't talk about the years of cultivation in the wilderness. Just based on the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone, he had endured more than 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he was still in the Ascendant Realm and didn't get a Sword Immortal suffix. Along the way, they finally saw a fresh face. It was a demon cultivator who was curled up on the ground. He could sense Old Deaf and Qin Pingon's presence, but he still pretended not to know. Although the few demons of the upper 5 realms behind him were suppressed, their cold gazes were still as solid as before. There were also great demons who seemed to have gone mad and crazily rammed into the sword light fence. They were unwilling to stop even when their flesh and blood were badly mangled. In the end they held onto two sword lights tightly with both hands and cursed Old Deaf and the unfamiliar young man whose realm wasn't high. Qin Pingon stopped and asked a few questions in the language of the wilderness. The great demons only cursed and swore. After that, there were also the earth immortals of the demon race who kowtowed and begged for mercy. There was also the graceful fox Charm. She was 1,000 years old, but her face was still radiant and charming like a young girl. When she saw the young hidden official, she looked pitiful and sat sideways with her hand over her heart. She bit her lips tightly and looked like she wanted to cry. There were also demons who swore solemnly and were willing to swear an oath to be enslaved, just to be able to leave this place alive. Qin Pingon didn't say a word. Old Deaf smiled and said, "Although that fox Charm only has 7 tails, Lord Hidden Official won't lose face if you take her in as a maid. I believe Lord Hidden Official still has this bit of authority and you don't have to worry about her loyalty." Qin Pingon didn't reply. Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of the cliff plank road in the snowy night when he was halfway back home from the Great Sui Kingdom. In these years of traveling he had seen many fox charms. However, he had never had the chance to visit the fox kingdom of the Su family in Qingfeng City. Xianxia once said that he had to go there. If a man didn't go to the Fox Kingdom, he wouldn't know what a hero's grave was. Among the 4 madams of Hao Ran world, there was the Madam of the Bamboo Sea Caves Green Immortal Mountain who had a close relationship with Alliance. Then there was Madame Huanyan who had disappeared from the Central Divine Continent. She used a plum blossom garden to exchange with Qin Pingon for a secret letter that would be handed to the mellow scholar Qin Pingon in the future. She hoped that the South Saw continent would treat this elite of the upper 5 realms better. In the end, since Qin Pingon asked for a protective talisman from the scholarly sage for Madame Huanyan, he was also thinking about the long term for Lu Ji. With a high realm there would be a big problem. Lu Ji was not the kind of sword immortal who was willing to do things smoothly. Once she went to the South Saw continent she would be a foreigner. When a scholar calculated how many twists and turns were there, he was even more afraid of those open and above-board schemes. Lu Ji had no choice but to use her sword. That would be a big problem. Therefore it was more reassuring to have Madame Huanyan by Lu Ji's side to help her plan. However, Qin Pingon was also worried that Madame Huanyan's selfish resentment would be too strong and Lu Ji would be subtly influenced. Therefore once Qin Pingon appeared, it was not only protection but also supervision. Madame Huanyan couldn't act willfully. It was just that Madame Huanyan didn't know about this for the time being. She was probably still curious about what the young hidden official had promised her in exchange for a merit. Qin Pingon had no intention of telling her in advance. When she accompanied Lu Ji to the South Saw continent, everything would come to light. There was also a madam who was regarded as the most orthodox of the Moon Palace species, but her fate was unknown. Qin Pingon had long confirmed that she was Madame Gui, who was worshipped behind the scenes by the Fan family. Finally, there was a 9-tailed celestial fox who had ascended to the immortal realm, Madame Huanxi. Her whereabouts were also unknown. At the bottom of the prison the last cage was in existence that looked like a water prison. The depth of the water was less than 2 feet, about 1 mu. It was dark green and rich in water fate. It directly transformed into small dark green fish. The water was clear and fine, and the small dark green fish that were suddenly motionless seemed to be suspended in the air. A young man stuck his head out of the water. Below his head his body was submerged in the water. It was as if he had merged with the water. Was it a method to raise a dragon? There were scars on the demon's face. There were slight bumps on the left and right sides of his forehead like deer antlers. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves and stopped moving forward. He looked at the young man. His cultivation was at the cave abode realm, and he had not taken human form for long. In the end it was his talent that won. On the path of cultivation, if one wanted to be rewarded by the ancestors, they would first have to be rewarded by the heavens to be able to cultivate. Qin Pingon began to return. He praised, obtained an opportunity, practiced the sword and cultivated. Master guided them through the door and they have a Dao heart. Senior's 3 disciples' achievements in the Great Dao are frightening. Including the young man, the 3 of them were at the Cave Abode realm, the Dragon Gate realm, and the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. This cage did not hold cats and dogs picked up from the roadside. The younger the demon cultivator, the more amazing his talent and the stronger his foundation. Old Deaf smiled bitterly. Hidden official, it can't be that bad, right? Of course, this young man was difficult to deal with. However, he could still kill him with a casual slap. The problem was that Qin Qingdu could kill him with a slap before he could make a move. If Qin Pingan was really determined to break the contract, he would kill him along with his 3 disciples. With Qin Qingdu's temper, did he even need to think about who he would side with? Qin Pingan said, "All this time Senior has scrupulously abided by your duties. This junior respects you from the bottom of my heart." Old Deaf sneered. "But..." Qin Pingan smiled. "Senior is so good at chatting. Senior, please continue. This junior is all ears." Old Deaf had no intention of doing business with this young man at all. Old Deaf asked loudly, "Boss, Sword Immortal, is this okay? You don't care?" There was no response. Qin Pingan continued, "Senior, the 3 you picked should all have the aptitude of the upper 5 realms, right?" Old Deaf nodded helplessly. Qin Pingan said, "Then let's calculate according to 1 Jade Unpolished Realm and 2 Immortal Realm. Of course they are sword cultivators. I will ask Senior for 3 cultivation opportunities. Dao arts and magic treasures are fine, but the Dao arts that are suitable for demons to cultivate are best." Old Deaf heaved a sigh of relief. To an Ascendant Realm cultivator, these things were worldly possessions. 2 unpolished Jade Realms and 1 Immortal Realm. If you are unlucky, it will be 1 Nascent Soul Realm and 2 Jade Unpolished Realm. Old Deaf didn't lie. Whether a sword cultivator had the aptitude of the upper 5 realms and whether or not he could become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms were 2 different things. Yan Ming, Yin Qin, and Nailan Saihuan were all sword immortal embryos with outstanding aptitudes. How were they now? Qin Pingan agreed. "I will listen to Senior." Old Deaf smiled. As expected, Senior is not for nothing. Qin Pingan cupped his fists. "Senior, please don't bear grudges." Old Deaf shook his head. "It's not worth it." Qin Pingan said, "This cage is actually the corpse of a god who has lost his head, right?" Old Deaf nodded. They walked to a cage that Qin Pingan originally thought was empty. Suddenly, a person walked out of the fog barrier. Qin Pingan turned his head and saw a young woman with a snow-white face and scarlet lips. There was an embroidered bag hanging on her wrist. Below the head, it was a tragic sight. She was definitely not human and was even more ghostly than a ghost. She had no skin and was almost transparent. Her internal organs, veins, bones, and flesh were all wriggling. Qin Pingan was used to seeing bloody and treacherous scenes, but when he suddenly saw this woman, he still felt his scalp tingle. There were no records of her in Summer Palace. The woman walked to the fence and took a step forward. She was almost face to face with Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan didn't move at all. Old Deaf smiled. "Her name is Nianxin. She is a tailor who fled here. In her early years in Gold Armor Continent, she caused a huge commotion." Qin Pingan understood. A tailor. It was extremely rare. Qin Pingan had once read about it in a secret file in Summer Palace that specialized in recording heretic cultivators. It wasn't old news, but it was too heretical. It was the demonic path. In the history of the world, they were once killed by the orthodox talisman sect's chi cultivators. There were 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. Sword cultivators, Mahist saber masters, Daoist saber masters, and legalist disciples. However, these cultivators were only difficult to deal with and were feared by other chi refinement warriors. They were not notorious at all. Apart from that, there were 10 other types of cultivators who were despised by the masses. They were even worse than the wild cultivators, and everyone had the right to kill them. For example, there was the Southern Sea Lone Rider who carried the Dragon King's basket and captured tired flood dragons for his lord. His realm wasn't high and was only an earth immortal, but even sword immortals couldn't kill him. He liked to go ashore and steal the water of the rivers. There were also those who specialized in refining graves and could easily cause Yin soldiers to pass by. And the woman in front of Qin Pingan was the tailor in the legends. She was proficient in the talisman Dao, but she only used human skin as talisman paper. The foundation of her great Dao was making wedding clothes for others. It was recorded in the secret record that to cultivate this technique, one had to peel off one's own skin. Being able to endure the pain of being skinned was the first step. The second step was to truly walk through the underworld, which was similar to Fengdu's Gate of Hell. After that, there were several more checkpoints. Qin Pingon was very puzzled at that time. What was the point of choosing to cultivate this technique? The woman took a step back and walked around Qin Pingon. She stopped and asked, "How old are you?" Qin Pingon remained silent. The woman, who was called Twisting Heart by Old Deaf, didn't mind and continued asking, "It shouldn't be a trick. Then are you from a rich family in Taishang Street? The elders in your family finally persuaded Qin Qingdo to build a martial temple for you and obtain the martial fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm a foreigner. I'm quite diligent in my training." The woman seemed to be a little regretful. Qin Qingdo still has too many worries. He can't bear to use many of his methods. Old Deaf smiled faintly and said, "You're young and only know some fancy methods. Don't call our boss Sword Immortal by his name." He then reminded the woman, "Twisting Heart, this is the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The woman tilted her head and stared at Qin Pingon. She said intermittently, "Left-handed. Flood Dragon. Rebuilt Longevity Bridge. His skin and soul are severely mended. He first practiced martial arts before nurturing his natal flying sword. His control of his body is meticulous. He's half a kindred spirit. His killing intent is heavy. Yes, it's even heavier now. But he can completely control his killing intent. He's very powerful at such a young age. As expected of the new hidden official." Qin Pingon stood at his original spot and smiled. "Miss Twisting Heart has good eyesight." Old Deaf knew Twixen very well, so he wasn't surprised at all by her methods. There were 3 strange things in prison. Twisting Heart was one of them. Old Deaf suddenly asked, "Why don't you call me Senior and Miss?" Qin Pingon asked back, "Senior, have you never drunk without food?" Old Deaf was stunned. In the distance, a young and tender voice sounded, "This guy is mocking you for your drunken talk and nonsense that is out of place." Qin Pingon turned his head and saw a white-haired boy sitting cross-legged in the air. His forehead was huge and there were 2 green snakes on his ears. There were 2 short swords by his waist. His eyes were sparkling as he nibbled on his fingers in boredom. Old Deaf gave him a sideways glance and explained to Qin Pingon, "It's an otherworldly devil." Qin Pingon nodded. The white-haired boy said, "Old Deaf, quickly call me Grandpa." Old Deaf called him Grandpa. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Why are you so boring?" The woman couldn't be bothered with Old Deaf and the boy. She stared at Qin Pingon and said, "Can you really take the pain? Don't die." Qin Pingon smiled, "Let's try." Then Qin Pingon felt his hair stand on end. He saw the woman smile sweetly and give him a salute, adding clothes for young master in the cold, sewing and mending. 672. Qin Pingon wasn't frightened by Nian Xian's strange words, but by her passionate and focused gaze. Qin Pingon was not used to it. When he was picking up scraps in the bag shop, he saw money and treasures on the ground. Was that the gaze she had? Nian Xian said, "Let's talk about it when you reach the far traversing realm. I don't want to collect your corpse." As for whether this young hermit could break through or not, Nian Xian didn't care what method he used to do it. Qin Pingon nodded. As he walked slowly, he already had his own plans. Nian Xian floated away in the blink of an eye. As expected, she wasn't restrained in any way. Qin Pingon threw out 3 questions in one breath. "Nian Xian, what's your age, what realm, and what's your background?" Old Deaf chuckled and didn't say anything. Qin Pingon said, "I cannot do anything to the youth in the water prison." Old Deaf laughed. "As a scholar, how can you be so careless?" Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and squatted down. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the road. There was the sound of metal and stone. He then opened his palm and covered the ground with his palm. As expected of the corpse of an ancient god, it was very strange. It was obvious that Old Deaf valued that youth the most and had bet the most. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a smokescreen, but there were only 3 demons who could survive in the end. How much could Old Deaf deceive them? Qin Pingon carefully searched through the secret files of the Summer Palace in his mind and found that the 3 people Old Deaf had chosen had many hidden secrets. Qin Pingon was sure that the previous hermit Xiaochua must have had some sort of deal with Old Deaf, which was why the hermit's lineage helped to cover up some crucial information. Qin Pingon didn't intend to bring up these old matters that had been collecting dust for a long time. Moreover, he might not be able to do so. Old Deaf beside him was an ascendant realm. If he angered him, the latter only needed to keep his promise with the great sword Immortal. In the end, the reason why Old Death was willing to give him face everywhere was because of the great sword Immortal. A secret official jade token in the hands of someone who wasn't even a sword Immortal was useless. However, even though this was the logic, business could still be done. After all, Qin Pingon and Old Death had no grudges. If they were to fall out, the younger one and the older one would still be the one to gain an advantage. Therefore, Qin Pingon's way of doing business was very simple. It was equivalent to telling Old Death directly that by teaching 3 disciples here, he was already nurturing a tiger in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, since this was the instruction of the boss, Sword Immortal, it was not easy to change it. However, leaving the prison under the eyes of a hidden official like him was like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. It was possible to operate. There were many ways for the 3 disciples to leave alive. The promise between Old Death and the Sword Immortal didn't conflict with the final decision of the Summer Palace. Old Death was probably used to being manipulated by others in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even though he had suffered a small loss, he still got the promise of the young hermit, so he wasn't angry. In fact, Old Death would have to tell the young man about his 3 disciples sooner or later. Otherwise he wouldn't be at ease. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before slamming his palm heavily on the ground. It didn't move an inch. It was no wonder that the corpse refined into a small world cage by the sword Immortal could trap those great demons. Nowadays, the gods of mountains and rivers in the vast world were also known for their immortal golden bodies. However, they didn't have any cultivation methods. Normally, they were influenced by the incense of good men and women year after year, just like the saying of gold plastering. The lifespan of gods of mountains and rivers was indeed longer than that of cultivators. It was said that many earth immortal cultivators couldn't break through the bottleneck of the great Tao. In order to forcefully prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to use forbidden secret techniques to commit suicide. Before that, they had already colluded with the imperial court and local officials to help hide the truth from the Confucian Academy and secretly build obscene shrines. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't be able to survive the 2 obstacles of being emaciated and having their souls scattered. Naturally, everything would come to an end. If they were lucky and managed to survive, they would be able to turn from immortal to god on the path of cultivation and enjoy the incense of the mortal world. Wei Pai should be an exception. It was just that Qin Pingon had never asked about the many secrets of this mountain lord of the old Godwater nation. Zhou Xian and Jing Dafeng were even more experienced in the Jianghu, so Mt. Pailuan and Mt. Luopa had a tacit understanding of each other. Old Death finally opened his mouth and said, "Twisting Heart is estimated to be 700 to 800 years old. She stumbled her way to the upper 5 realms. Her aptitude is extremely good, but breaking through several realms in succession damaged her vitality. Now she can only rely on unorthodox methods, divine money and magical treasures to reach this realm. The height of her great Tao in this lifetime, if nothing unexpected happens, will stop here. Twisting Heart doesn't have a clear master, so she's most likely a wild cultivator who climbed the mountain through unorthodox methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a bumpy life." However, her ambition wasn't to reach the summit anyway. She had taken her revenge in Jinjia continent, so she didn't care if she died. She never thought that she would hear a rumor that the city lord of White Emperor City was interested in her. Twisting Heart didn't want to end up in a situation worse than death, so she escaped to Inverted Hanging Mountain. She originally wanted to sneak into the wilderness, where the world was even more chaotic. With her abilities, she would have a place to show off. If she was really lucky, she might have been able to break through. She never thought that she would be intercepted by a sword Immortal and thrown here. She wasn't idle here either. The bodies of many great demons were disassembled by her and sent to the pill shop. Her methods were exquisite, saving the pill shop cultivators a lot of trouble. Old Death had heard a lot of inside stories from the white-haired boy. Old Death had never paid much attention to these twisted stories of others. If he didn't know, he wouldn't lose a few pounds of meat. If he knew, he wouldn't get an extra jug of wine. Qin Pingon retracted his hand and asked curiously, "Why would the city lord of White Emperor City be interested in a tailor?" It wasn't that Qin Pingon was prejudiced against Twisting Heart or tailors. There were many unorthodox paths in the world, and there were many wild fox Dianas in the world. There were differences in cultivation methods, but that wasn't necessarily the case for cultivators. It was just that the authority of the demonic path was too high above the clouds. As a publicly recognized person of the demonic path, Qin Pingon secretly had some thoughts in his early years. One of them was that when he traveled to the Central Plains in the future, he would definitely see the torrential waters of the Yellow River Paradise with his own eyes. He would also take a look at the banner of White Emperor City that read, First of Mercy under the Heavens. Cui Dong had come out of colored clouds before. Even Cui Dongshan couldn't hide his admiration whenever he mentioned the city lord. Mr. Qi had also traveled to the banks of the Great River. The city lord had even left colored clouds White Emperor City for the first time and personally invited Mr. Qi for a round of chess. Qin Pingon was very willing to sincerely address such an authority of the demonic path as senior. Of course, Qin Pingon didn't feel that he had the right to meet the city lord. Old Deaf shook his head and explained, Master Hidden Official has really underestimated Twisting Heart. She isn't an ordinary tailor. She was only a Jindan expert in her early years, but she already had the means of the unpolished Jade Realm. Once she fully unleashed her spells and abilities, even those in the unpolished Jade Realm wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of the battle in the canyon of the North Continent and the group of assassins from Deer Mountain that had ambushed him. That battle seemed to have a great disparity in strength, but in terms of danger in Qin Pingon's heart, it wasn't inferior to the encirclement of Liz Hen Yu and the others. Old Deaf laughed. Otherwise, with just Twisting Heart's nascent soul realm cultivation, how could she single-handedly destroy an entire sect of Gold Armor Continent? If it was Master Hidden Official, he wouldn't be able to do it either, right? Qin Pingon was greatly surprised and asked in disbelief. A nascent soul realm cultivator single-handedly wiped out an entire sect? Old Deaf said casually, within half a year all 700 people including the entire ancestral hall were all dead. It was such a large sect but its lineage was completely cut off. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. Twisting Heart caused such a huge disaster. So how did she escape to Inverted Hanging Mountain? Old Deaf shook his head. Why should I care about this? Qin Pingon laughed. That's right, why should I care about this? However, if there's a chance I should ask Senior Twisting Heart for guidance. Old Deaf's interest was piqued. Master Hidden Official as a disciple of Confucianism also has a personal grudge? Qin Pingon said, there are a few. Old Deaf laughed. I think they didn't burn enough incense. Qin Pingon wasn't willing to talk about this, so he asked with a frown, then what's up with that otherworldly demon? Old Deaf shook his head. I can't say. It's not a business matter, so Master Hidden Official shouldn't make things difficult for me. Qin Pingon changed the topic. Why does the otherworldly demon have a green snake, wear a Daoist robe and carry a short sword? In Qin Pingon's eyes, that white-haired boy was no different from a normal person, and he didn't use any concealment techniques. Old Deaf said playfully, can't he like to show off? Qin Pingon shook his head, too careless. Old Deaf laughed involuntarily. In this prison, who was he being cautious for? Qin Pingon didn't continue asking and changed the topic. Other than Twisting Heart and the otherworldly demon, are there any other guests in Senior's residence? Old Deaf nodded. There's also a sad person who's addicted to drinking and gambling. Of course, he was also very rich. Old Deaf asked, Young Hidden Official, did you ask me for the cultivation method of the demon race because there are demons in your hometown that are worth nurturing? Qin Pingon shook his head. It's not nurturing, it's always good to have one more method of self-protection. On Luopa Mountain the vegetation grew naturally. Old Deaf waved his hand, and a great demon in the unpolished Jade Realm moved its huge body towards the sword light fence. Old Deaf stretched out his arm and tore off a large piece of bloody meat, putting it into his mouth and chewing slowly. In any case, there was a young Hidden Official beside him, so he raised his hand to cover his mouth, which could be considered a form of hospitality. Walking out of the prison together, Qin Pingon began to tour the ancient battlefield that was filled with corpses. As the host, Old Deaf could only accompany him. Old Deaf asked, Lord Hidden Official, the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi is imminent. Are we just going to wander around like this? Don't you want to end work early and return to Summer Refuge Palace to take care of matters? Qin Pingon's eyes drooped. There's no rush. The young man slowly raised his gaze. Actually, I don't really want to go there. Every day that they sat there, every sword cultivator of the Hidden Official's lineage wasn't relaxed or happy, and Qin Pingon was naturally no exception. Big Brother Sword Immortal had previously mentioned that the Summer Palace shouldn't interfere too much in the upcoming battle. He wanted to give all the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi a chance to unleash their swords without restraint. He Qin wouldn't restrict them, so the hidden official's lineage shouldn't interfere too much. Qin Pingon didn't have any objections. Looking at the corpse of a great demon that was as majestic as a mountain in front of him, it was too pale and didn't have the vitality of the lustrous white corpses in Ghost Valley. If it was moved to the wilderness of the vast world, it would probably fade away in a few years under the sun and wind. Simply put, the corpses of these great demons were worthless. On the other hand, the remnants of the golden bodies of the gods looked as sturdy as before, giving off a feeling that they couldn't be destroyed. The golden bodies shone brightly, and there were only a few holes that were negligible compared to the massive bodies. It was a pity that they were just illusions, so they couldn't be turned into the divine money of Summer Refuge Palace and couldn't be considered the wealth of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Old Def had said that although these ancient gods were once considered to be of high status and power, they were pitiful creatures that had reached the end of their great Tao. Once the golden body showed signs of decay, even if there was only a slight flaw, it meant that a god was officially heading towards death, with no hope of reversing the situation. Qin Pingon said a word, merit. Old Def nodded. This is how the saints of the three religions remedy the gods of the later generations. It is also the key to the stability of the world. The gods of mountains and rivers that were first conferred by the imperial court and then recognized by the Confucian Academy had always been an important bridge between the vast world and the mountains. It allowed the teachers of the mortal world and the cultivators of the Tao to not always be in direct conflict. For whatever reason, the imperial court didn't pursue the matter of the numerous obscene shrines, and the Confucian Academy also rarely interfered. Naturally, it was because the gods of obscene shrines had patched up the folklore of the land and encouraged good deeds. Walking to a certain place, the god was extremely tall, and half of his body was submerged in the sea of clouds, making it impossible to see his entire body. Qin Pingon bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force, rising from the ground and heading towards the sea of clouds. With his hands in his sleeves and his legs swaying, he leaped out of the sea of clouds and finally saw the god with a solemn expression. Qin Pingon stepped on the pine needle and the thunder cough flying swords, hovering above the sea of clouds. Qin Pingon's mood turned solemn. That is the sword cultivator you see? Above the sea of clouds around this god, there were naturally green water droplets floating. There were more than 100 of them, and the water fate was unimaginably dense. They had clearly not been refined, but their quality was already close to the water pills produced by the ancestral temple of the water residents. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the bottle of mirage water pills given by Venerable Fire Dragon. However, the water droplets were treasures to any water god, river granny, or qi cultivator in the world who cultivated water spells. The key was that they were easy to obtain and there was an endless supply of them. Any sect would drool over them. If the Rain Dragon sect, which was adjacent to the Flood Dragon ravine, could move this god statue and forge it into the core of the great formation of mountains and rivers, the power of the sect would rise by a huge level. The reason why Qin Pingon felt a connection with this god was that he felt that the aura of the young sword cultivator you see was familiar. Old Def stood at the side and nodded. He has a strong background. As expected of a hidden official, he doesn't kill nameless enemies under his sword. Qin Pingon said helplessly, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this small Jiaxinji. Old Def rejoiced in Qin Mu's misfortune. Qin Pingon asked, that youth's water prison was formed from the accumulation of these water droplets? Old Def couldn't be bothered to hide these details, so he admitted it openly. The threshold to raise a dragon was high. First, one had to find a flood dragon that was worth nurturing. Then there was the art of raising a dragon and the method to create a dragon's nest. It just so happened that Old Def didn't lack any of these. The path of cultivation of every great ascendant realm cultivator in the world could indeed produce an extremely fascinating oddity. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, if it was Senior who made a move, how did those demon cultivators die? Old Def answered casually, it was a matter of twisting fingers. With the cultivation of an ascendant realm with perfect divine qi, dealing with those prisoners who were at most in the immortal realm, with Old Def overseeing the small heaven and earth, he had the advantage of time, place and people. It really was a matter of twisting them to death with one finger. The old man added, if they were noisy, scolded and begged for mercy, they would probably die a slower death. Since I had nothing to do, I learned some tricks from that young lady. Qin Pingon muttered to himself, after staying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for so long, I almost forgot that sword immortals are sword immortals and great demons are great demons. He still remembered the first time he met Jiyu, the sword immortal of Ape Ka Mountain, when he was traveling in the North Continent. That was called trembling in fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. One wrong step and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Earlier, there was the 3 sword quizzes in the Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain that he watched through catoptric deflection on the ferry boat. Nascent soul Li Tuanjing's final sword strike was outstanding. Earlier, there was the rainy night when he stayed in the old house and met the middle 5, great demon of Guyu country. A white steed flashes past a crack all of a sudden. Qin Pingon said, Senior just needs to collect this water fate, I can turn a blind eye to it. In front of Qin Pingon, Old Deaf collected dozens of dark green water droplets and kept them in his bag with the heaven and earth in his sleeve. They should be the part with the most abundant water fate. Then Qin Pingon asked for half of the water droplets. Most of them were placed into the blade's strengthening gourd, leaving only 3 water droplets. He sat cross-legged and started to refine them openly. It was the Tao formula recorded on the rain prayer stele outside the buried river temple. This creation of heaven and earth was split equally between both parties. Old Deaf could accept it, so he did not hesitate. Old Deaf glanced at the rough circulation of the young man's art of water refinement and exclaimed in admiration, with just this Tao skill, if Lord Hidden Official is really forced to do something desperate one day, you can just abandon your body and choose a desecrated river to become the god of the river. Qin Pingon still had his eyes closed and focused. He refined the 3 water droplets that were equivalent to ordinary water pills at an extremely fast speed. Over at the underwater residence, it was like rain after a long drought. The boys in green started to get busy, fixing the flaws of the life item of the water word seal and adding color to the murals of the underwater residence that were almost reduced to white drawings. The small pond that was so dry that one could see the bottom was also replenished with strands of flowing water. Qin Pingon was slightly distracted and said, Senior, I advise you not to go to the vast heaven. Old Deaf asked, why? Qin Pingon kept silent. The white-haired boy appeared on the shoulder of the god and sneered, Old Deaf, you are too good at praising people. You will definitely be cut into 8 pieces and chopped into meat paste. The white-haired boy then sneered again. Young man, your brain isn't sharp enough. That Old Deaf purposely chose water droplets with thin spirit energy and predicted that you would ask for them. Above the sea of clouds, water droplets would always appear. Old Deaf must have purposely missed the water droplets with the most abundant water. How did such a little fool become a hidden official? He is worlds apart from that Xiaochua. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Qi couldn't be defended. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to it. Old Deaf was even more indifferent and didn't explain anything. In any case, if that unworldly celestial devil had an opportunity to move the young hidden official's heart, Old Deaf wouldn't just stand by and watch. The unworldly celestial devil of unknown origin was temperamental. It flew into a rage and said angrily, the disciples of the Confucian school of the vast heaven are still so treacherous. They deserve to be plundered and plundered by the demon race of the desolate world. Qin Pingon took out some water droplets from the sword's strengthening gourd and refined them into the water droplets of his water manner. As a 5th realm Qi cultivator, he was only a step away from becoming a god of the middle 5 realms. His spells were much more powerful than those of the 3rd realm. The white-haired boy seemed to have sensed the young hidden official's state of mind and jumped up and down to scold. Shameless thing, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms that can't even compare to an ant has the face to be satisfied? The next moment, the boy suddenly quietened down and sat cross-legged again. He said slowly, that brat surnamed Qin has a perfect Tao heart and is a promising talent. I have 5 kinds of superior Tao skills that lead straight to the upper 5 realms. They are the most profound. With the life items of the 5 elements as your foundation, you will be able to learn them with twice the result with half the effort. Do you want to learn them? I can swear that as long as you nod your head and agree, there won't be any hidden dangers. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Deaf. I guarantee that you will be able to reach the unpolished Jade realm extremely quickly. This is a no-cost deal. Do you want to take it or not? Qin Pingon opened his eyes and looked over. He asked with a smile, "Compared to Lu Qin, whose Dao skill do you think is higher?" The white-haired boy laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, a young Daoist wearing a lotus crown appeared on the shoulder of the god. He smiled without saying a word. Qin Pingon asked Old Deaf, "Is there no one to restrain him for making such a ruckus?" Old Deaf nodded, "There is." A sharp sword light arrived in the blink of an eye and shattered Lu Qin, like a piece of ice being smashed by a heavy hammer. The white-haired boy reformed his human form extremely far away. He was unharmed, but the magic robe on his body was already in tatters. He didn't speak anymore, as though he had an agreement with the owner of the sword light. He stared at a certain place far away before transforming into a rainbow light and heading to the corpse of a god nearby. He pulled out his sword from its sheath and began to chisel the mountain. He used the short sword as an awl and his palm as a hammer. Clanking sounds rang out, and in an instant, there were countless fragments and dust flying everywhere. Finally, he dug out a golden body fragment the size of a chestnut. He crushed it in his palm and then smeared it on his magic robe. The golden light flowed like water as though it was alive and mended the magic robe on its own. Qin Pingon asked in a low voice, "The material used to forge the military school's armor pill is actually a fragment of a god's golden body? As for what kind of treasure was used to forge the 3 types of military school's armor pills, there were no records in the books of the vast world." In the past, Qin Pingon also didn't ask Cui Dongshan and Wei Pai about it. As for the origin of the golden copper coins, it had long been confirmed. After the Lotus Root Blessed Land became a mid-grade blessed land, other than immortal coins, it also needed a large amount of golden copper coins. Old Deaf nodded. The process of making the military school's armor pill is complicated. The core material is indeed a golden body fragment. The eldest sword Immortal suddenly appeared beside Qin Pingon. However, it was shattered by the sword light in the next moment. Then the white-haired boy who had just dug out the second golden body fragment dashed towards the entrance of the prison. However, halfway there he was shattered by the sword light again. When he stuck his head out of the prison to look around, the sword light arrived again. The white-haired boy could only squat on the steps and continue to use the palm-sized golden body fragment to mend his magic robe. Old Deaf laughed. After breaking the contract, he can only stay in the prison for 10 days. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Isn't that more troublesome for me? Can I trouble that sword Immortal Senior to change the punishment?" Old Deaf said, "As long as there's wine." Qin Pingon felt a little regretful. He had come in a hurry and only had 2 pots of wine left. He couldn't bear to give them away. Especially after seeing Twisting Core, these 2 pots of wine were even more unacceptable. With that otherworldly demon pestering him, he could just treat it as training his Dao heart. Unexpectedly, a vision appeared. The eldest sword Immortal slowly walked out of the prison and grabbed the neck of the otherworldly demon as though he was carrying a chick. It was no longer as indifferent as when he faced the sword light. The white-haired boy was trembling in fear in the hands of the eldest sword Immortal. However, Qin Pingon suspected that the scene in front of him was a deliberate trick by the otherworldly demon. However, he soon confirmed that the eldest sword Immortal was not a false illusion. This was because above the lake in Qin Pingon's heart, there was a piece of paper that the eldest sword Immortal had casually manifested. On it were written the arrangements of many sword immortals. Just as Qin Pingon finished reading it, the piece of paper disappeared. Regarding the path of retreat for the young sword immortals outside of the Great Wall, the eldest sword immortal had already made a decision. He directly explained it to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had slightly modified it. The eldest sword immortal agreed to some of it but still rejected some. When Qin Pingon saw this piece of paper, he was even more certain of the eldest sword immortal's intentions. It was not much different from his own guess. After the battle, Qi Tingji, one of the 3 old sword immortals who carved the words on the city wall, rushed to Fuyao continent alone. This old ancestor could not bring any of the Qi family disciples with him. When Qi Tingji arrived at Fuyao continent, he needed to guard the mountain water cave for 100 years. After 100 years, he could do as he pleased. If the demon race attacked Fuyao continent, Qi Tingji could not rely on the savage world and had to dig a hole for himself to hide. Qin Shi would fight to the death and reincarnate using the method of dismemberment. His soul would be collected in a life lamp and brought to the 5th world by other sword immortals. Although he could be born with knowledge, he still needed a Dao protector. As for Dongsanging, he would not leave. Life and death were in his hometown. Nalan Xiaowei would also dismember and leave the world. His life lamp would be brought to the green underworld by a Dao protector. Although after dismemberment, the path of cultivation in the next life would be greatly hindered, the great path would be achieved. It was extremely difficult to stand side by side with the previous life, but it was better than dying. Old Deaf himself chose to rely on Old Blind instead of following the demon race army to the vast world and serving as a slave in the 100,000 mountains. Actually, the reason was very simple. He was afraid of death. Many Ascendant Realm great cultivators cherished their lives to an unimaginable degree. Tong Yisek's Du Mao was the best example. He could do whatever he wanted and resort to any means. Sects, heirs, disciples, reputation, they could all be abandoned. As for Lu Ji, the path of retreat was paved by Qin Pingan. Other than Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan and Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan would all travel with Lu Ji. Connecting to the previous arrangements made by the eldest Sword Immortal for the young Sword Immortals, Qin Pingan finally decided on a goal. Almost everyone had to leave. After that, they would truly be separated from each other. Then, to a certain extent, their respective cultivation bases were for reunion. For example, Qi Tingji would go to Fuyao continent, but Qi Shou would stay at Inverted Hanging Mountain. Qin Shi would go to the Fifth World, but Qin Sanxia would travel the vast world. As for Gao Yeho, his sister Gao Yuqing, who would follow Qin Shi, she would become the direct disciple of Fuping Sword Lakes Li Kai and go to North Continent. The next great battle would also be the last battle in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 10,000 years. It did not matter if they were not Sword Immortals. They could just hide. However, at the end of the great battle in the future, it was inevitable that some demons would escape and head north of the city. Not everyone could survive. Sword Immortals of the lower 5 realms. Those who wished for the dead to die and went up to the city to fight would still die if they were not capable enough. However, as long as they could hold on until the end, they could preserve their lives and their future. Sword Immortals of the middle 5 realms. Those who wished to live would live. Those who could not die even if they wanted to. Only Sword Immortals of the upper 5 realms. Their life and death were not in their own hands. The eldest Sword Immortal had already made arrangements. The eldest Sword Immortal walked out of the top of the prison steps and threw the white-haired boy he was carrying to the ground. He asked, "Are you tired of living?" The otherworldly celestial devil was prostrating on the ground. The white-haired boy who could do as he pleased in front of Old Deaf and the young hidden official only dared to shake his head and not say a word. A person whose true appearance could not be seen appeared beside Qin Qingdao. Only the sword hanging from his waist could be seen clearly. Qin Qingdao said, "If you don't drink, you won't be able to raise your energy. Your sword is soft, do you think it's embroidery?" The strange Sword Immortal who was being scolded did not say a word. Qin Pingan and Old Deaf came in front of the eldest Sword Immortal. Qin Qingdao grabbed the 2 youths and brought them into this world. They fell to the ground and vomited. Qin Pingan only recognized one of them. He was a nameless 3rd realm Sword Immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His background and aptitude were ordinary. The youth was in charge of distributing the robes and swords of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He would also frequently carry the injured Sword Immortals away from the city. As for the other youth, Qin Pingan had no impression of him at all. Qin Qingdao said to Old Deaf and the Sword Immortal, "Keep them by your side and serve them for 100 years. In the future you can do whatever you want." Old Deaf did not dare to disobey. The Sword Immortal whose true appearance could not be seen also did not make a sound. To the 2 youths it was a great fortune. Qin Qingdao looked at the otherworldly demon who was sprawled on the ground. "When it's time to speak, have you become mute?" The white-haired boy hurriedly sat up and said righteously, "Lord Hidden Official should be feeling resentful. Who are you working so hard for? Compared to that tailor, it's even more of a waste. Why did such a great fortune land on the heads of 2 brats who are worse than pigs and dogs? This Qin Qingdao is so unfair, so how can he be a damn hidden official? He might as well rebel against the Great Wall of Sword Qi and go to the wilderness to seek a position that won't lose to Lord Hidden Official. That's what a real man should do." Qin Pingan held his forehead with his hand. The youth who was about to have a Sword Immortal servant out of nowhere was very uneasy. The other youth who would become Old Deaf's master was very calm. The Sword Immortal took off his sword and gave it to the youth. Old Deaf looked at the nominal master with a smile. Qin Qingdou led Qin Pingon towards the prison. Qin Qingdou said slowly, "If not for the fact that we are here, the person talking to you would be that otherworldly demon. Life is like a dream. From the moment you focus on refining the water droplet, you will be taken advantage of. You don't believe me? Do you think you are sufficiently wary of that otherworldly demon? Then give it a try." Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and conjured his intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow Caged. Then he seemed to wake up from a dream. Qin Pingon surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was still sitting cross-legged, refining the water droplet. Old Deaf was still standing by the side with a smile. The green snake and the white-haired boy with the short sword were still sitting cross-legged on the god's shoulder. However, the small world of Sparrow Cage did not exist. It was an illusory scene. Qin Pingon felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Heaven and earth changed again. Beneath the prison, seeing the tailor twisting the core, she still leisurely bowed. However, when she raised her head, her eyes were filled with mischief. Am I fake? Does she have to be real? The next moment, Qin Pingon and the youth in the water prison were looking at each other. The youth stood up and smiled. "Are you sure that killing me will save the world from a calamity?" In another instant he returned to the sea of clouds. Young Daoist Zhou Xian stood on the god's shoulder and smiled. "Is my Dao skill high?" Without waiting for Qin Pingon to think, he came to the entrance of the prison. The sword Immortal, who was shrouded in clouds, slowly dispersed, revealing half of his face. He said, "Aren't you curious why my image is blurry? Is it because of the appearance of the sword Immortal at the peak of the mountain in your heart?" Scenes flashed past Qin Pingon's mind one after another. However, there were some additional words. Old Deaf stood under the stone tablet of Partridge Sky and slowly said, "Master Hidden Official, as the disciple of the literary saint, your knowledge doesn't seem to be high enough." At the entrance of the prison, the eldest sword Immortal grabbed the white-haired boy by the neck and slowly walked to the top of the stairs. He suddenly laughed. "Do you really think Qin Qing has such remarkable ability? I didn't expect Master Hidden Official to admire the eldest sword Immortal so much. However, he doesn't seem to have a good temper." Two youths were caught by the eldest sword Immortal from the great wall of sword chi into the small world. The more timid youth suddenly laughed. "So the youth in Master Hidden Official's heart should be wholeheartedly kind." The other youth shook his head. No. Even if he's young, he should have a calm temperament like me. Otherwise he won't live long." Even if he secretly condensed his consciousness into a mustard seed and went to the water manor, the green-clothed boys were actually gathered outside the door of the water manor. They all had the appearance of extraterrestrial demons. Qin Pingon's head was getting more and more painful. On the verge of collapsing, he returned to the stairs. After Qin Pingon sat down, he took out his life-flying sword, Sparrow in the Cage. However, he was stunned. Didn't he already take it out? Raising his head, he saw Qin Qing, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, turn his head and ask, "How was it?" Qin Pingon was stunned speechless. Qin Qingdu smiled and said, "You've seen through my illusion and you've won? Have you ever taken a step out of the prison? Are you sure you've really come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? How do you know that everything you have today is just a dream of golden millet that Lu Chen gave you? Is it possible that you're still in your hometown Mud Bottle Alley? How can you be sure that you're not a fish in Haoyang observing people? Could you be a certain immortal who entered a dream to observe Dao?" Qin Pingon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He fiercely punched himself until he fainted. On the stairs, the white-haired boy squatted by the side and said in a muffled voice, "Taking advantage of the situation is an unfair victory. This kid is just a little certain. I don't dare to delay his important matters." Qin Pingon laughed. "Resolving the troubles in front of you has always been Qin Pingon's strong point." Old Deaf praised from the side, "It's already not easy for our Lord Hidden Official to be able to confirm that he's in prison." The white-haired boy said angrily, "I have too many restrictions here. Otherwise this kid wouldn't even be able to deliver that punch." He probed, "Qin Qingdu, if you have the ability, why don't you let me enter his dream? If he wakes up, I'll call Old Deaf Grandpa." Qin Qingdu said, "I don't have the ability." Therefore, the white-haired boy was very tactful and could only dismiss the idea. This was because even if Qin Qingdu had no other ability, he had the ability to completely kill this otherworldly demon left behind by an Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal. Seamstress Twisting Core appeared in the surroundings. She first bowed respectfully to Qin Qingdu before asking curiously, "Boss, why did the sword immortal do that?" The unconscious Qin Pingon seemed to be continuing the dream on his own. His expression kept changing. Sadness, anger, reminiscence, relief, grief, and joy. Qin Qingdu frowned. Qin Pingon knocking him out with a punch wasn't a big deal. He was right. However, now that he was awakened by a punch from an outsider, there was no small hidden danger. The white-haired boy said in a trembling voice, "It really has nothing to do with me." In the end, the young man fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was incomparably stable, as if he was dreaming a good dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Qin Qingdu grabbed the white-haired boy's head and lifted him up. He said solemnly, "Go take a look and see what's going on." The otherworldly demon mumbled. After that, Qin Qing increased his strength and it suddenly howled in grief. It had no choice but to disappear in a flash into the young man's dreamscape. After a while, it left the dream and said helplessly, "Strange, strange. There's nothing strange about it. It's just a little kid jumping around in an alley with a face full of smiles." Then it turned into a small yard with snow falling. A child who hasn't grown up much was in high spirits and also looked very happy. These two scenes were repeated over and over again without being shaken by thunder. There are only these two pictures. Old Deaf probed, "Is there anyone else in the picture scrolls? Can you conjure someone and use words to break the dream?" The white-haired boy shook his head. "It's difficult. The picture scrolls are too blurry. This is a small world and there's a big world between it and the vast world. This brat's hometown seems to be another small world. I'm not familiar with this brat's life, so how can I do it? If I really tamper with it, it'll be easy for him to sink deeper into it. When that time comes, even immortals won't be able to save him." In an instant, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, his back drenched in sweat. Qin Qingdu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How did you get out of the dream?" Qin Pingon kept silent. Qin Qingdu shook his head and sighed. "You should know how difficult it is to enter the upper 5 realms in the future." Qin Pingon nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Qin Qingdu looked at the otherworldly demon, and the latter immediately promised, "This brat will be my grandfather in the future. I promise I won't mess around." Qin Qingdu left with Old Deaf and Twisted Exon. The white-haired boy didn't dare to stay for long, afraid that Qin Qingdu, who was in a bad mood, would vent his anger on him. In the end, only Qin Pingon was left behind. After they left, Qin Pingon smiled. He had a good dream. At the end of the dream, he dreamt that someone bowed and someone returned the gesture, so the former didn't know. It was him when he was young. At that time he was still carrying a large basket. After Mr. Qi bowed and returned the gesture, he smiled and said goodbye to his junior brother. Qin Pingon didn't remember such a thing. He only knew that he had indeed bowed and thanked Mr. Qi back then. If it wasn't a good dream, then what was it? 673. Qin Pingon sat on the steps, rolled up his trousers, took off his boots and placed them into the white jade item. As for the other 2 items, the one that Yan Ming lent to him had already been sent to the pill workshop to be repaired by an expert. The remaining Daoist token item was exchanged with Sun Qing, the chief of Sparrow Manor, using the case on well. At that time he even earned an additional 30 grains of grain rain money. If all the businessmen in the world were as straightforward as Sparrow Manor, Qin Pingon would not complain even if he carried an entire manor on his back, let alone carrying a case on well. Of course, if the mansions could be refined into bonsai like Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, the more the better. The item that was related to Daoist Sun under the heavens had already been entrusted to Alliance to pass to the Daoist saint. At that moment, Qin Pingon carried the near-hand object and walked through the venerating sword pavilion. After collecting all the Sword Immortal's portraits, the near-hand object was asked for by the Great Sword Immortal. When it was returned, it had already been set up with a secret restriction. Even the owner, Qin Pingon, could not open it. He did not know what the Great Sword Immortal was up to. Qin Pingon walked along the veritable, divine path, under his feet and went to the bottom of the prison alone. He gently rolled up his sleeves. The human body was a small world and the heaven and earth were the human body. This saying could not be viewed as a simple Daoist general term. This prison that did not even have a name, together with the 6 great demons of the upper 5 realms, imprisoned a total of 70 demon cultivators. Excluding the 3 from the lower 5 realms, including the young man in the water prison, most of the cultivators were earth immortals. They were all ferocious people. If they were placed in the wasteland world or the vast world, they would be the heroes of a region. Without exception, all of them had killed sword cultivators on the battlefield. Most of them had even destroyed more than one natal flying sword. As Qin Pingon walked, a few great demons of the upper 5 realms who were hiding in silence appeared from the miasma of the prison. They approached the sword light fence either in their true form or in human form. They sized up the young man who was wearing a green robe and had rolled up sleeves. He could even speak elegant words of the wasteland world. A great demon in human form stood near the fence of the prison. He looked like a middle-aged man who had cast a camouflage spell. He wore a green robe and looked very elegant, like a scholar. There was a bamboo flute at his waist. It was clear as if it had been there for thousands of years and was unwilling to leave. He tapped lightly on a sword light with his finger. His skin clashed with the sword light, and his flesh was instantly mangled with a sizzling sound. A strange fragrance that was absolutely devoid of meat was suffused. He asked with a smile, "Young man, is the great wall of sword chi about to fall?" Qin Pingon stopped and looked at the great demon across the sword light fence. He nodded and said, "To us it's not good news." According to the records of the Summer Palace, this great demon's alias was Yun Qing. His true form was a rainbow luan, and his feathers were the best material for refining Daoist feather clothes. Therefore, when the great demon ascended to the upper 5 realms, he naturally had a magic robe that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. However, the feathers of the great demon Yun Qing were extremely slow to grow. After being imprisoned here for 700 years, the pill workshop only managed to collect 7 feathers. They were sold to 3 Daoist sects one after another. The great demon Yun Qing asked with a smile, "Is Yu Qing dead? Have I ascended to the upper 5 realms?" Qin Pingon answered truthfully, "Yu Qing isn't dead. I'm already the youngest sword immortal in the wasteland world." Yun Qing nodded and gave his thanks. His figure disappeared into the thick miasma again and he seemed to sigh. After passing through the next cage, the great demon that had revealed his true form crazily rammed into the sword light fence. The latter was indestructible and the clouds in the cage churned. The great demon's efforts were in vain and it only caused a bloody storm. The loach was in the mud, and it fed on the flood dragons in hopes of transforming into a dragon. Qin Pingon asked, "Is there a shortcut to the path of the water race's transformation into a dragon?" Just like the heavenly fox's Dao, as long as the heavenly master's seal is imprinted on the fox's skin, he can avoid the heavenly tribulation. Many ghosts and spirits would need to form a group with a person under their protection to have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the gods in their respective territories. There were countless ghosts and monsters in the world that were blocked by mountains and rivers. Not only that, there were rumors that many flood dragons, when they failed to cross the river, would use all kinds of methods to find various places of protection, seals, and even hide in 2 lines of words in a sage's book. However, there were some things that Qin Pingon had seen with his own eyes, and there were more like rumors that he had never had the chance to verify. The great demon suddenly quietened down and slowly transformed into a human. It was an old man with a withered face. "Little brat, give me 1/2 kilogram of fresh blood in exchange." Qin Pingon said, 1/2 kilogram. The great demon originally thought that it was just a joke to relieve boredom, but he didn't expect this young man to be so stupid as to really bargain. The old man held the sword light fence tightly with both hands, and his eyes were full of vigor. He laughed loudly, "Little brat, you're not old, but your chi and blood aren't bad. The blood essence of your heart is only 3 grams. The blood of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels that are stuck to the path of your soul 8 grams. Ordinary blood at least 1/2 kilogram. Just give it to me and your grandfather will pass on to you a priceless immortal mantra. Let alone a flood dragon descendant, even a monster of the water race will be able to transform into a dragon without any hindrance." Qin Pingon remained silent. After waiting for a few moments for the great demon to show some surprise, he finally said, "Is the secret gate opening art of the Yaluo so simple? I've seen your master's methods and they're not limited to just this." This great demon, who was only separated by a fence, had actually used a technique that could be considered an extremely high-quality water ghost dragging technique. Monsters use their gazes to pry into one's heart, and with just the slightest thought, one's organs would be shaken and one's soul would be taken away, becoming a puppet. The Yaluo was the undisputed domain of water in the world of wastelands, and the monsters of the water race were powerful. Some of the water ghosts and water immortals of the Great Lakes and rivers were fond of using poisonous life substitution techniques to drag people into the water and reverse their yin and yang, bewitching people's hearts. Thus there were many people in the world who, when lacking in yang energy, ancestral yin and luck, would inexplicably throw themselves into the water. The old man put away his injured hands. His wounds healed at an extremely fast speed. The blood mist that was burned by the sword light did not leak out of the cage at all. The old man sneered and said, "If it wasn't for the restriction, you would have been lying on the ground in a state of bliss by now." Qin Pingon said, "If not for the fact that I wasn't a sword immortal, I would already be eating a pot of loach stewed with tofu. Water ginseng is very nourishing and can even sober you up." The old man's face darkened. In the world of wastelands, this great demon was called Xianxia, a homonym for green loach. What a waste of a good name like Xianxia. Qin Pingon asked, "Are you going to do business or not?" The old man's body changed and the smell of blood in the prison surged. The great monster showed his true form. His eyes were as big as lanterns and his huge head was close to the sword light fence. He looked down from above and stared at the young man who spoke without thinking. Qin Pingon turned and left. The great demon said, "Yes, Grandpa is thirsty. First, give me half a gene of fresh blood to quench my thirst. If it tastes good, Grandpa will give you the remaining half a gene, and then I'll tell you about the shortcut of transforming into a dragon to avoid disaster." The youth nodded and continued forward. The great demon banged his head against the bars and angrily said, "You bastard, you dare to play with your ancestor." Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "Later I'll have old Deaf come and take your 3 qian of heart blood essence. Remember to think carefully about your words and don't deceive me. I said half a gene of ordinary blood earlier, but you still didn't agree. I don't understand. Enough, is this how you do business?" After Qin Pingon left, old Deaf chuckled as he stood outside the great demon's Xianxia prison. Beside him was a muddle-headed youth named Yoyu. His name was strange, and it was said that the youth's Dao preacher had casually named him after seeing the words on the tablets in an alley. The other youth was named Zhou Xian. The two youths who didn't know each other had completely different attitudes toward the young hidden official. The former kept a respectful distance from him, while the latter wanted to become a big shot like the hidden official, even in his dreams. When interacting with the barefoot youth, Xianxia was very casual. After seeing Old Deaf, he immediately retreated into the fog. Old Deaf glanced at the fog in the prison and nodded. "So there's a saying about this loach being a ginseng in the water. It can sober one up. I've learned something else." Yu said softly, "Lord Hidden Official is very knowledgeable." Old Deaf smiled. "He's even more vengeful. Don't provoke this kind of scholar in the future." The great demon on the throne looked up. The master of the old Yaoyuo was the master of the great demon Xianxia. That old woman had once killed a traveling sword immortal surnamed Yu on the battlefield, causing the hidden official to be poked in the back by sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore the young hidden official had been very polite to the great demon Yunqing. When he saw the loach, one of the 4 great dangers of the Yaoyuo, he began to settle the score. He first collected some interest and earned whatever he could. Yu said nervously, "Grandpa Deaf, I didn't even dare to speak when I saw Lord Hidden Official, so how could I provoke someone who seems to be in the heavens? I definitely wouldn't dare. Besides, Lord Hidden Official has exhausted himself for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and I respect him very much. Now I'm regretting that I was too cowardly and didn't get to speak with him." The Great Wall of Sword Qi only referred to the youngest generation. In everyone's eyes, the young hidden official might be different. For example, Jiang Yun and Yuan Zhaohua were martial artists who practiced martial arts. The poor children who listened to the stories of the mountains and rivers told by the second shopkeeper at the corners of the streets. The young sword cultivators like Sun Zhao who had never seen a young hidden official before but had heard so much about him that his ears were filled with calluses. In addition, there were also young boys and girls like Yu and Du Shan who could already go to the top of the city wall to kill demons. Old Deaf said, "Fortune and misfortune are imminent, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Yu nodded vigorously. "I'll remember it." Old Deaf said with a smile, "I don't know what Sword Immortal boss is thinking. You should switch places with that ambitious Du Shan. You should be able to get along well with that drunkard. Who knows, you might have a great fortune in the future." The young god was dejected. His constitution and temperament were too weak. He had probably disappointed Senior Old Deaf. Qin Pingon was still walking and stopping. He was neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll in the mountains. The seven-tailed fox demon used all of her methods. When the young hidden official passed by, she changed her appearance several times in a short time. She used her original appearance and camouflage to become a voluptuous woman, a young girl with light rouge on her face, a petite nun, or a cold woman with a crown. In the end, even her gender was blurred and she became a delicate and pretty youth. She saw that the young man didn't stop walking, so she took off her clothes and exposed her body. She was as beautiful as jade and knelt beside the sword light bars to sob, begging for his attention. Qin Pingon didn't pay any attention to her. His heart was as still as water as he observed withered bones. The fox demon didn't give up. When the young man with a heart of stone was facing the cage, she pounced forward with her hands on the ground. Her voice was soft as if she was weeping and complaining. Her back was straight like the rise and fall of a mountain range. Qin Pingon walked straight into the distance. He walked to the fourth last cell. This was a Dragon Gate cultivator. He was skilled in concealing his presence. His trump cards were 2 life-bound items that could bind flying swords. He was a ruthless fellow who loved to slaughter sword cultivators on the battlefield. Actually, Qin Pingon didn't really like this kind of action. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sword immortals Nailand Saihuan and Qisho were all famous for being ruthless. However, according to the records of the hidden official's lineage, this Dragon Gate cultivator who came from a large sect in the wilderness was famous for his brutality in his hometown and among the demon race. He was especially fond of buying bamboo boxes, which were regarded as bastards in the wilderness. He had once bought several female sword cultivator captives with the great demon Chong Guang on the mountain. One could imagine what happened to him. Qin Pingon said softly, "Senior Twisting Heart, help me open the door." Qin Pingon knew the secret technique of the prison's restriction, but he couldn't open it. The sewing woman appeared and the sword light fence instantly disappeared. Qin Pingon walked forward and found that she had no intention of leaving. Qin Pingon stood at the door, his back facing the tragic woman. He was about to speak. Twisting Heart said, "Isn't the hidden official overestimating himself? Or is it because of your face that you don't want outsiders to see the brutality of a Confucian disciple? There's no need." Qin Pingon nodded and rolled up his sleeves. About half an hour later, Twisting Heart looked at the back of the squatting figure. Only the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator was still intact. Below the neck, the rest was a pile of mud, but it wasn't dead. The skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and soul were inserted layer by layer in a leisurely manner. It seemed that the young hidden official had suffered a lot in his path of martial arts. He was like an expert who had been ill for a long time. Even the Dragon Gate cultivator, whose body and mind were tough enough, was begging to kill me, kill me. Qin Pingon only cut out one of the cultivator's eyeballs and crushed it lightly. He wiped the cultivator's forehead a few times with his finger and asked, "Is there a slight difference in the human form that the cultivator transforms?" Twisting Heart nodded and said, "It's not just the cultivator transforms that are different. Even we who study the Daoist techniques of the world come from the same source but have different branches. Those that can be called authentic can all ignore the influence of the branches as much as possible. Unorthodox Daoists are second, evil Daoists and demonic Daoists are second. They can all climb the mountain with different difficulties and strengths. The more authentic they are, the more precisely they can grasp the meridians of the human body and the fewer detours. The reason is simple. The wider the path, the more abundant the spiritual qi and the endless stream of horses and carriages. If the path is narrow and rugged, the circulation of spiritual qi will be limited. However, nothing is absolute. Talented cultivators are not restricted by this principle and can still reach the top." Qin Pingon stretched out a finger and pressed it against the cultivator's forehead. He gently slid it down like a knife and then gently peeled off the cultivator's skin. Twisting Heart saw that his movements were slow and steady. Most importantly, his state of mind was unperturbed. There was no resentment, no sorrow, and no joy. He was simply a natural tailor and executioner. Among the 10 types of cultivators listed under the heavens, the executioner and the sewing man had many similarities. Twisting Heart reminded, "Killing a Dragon Gate cultivator with a weak physique is not enough for me to tailor." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I know. I'm just warming up because I plan to learn the art of tailoring from Senior Twisting Heart. Twisting Heart shook her head and said, I advise you not to get involved in this path. You will only be hated by the heavens and earth and obstruct the great path. A martial artist becomes a god and a sword cultivator ascends to the heavens. This is the path that a secluded official should take. Qin Pingon poked the cultivator's forehead and stood up slowly. He said slowly, there is no need to worry about spells. You just need to be calm. Evil people will be punished by evil people. Evil people will only be punished by evil people. It's a difference of one word. The former is too helpless and the latter is too absolute. I don't think both are right. Twisting Heart was silent. Qin Pingon walked out of the prison and went to the next cage. According to the records of the Summer Palace, he could just punch as he pleased. The only similarity between different methods was that he would first announce his name. Vast World Qin Pingon. Twisting Heart followed behind the young man and watched the entire process from the beginning to the end. Twisting Heart would open the embroidered bag on her waist and take out different thin needles and short knives to deal with the corpse. The young secluded official would stand at the side and watch. Twisting Heart's Een spirit was very strange. Her Een spirit was already as small as a mustard seed and could not be seen clearly. Her Een spirit also had to hold an even smaller natal item, the embroidery needle. When Qin Pingon was facing a golden core demon, he allowed the other party to attack with all his might and did not retaliate. When confronting a golden core sword cultivator, Twisting Heart was surprised to find that the young secluded official had disappeared into thin air, as if he had isolated a small world. After deactivating the innate ability of the flying sword, Qin Pingon watched as Tui Exen dealt with the corpse. He asked, Senior Tui Exen, among the 10 types of Qi refinement warriors including the tailor, how many types have you personally seen? Twisting Heart's hands did not stop moving. She skillfully selected the marrow, pulled out the tendons and broke the bones smoothly. However, it had little to do with pleasing the eyes. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Twist Exen told the young hermit some secrets that were not even recorded in the Summer Palace. The lone riders of the South Sea who carried the Dragon King basket to capture the weary dragon and steal the water fate served a great demon who had fought with the fire dragon Immortal. Even the fire dragon Immortal, who was slightly stronger than the fire dragon Immortal, could not break the ancient mountain and water formation at the bottom of the sea after 10 years. It was said that the ruins used to be one of the main palaces of the ancient water god. Qin Pingon heard this and said, Fire Dragon Immortal was indeed an unworldly master. Twisting Heart did not raise her head and asked casually, Have you seen Fire Dragon Immortal before? She was sculpting and imprisoning the heart that was cut open by the young secluded official and the golden core of the demon that was hanging next to it. Her tiny Een spirit was threading the needle. Qin Pingon nodded. Twisting Heart raised her head and stopped what she was doing. Fire Dragon Immortal was the one who killed my master. Qin Pingon did not answer. Senior, please continue. I am not interested in the past grudges of the world. Twisting Heart's gaze was still on Qin Pingon. Her eyes were getting more and more heated. Qin Pingon accepted his fate. Of course, he could not be the only one to collect debts from the great demon Xianxia. He had to allow Twisting Heart to settle the score with him. Twisting Heart continued to talk about those strange things. Perhaps it was because he had been in prison for hundreds of years that it was rare to meet a living person. The sewing man was not stingy with his words. Those passers-by, who had refined ancient tombs and triggered the invasion of the Yu army, could change the heaven and earth and turn 1,000 li of land into a place of the Yu army once they tore open their life banners and staked everything on it. There was also the beautiful corpse. Her charm was better than a fox's charm. She was half human and half ghost. Even immortals could not detect her. She liked to mess around in the palace. It was just that the beautiful corpse rarely appeared. However, before her whereabouts were exposed, she was destined to leave behind many deeds in the history books. There were also the flower thieves on the mountain who specialized in capturing the spirits of plants and flowers to refine them into pills. The 12 flowers concoction Small Dan. If they captured 108 flower tree spirits, they would concoct a Big Dan. Their methods were extremely vicious, but their effects were shocking. They were the arch enemies of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. It was said that the founder of the Flower Thief sect had a secret feud with the flower mistress of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Many sanctimonious immortal masters were eliminated in name, but in reality they were worshipped. They were rich and made a lot of money. Qin Pingon heard this and asked curiously, "Those goddesses of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land, do they really have the true spirits of ancient flowers among them?" Because he thought of the heavenly official goddess of the skeleton beach city of murals. Twisting Heart nodded. "I once caught an original infant realm flower thief and brought him to the 100 Flowers Blessed Land to exchange for a key treasure. I can confirm that the 4 flower deities were indeed very old. Instead, the flower mistress of the blessed land was a latecomer." At this point, Twisting Heart glanced at the young man. "It's a poem that has been passed down from generation to generation." Qin Pingon smiled. "Reciting poems has always been something I'm not good at. It seems that I'm destined to have no fate with the 100 Flowers Blessed Land." Twisting Heart said something inappropriate. "Are you sure you can return to the vast world alive?" Qin Pingon said, "I'll try my best." Twisting Heart continued to talk about the god of plagues. Actually, it could not be said to be a pure good or evil person. It was a pitiful person who was hated by gods and ghosts. It was suppressed by the Tao, and almost everyone's life was not in its own hands. They were either imprisoned by the righteous Qi cultivators and isolated from the world for the rest of their lives, or they were raised by the evil cultivators from a young age as puppets and accomplices. At the very least, they could threaten the imperial court and become a money tree. Once they were thrown onto the battlefield, their killing power would be extremely great and there would be endless trouble. The plague would spread and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Within 100 years, not even a blade of grass would grow and miasma would be rampant. There was also the immortal dove. As the name suggests, it was a dove that specialized in taking over the magpie's nest. Any Qi cultivator in the world could be used as a magpie's nest by them. They could plant their thoughts in the hearts of others without anyone knowing. There was also a type of teacher fairy who traveled between the world of the living and the underworld without permission. It was the most secretive. There was also the debt collector who specialized in targeting the foolish people in the streets and villages. He could transfer his negative karma to his enemies and also secretly collect the incense from the clans and temples. Finally, there was the mirror seller who traveled everywhere and specialized in capturing and refining the shadows of the ordinary people. He wantonly captured people's souls, determined their fate and took away their fortune for his own use. As for the mirror seller, Twisting Xen also mentioned a rumor that was not known to be true. In the history of the vast world, there was once a talented mirror seller who tried to refine the bright moon into a dressing mirror. Once it was done, the world, whether it was the ordinary people or the cultivators, would have to look up to the mirror. The consequences could be imagined. After listening to the strange inside stories on the mountain, Qin Pingon sighed softly. "Those who have achieved Tao live a long life. As long as they are willing to travel around, there will always be strange people and strange things to see." While they were talking, Qin Pingon also saw Twisting Xian's natal item. It was the 10 embroidery needles that her yin-yang god held. There was an extremely thin 7-colored luster at the end of the needles, which was aimed at the 3 souls and 7 spirits respectively. After finishing what she was doing, Twisting Xen returned to her yin-yang god. She stood up and said, "I made a rough calculation. There are more than 60 demons. If you can kill them all, I can sew 32 places for you. You are a pure martial artist, so the palm lines, the back of the hand and the 5 fingers will all have to be done. The face aperture acupoints mainly focus on the pair of eyes. The heart is naturally the most important part. I will pierce it with a needle and thread and twist the heart. It may take a long time. The back is mainly the spine. After peeling off the skin, I will pull the entire spine out an inch or so. These are not too difficult, but the 3 souls and 7 spirits are the key. After sewing and putting on clothes, that is when the real suffering begins." Qin Pingon was expressionless. Twisting Xian nodded. He was not old, but he was bold. Then the young hermit picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. 674. Qin Pingon and Twist Xen walked to a cage. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He was barely breathing. He was as thin as firewood and was all skin and bones. However, his fist intent was majestic. Wisps of fist intent materialized like countless tiny flood dragons coiled around the man's body. He was a genuine far-wandering cultivator. During the battle before Qin Pingon arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, This pure martial artist from the wildlands had killed 6 sword cultivators with his fists. One of them was an earth immortal sword cultivator. The man opened his eyes and asked, "You're here to kill me?" Qin Pingon nodded. The man glanced at the woman sewing clothes behind Qin Pingon and said calmly, "Take your own head." He knew he was no match for that ugly woman who looked neither human nor ghost. She was vicious and had caused him to suffer a lot. Qin Pingon said, "A battle of Q-seeking fist. Life and death." The man sneered, "A pure martial artist from the Great Wall of Sword Chi wants to use me as a whetstone? I'm afraid that if I punch you, you'll be hugging that woman's waist and crying out in pain. Huh, it's a pity that this woman isn't pretty." Qin Pingon said, "Senior Twist Xan, close the cage door. We'll open it after we kill one of them." Twist Xan closed the door. Offensive sword lights appeared. Inside the cage were 2 martial artists. The man stood up. "You're pretty straightforward." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and said, "Vast world, Qin Pingon." The man was slightly taken aback. He cupped his fists and said, "Wildlands Golden Creek City Hongyin." A far-wandering cultivator and a golden body cultivator attacked at the same time. Inside the cage, energy from their fists surged. In the blink of an eye they exchanged dozens of punches. Qin Pingon mostly used his fists and legs to neutralize his opponent's attacks. He defended more than he attacked. In the end, Hong Yin's legs swept across his waist. His feet were still rooted to the ground, but he only moved about 10 feet away. Hong Yin pushed off the ground and closed in. However, Qin Pingon turned his body and raised his leg. He bent his knee and kicked Hong Yin's abdomen. He changed his strength and pressed Hong Yin to the ground. Qin Pingon did not pursue. Instead, he took 2 steps back and placed one hand behind his back. His other hand opened into a palm and placed it in front of him. The fist lowered. However, his fists were rising. Hong Yin, who wasn't seriously injured, slapped the ground with his palm and flipped himself up. He asked, "Are you stopping now?" Qin Pingon said, "I know your foundation, but you don't know mine, so I'll let you test me. From now on, I'll give you 100 punches to test whether my punches are light or heavy." After that, Hong Yin twisted his wrist. His spine, ribs, and all the joints in his body were like a fish flipping its back. The energy from his fists exploded and his divine intent poured out. He had indeed wanted to test Qin Pingon when he exchanged moves earlier. Hong Yin laughed. "If you really have the confidence to say that, you have to be at the 9th realm." The man had only heard of pure martial artists in the vast world. Due to their innate physiques, they were all trash. Qin Pingon shook his head. "I haven't reached far wandering yet. However, killing Hokue men on the battlefield is not a small price. I haven't fully recovered even now. However, I'll be frank with you. When I fight, it's never a problem whether I'm injured or not." Hong Yin walked slowly while Qin Pingon just stood in place. He didn't even shift his gaze, allowing Hong Yin to walk a path that wasn't too far away. As an extremely powerful far-roaming boundary expert, Hong Yin had naturally heard of Hokue Gate, who wore extremely fancy attire. Hong Yin had never seen him but had heard of him. He liked to wear bright red armor, and wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown with 2 extremely long feathers. His entire body was covered in precious treasures. As a result, Hong Yin did not think much of Hokue men. As a pure martial artist, he should have nothing but his fists. For example, the barefoot young man before him with his sleeves rolled up was refreshing and very pure. Hong Yin asked, "Are all the martial artists in the vast world like you? Do they all have to make things clear before they attack? Are there such strange rules?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I just want you to feel a little better before you die." After pausing for a moment, Qin Pingon was still honest with him. "You haven't fought for too long. Your fists are rusty and you're too wary of the woman outside the cage. Your fists are far from being at their peak. What's the point of me killing you with just a few punches?" Hong Yin said no more. The fist of martial artists was a matter of principle. It only depended on the weight of the fist and the skill of the fist. In the following 100 punches, Hong Yin's punches were swift and violent. His aura was like a whale swallowing rainbows, living up to his name. A knee strike smashed into his opponent's chest. The young man in green slid back a dozen steps. He only took a stance without punching out. His spine shook like a dragon vein, dispersing all of the force. Hong Yin's fist also smashed into his opponent's shoulder. Taking advantage of the slight gap in his opponent's body, Hong Yin's fists surged. He smashed into the young man, almost knocking him into the sword-light fence. However, his opponent's gaze, expression, and even his fists were almost deathly still, not moving at all. Hong Yin's final kick swept towards his opponent's neck, causing him to flip a few times. In the end, he actually pressed his palm against the ground, head facing the ground and feet facing the sky. His body was completely still. His eyes were tightly shut. His left hand was in front of him, forming a sword seal. In the last few punches of the 100 punches, Hong Yin twisted his body and threw the young man with his long arm, sending him flying. The latter's breathing was heavy. He pointed to the ground and flipped a few times, changing his landing position continuously. He just happened to dodge Hong Yin's punches. In the end, the young man stood still right in the line between Hong Yin and Ye Exin. The 100 punches had already ended. It was not that Hong Yin did not want to fight to the death in an instant, but his instincts as a martial artist made him not dare to casually get close to his opponent. Hong Yin stopped in his tracks, greatly surprised. Ye Exin was also very curious. As a Qi refinement warrior who was half a wild cultivator in the Jinjia continent, Ye Exin had traveled around for hundreds of years. She was also a tailor who specialized in finding good silk. She was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists in the vast world. Even if it was a 9th-tier martial artist, she had also encountered a hurried battle on a narrow path. Since when did a young man who was not even 30 years old have the bearing of a grandmaster? Moreover, the martial artists of the remote travel realm and the peak grandmasters that Nye Exan had seen mostly had a domineering aura. Even if their divine aura was restrained and their fists were in the right place, once they fought with their fists, it was still a heroic spirit that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split open. They definitely did not have the kind of indifference and calmness of this young man's fists. After the two exchanged punches, Nye Exan found some clues. Qin Pinggan's choice was even stranger, as if he had changed his mind. Hong Yin fought to his heart's content, while Qin Pinggan still did not go overboard. However, he did not dodge much and focused on blocking. After about half an incense's time, Hong Yin suddenly retracted his fists and asked doubtfully, "I've already changed my martial qi twice. You're still fighting with one qi?" Qin Pinggan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and did not answer the question. "I'll come back in 2 days to exchange pointers with you." Hong Yin shook his head and took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, "It's fine if you look down on Golden Creek City's Hong Yin. Martial arts are not as good as others, so you don't deserve the admiration of your opponent. But you, Qin Pinggan, don't tell me you look down on martial arts." Qin Pinggan was silent for a moment and nodded. "Senior, you're right." Qin Pinggan finally changed to a pure qi. His fists looked loose on the outside like an ape, but inside there was a dragon. He used Zhong Qiu's peak fist stance to support himself and directly started with the deity drum beating style. Before the martial artist Hong Yin died, his expression was like a fish on a hook, suddenly freed. As usual, Nye Exin collected the corpse. However, this time Qin Pinggan did not watch. He just sat outside the cage and drank a mouthful of wine. He was already familiar with many sewing techniques. Nye Exin, on the other hand, seemed to have nothing to do and asked, "How did you learn this fist technique?" Qin Pinggan's back was facing the cage. He said slowly, "The person who taught me this fist technique did not like to talk about fist principles. He only said a few sentences, but there's one sentence that I dare not forget. My fist is in the sky and there's no one in front of me." Nye Exin nodded. "That martial artist is so bold." After that, Qin Pinggan went to the next prison. The demon imprisoned was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. The sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm came from a sword sect called the Lofty Glory sect. There were only a few sects in the wilderness that used sword cultivators as their foundation. It was completely different from the vastness world. Not any sword immortal in the upper 5 realms could establish a sect in the wilderness. Even if the sect's flag was raised, it would not be able to hold on. Great demons ran rampant in the wilderness. They were unscrupulous. Among them, they hated sword cultivator sects the most. After all, sword immortals and sword cultivators were the most precious. Therefore, great demons did not kill people. They only harmed the mountains and rivers' great formations. After a while, who could withstand such torment? Therefore, every sword cultivator sect in the wilderness, as long as they could survive the 100 years when they were first established, they would become an extremely powerful sect. According to the secret records of the Summer Refuge Palace, the Lofty Glory sect once had a sword Immortal hidden in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later, his identity was exposed and he was killed. The Lofty Glory sect used several sinister secret techniques to capture the sword Immortal's soul and forced him to cultivate in the sword. In the end, the sword Immortal was refined into a puppet that still had some intelligence left. However, he could only listen to the orders of others. He appeared during the siege of the city and was killed by the Yen family's chief reverend, Li Tumi, and was freed. In this prison, after Nye Xian opened the door, Qin Pingon introduced himself. He only said the 2 words "Q sword," and took out the caged sparrow. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm knelt on the ground and said that he was willing to swear loyalty to Qin Pingon in exchange for his life. Seeing that the young man was unmoved, the sword cultivator was even more decisive. He was willing to sacrifice his Dao foundation to strip off his natal flying sword and give it to Qin Pingon. He only wanted to continue living in this prison. This sword cultivator, who was a direct disciple of the Lofty Glory sect's ancestral hall, fought on the battlefield, and his sword was extremely unpredictable. His natal flying sword, Heavenly Sound, had 2 natal abhijnas. Wherever the flying sword passed, no other flying sword could be seen. There was only the extremely faint sound of mosquitoes and flies. If the sound of mosquitoes and flies rang in a person's ears, it would cause quite a commotion. It would vibrate violently in a person's chi residence and acupuncture point, and naturally, it was a great killing force that was as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the thunderous sound of the flying sword naturally contained the true meaning of 5 thunders. The most difficult thing to guard against was that when an enemy detected the flying sword, they had to identify its location by the sound. However, once they heard the sound, the flying sword would rush into the sword cultivator's body even faster. As soon as the sword chi moved, wind, thunder, clouds, and rain would immediately occur in a person's small world. It was precisely because this demonic sword cultivator's flying sword was too illogical that he was specifically targeted by the 2 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was imprisoned. After Qin Pingon obtained the Heavenly Sound, he kept the flying sword, Sparrow, in the cage. There were some records of the Lofty Glory sect's secret sword techniques in the Summer Palace. However, Qin Pingon asked again and found that there were many omissions. Qin Pingon and Sei Exin looked at each other. She immediately understood and entered the prison. At the same time, a small and exquisite Yin spirit flew out of the body, holding 10 embroidery needles of different colors. After knowing that he was going to die, the sword cultivator was filled with hatred and cursed Qin Pingon incessantly. Sei Exin was rather satisfied. Previously, when she fought with the rainbow drinking fist, Wu Fu Hongyin died too easily. She had too little resentment towards the young hermit, which was not a good thing. Sei Exin's sewing technique not only involved the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, it could also gather resentment. Qin Pingon stood at the door and drank another mouthful of wine. He was very thrifty. He could not wait until he was really suffering and not be able to drink wine. Sei Exin fiddled with the sword cultivator's golden core and said casually, "You can't always have things go your way when you are in your position." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I have already thought through these things. There is no need for a reason to kill demons in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It is the same whether I am a hermit or not. The only thing I am unhappy about is that my cultivation level is too low. If I were to face any of the sovereign level demons now, I would die. Not to mention them, it is already very difficult to face a nascent soul sword cultivator. If I were to face a sword immortal, I would definitely die. It is too difficult to become a sword immortal." Sei Exin smiled and said, "I don't think it is too difficult to become a Realm 5 sword cultivator at such a young age." Qin Pingon was speechless. It was rare for the sewing woman to joke. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, Old Death had asked for 3 grams of blood essence from the Loach demon. The young hermit was not human when it came to doing business. Old Death had also asked for a few more kilograms of meat from the Yel Yuo Jr. Anyway, he had taken in a young master who seemed to know how to cook. He had a pot of good wine and a pot of the loach tofu stew that the young hermit mentioned. It was truly a life of immortals. As for the simple and honest young man's master title, would Old Death take it seriously? Did he really think that he was an ascendant realm cultivator who ate meat and chanted Buddhist scriptures? What the eldest sword Immortal did was just to give you an opportunity. At most, it was a protective talisman. As long as the young man did not have the ability to receive the opportunity, once the 100-year time limit was up, his life and death would be clear. If it was the clever Zhou Xian, old Def would have already thought of how to deal with Zhou Xian 100 years later. That was why it was said that fortune favors fools. He was too stupid. Old Def was too embarrassed to make a move because it was not interesting. And you did not take the master-servant relationship seriously. That was where the young man's true path to survival lay. That was why reading more was still a good thing. Just as the young hermit had said, one should never treat an ascendant realm as a great demon. Old Def grabbed Yu's shoulder and they left the dungeon that had almost suffocated him. They circled around the corpses of several demons and the broken golden bodies of gods. As far as the eye could see, it was a treasured land that brought peace to the young man's mind. There was a gurgling stream, and in front of the thatched hut by the stream, there was a huge grape trellis. The lush green covered the vast land, and even the sleeves of his clothes were jade green. Every time Yu took a breath he felt relaxed and happy. It was a mysterious feeling that his spiritual energy and sword energy had been cleansed, allowing him to directly skip the chi refinement stage. The more it was like this, the more the reserved young man did not dare to breathe loudly. In the end he was still a guest who had come to visit, so the young man did not dare to be rash. Old Def smiled. Just focus on breathing and guiding. You don't need a few breaths of spiritual energy. A small fish swimming in the river can't drink the water until it dries up. Old Def stopped. Master hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for a while. Yu nodded vigorously, feeling very nervous. That was because the senior beside him had told him about the identity of the sword Immortal, a penal officer. An ancient official position that had disappeared many years ago in the history of Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was on the same level as the hidden official. Old Def didn't go into detail and only said that the sword Immortal of the penal officer felt guilty and was too ashamed to show his face to others. In another direction, two people slowly walked over along the stream. They were the sword Immortal whose face could not be seen and the young Zhou Xian. Around Zhou Xian's waist hung a few small pouches that were weaved from silver threads. They gave off a golden light that was as dazzling as the morning sun. Old Def smiled. No wonder. In this heaven and earth, the corpses of great demons and gods were in the invisible river of time. Their corpses were continuously decaying, melting and peeling off. However, the golden bodies of the gods would occasionally have some accidents. For example, piles of golden sand. What was even rarer was the fragments of the golden bodies. That young hidden official had traveled previously, but his luck wasn't good. He didn't see a single one of them. On the other hand, the young Zhou Xian had followed the sword Immortal and returned with a full load. That sword Immortal would definitely not take the initiative to destroy the corpses of the gods. Every day he would just wait for money to fall from the sky and bend down to pick it up. He must have brought Zhou Xian along to see how his luck was. Beside the stream, there was a woman pounding clothes on a green stone chopping board, striking the clothes with a pestle. Zhou Xian shouted and she suddenly raised her head. Her face was radiant and beautiful. Zhou Xian suddenly became absent-minded. There was a small girl washing muslin holding a bamboo basket beside the woman pounding clothes. Her bright eyes had a smile, and when she saw the youth's dazed state she couldn't help but laugh. The sword Immortal penal officer and Old Def nodded their heads. Only then did Old Def bring a gloomy look to the grape trellis. Under the grape trellis, there were exquisite porcelain cups of different heights hovering in the air. They seemed to be waiting for the grapes to fall into the cups. There were 12 graceful women on the 5-colored December flower god wine cups and 12 poems that suited the scenery. Old Def smiled and said, in that vast world other than the female flower gods, there are actually 12 male flower gods. They are all the meritorious officials and favorites of 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Most of them are immortals and literary magnates. Under a stroke of fate, they were inspired and wrote stunning poems that went down in history for certain flowers. Alliance once revealed heavenly secrets, saying that the birth of these famous poems was not all by chance. There was no lack of flower god ladies adding fuel to the fire. Beautiful night trips in front of flowers under the moonlight are truly enviable. The youth was gloomy and felt that he was listening to a heavenly book. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Old Deaf would occasionally go to the top of the city, but he would pretend to be deaf and mute. At most he would only exchange a few words with Alliance when he met him. In fact, just by looking at the Partridge Heavenly Tablet inscriptions and Old Deaf's conversation with Chen Pingon, one could tell that this Ascendant Realm Great Demon was knowledgeable. A short white-haired boy carried a jade-white skeleton on his back. He walked as if he was flying and ran to the opposite bank of the stream. His white skeletal feet dragged on the ground, making crackling sounds. It was clearly the remains of a golden immortal. It was unknown where he had dug it out from. The torture official, who was shrouded in clouds, turned his head to look at the otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at him across the stream. He said with a smile, "I'm just here to send a greeting gift to congratulate the two esteemed sons of heaven. I'll send one today and make up for it tomorrow." Old Deaf chuckled. The sword immortal did not say anything. The white-haired boy said in all seriousness, "I swear on my identity as the grandson of the hidden official and Old Deaf's grandfather. I'm just going to take a look at their hearts. If I do anything sneaky, I'll be struck by lightning." He said with grievance, "Just a few looks, really just a few looks. It's been far too long since I've seen the scenery of the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The otherworldly demon turned his head to look at the two youths. "My surname is Wu and I'm known as Tianwu. I'm famous and chatty and I'm full of trivial things. I don't put on any airs as a senior, so you two can just call me by my full name." Old Deaf and the torture official would not underestimate this otherworldly demon. He was indeed an extremely annoying neighbor. The white-haired boy wanted to continue pestering him, but a sword light flashed. The white-haired boy threw away the set of bones and ran. Every time he condensed into a human form, he would be shattered by the sword light that followed him like a shadow. After dozens of times, he was dozens of miles away from the cottage before the sword light stopped following him. The white-haired boy hovered in the air, feeling extremely sorrowful. That was because a sword light was hovering not far away. This was the torture official's flying sword technique. As long as the sword immortal was willing, the sword light could chase after the otherworldly demon for several years. The white-haired boy raised his hands. "Little darling, go home. I won't bother you. I'm going to find the hidden official." He left as soon as he said so. In a flash, he arrived at the steps of the prison. The sword light did not follow him. The green snake and the child, with the short sword, walked slowly. They were very regretful that they were unable to enter the minds of the two youths. When he looked at the memories of others, it was like looking at paintings and scrolls. The blurrier the memories, the blurrier the images. The deeper the memories, the blurrier the images, and the deeper the memories, the more vivid the paintings. They were like real objects in the real world, so much so that even the finest details could be seen. The otherworldly demon's methods did not stop there. There was also the method of raising the brush. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater the otherworldly demon's abilities. It could even casually tamper with and smear the paintings that were treasured in the hearts of others. Could make people forget some things or suddenly remember some things. The reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was a person of the devil Dao and was feared by the cultivators at the peak of the vast world was because he was proficient in this Dao. However, the city lord still had many other unreasonable methods. This demification otherworldly demon was fascinated and wanted to visit the city lord in the Central Plains divine continent to spar with him. However, he could not escape from this prison. He had to find some fun. In any case, Qin Qing had already promised him that as long as he did not directly attack the youth and borrow his items, he would not do it more than 3 times. He still had 2 more chances. The white-haired boy chose 2. The fox demoness with mediocre charms and a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms who was bound to die. The hidden official was a man after all. Looking at his attire, he was also a scholar. There were many great desires in life. Love was the most lingering. Men and women were the same. Everyone had their own obsession. Morality was the shackle. There was no difference between immortals and mortals. The fox demoness came from a fox cave in the desolate world. It was a pity that she only had 7 tails and her Tao was shallow. The white-haired boy came to the prison where the fox demoness was imprisoned. Before the other party could sense anything, he had already entered the lake of her heart and flipped through the books to browse the paintings. After a while he swaggered out of the fox demoness body. However, he had only used a camouflage technique. He shook his head. It was too horrible to look at. It was too clumsy. No wonder the youth was unmoved. The fox demoness was still oblivious. The white-haired boy muttered to himself, "The next time you see that Qin Pingon, you should return to your original appearance. Face the sky without makeup and your clothes are neat and tidy. I'll help you make up a sad and sincere story. For example, you came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to meet a lover. Then I will give you an extra supernatural power. With the art of the gorgeous corpse, you can cultivate the art of color refining. Then I will help you secretly build a romantic tent. Only then will you have a chance of winning. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid for being too calm and having a strange state of mind." No matter what the natal item of the gorgeous corpse was made of or what the final form was, whether it was a red muslin tent, a step bed or an embroidered handkerchief, it was all called a romantic tent. It also had another name for the land of warmth. This otherworldly demon casually occupied the heart of a seven-tailed fox demoness and began to draw. Suddenly he laughed. "Cultivators, my fate is in my own hands? Isn't he overestimating himself?" After fighting with a nascent soul cultivator who was not a sword cultivator, Qin Pingon was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was panting heavily. Twisting Xen threw him a porcelain bottle. Then she busied herself at the side and said, "Haste makes waste. It is right to start with the golden core cultivators." Qin Pingon said, "I have to find a place to stay here, the kind where I can cultivate in peace." Twisting Xen said, "Then you have to find that otherworldly demon. He is good at turning nothingness into reality." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Since I can't hide, I won't hide." Twisting Xen continued to clean up the mess and said, "We will start work soon. Let me tell you a little about the ways of the sewing man. You can be mentally prepared so that you don't have to rush things and suffer unnecessary hardships." Qin Pingon immediately sat up. Twisting Xen said, "What we are doing now is to start with sculpting the eyeballs. But it doesn't sound very pleasing, so let me tell you something simpler." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and could only nod. Twisting Xen said slowly, "According to the rules of the sewing man, the human body is divided into 3 meridians: mountain, water, and qi. Muscles and bones are the mountains, blood is the water meridians, and qi meridians are the qi meridians." Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "Senior Twisting Xen, please tell me in detail. The more detailed, the better." He could testify with seniorly heir's words and greatly benefit the martial arts. Every detail of a person's body was like a geographical map of a vast territory. Twisting Xian explained the details in a lot of words. She then raised her hand and opened her palm. Her skin grew very quickly and soon she was no different from a normal person. For example, the 5 fingers are mountains and the lines on the palm are water. This is the layout of the fusion of mountains and rivers. If you look at the lines on the palm, you can see the entire world in the palm. If you follow the meridians, you can see the 5 viscera and 6 bowels clearly. Otherwise, where does the abhijna of a cultivator come from? Without waiting for Qin Pingon to ask about the secrets of controlling mountains and rivers, Nye Xian changed the topic. She raised her palm and spread her fingers. "I can sew clothes into the true form of the 5 sacred mountains. I can also draw the cloud seal of the 5 thunder righteous techniques. I can also use the art of embellishment to refine the 5 elements. I can also write heavenly edicts. With just my 5 fingers alone, I am adept at 6 of them." Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the sewing man was extremely talented and no one could surpass him in the future. He used the layering formation technique to fuse several secret techniques into one. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. His abhijna was not inferior to the ancient Count of Wind and Master of Rain. He once rode the wind to Mount Longhu and cast the 5 thunder righteous cloud seal with a single palm. Qin Pingon said tentatively, "I once saw an illusion in a scholar's notebook. It said that someone tattooed a few hundred lines of poetry by a great poet on his body. Was it the sewing man's way of thinking?" Twisting Xen was silent for a moment and said, "There's something wrong with his head." Qin Pingon could only nod and agree. "Indeed. I thought so at that time." Twisting Xen continued to elaborate on the sewing man's various secret techniques. Qin Pingon took out the blade's strengthening gourd but did not drink. Twisting Xen asked casually, "Why do men like to drink so much? Especially those who cultivate Dao. Drinking is a waste of time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is not like the vast world. Even if you break through, you may not be able to live long. There are a few Earth Immortal sword cultivators who would squat by the roadside to drink and eat pickles. In the future, such a scene would no longer exist in the world. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and thought of her in his heart. He smiled and said, "Women are wine. There's no need to drink." Qin Pingon leaned back. He forgot who said it. Young men liked young women and drank glutinous rice wine. The wine was not strong, but it could still intoxicate people for the first time. When men grew up, they liked women. It was like drinking wine. If they were not careful, their liver and intestines would be burned. When they got older, they would miss women. It was winter and they warmed a pot of yellow rice wine. Twisting Exon turned around and said jokingly, "Next time don't say such things to women." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I'll change it." Other than Ning Yao, there was nothing else to say. Qin Pingon closed his eyes. He knew that he could not rush the matter of sewing clothes in the prison, but he still wanted to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, the otherworldly demon was looking at a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a great battle was imminent. The sun shone on the city. The old Daoist gently patted the sea of clouds under the largest praying mat in the world. He waved at the sun in the sky with his other hand. "I'm not full of merit and I don't have enough money. I can only borrow some light." The vast sea of clouds first scattered and then condensed into golden gods. The old Daoist waved his sleeves and landed on the battlefield. On the line, the gigantic monster that had revealed its true form collided with the golden-bodied godly spirit. The monk in the Kasaya shook his shoulders and shook off the lion-like bugs that had been refined into Buddhist scriptures. The scholarly sage sat upright. The sun was just right, suitable for drying books. The title of the book had the word, natal. The opening of the sect also revolved around the word, natal. There were countless demons that attacked cities in the wilderness. On this day, Qin Pingon sat cross-legged outside a cage. Twisting Exon put her hands behind her back and stared at Qin Pingon's eyes. Her Een spirit was carefully carving one of the young man's eyeballs with an embroidery needle. It had been going on for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, so small blood beads condensed and flowed out of the eye socket. Twisting Exon observed the young man's state of mind and casually said, "If you can't even get through this, I advise you to give up on the sewing. Don't close your eyes. If your eyeballs move even a little, all your previous efforts will be wasted. You should consider the consequences." As long as he could get through it, the sewing would have mysterious methods to heal his injuries. After a while, Twisting Exon was slightly surprised and said, "Not bad. It seems that you can do 2 things at the same time. The eyeballs will be painted with the most superficial yellow and black, and the needles will be drawn slowly. The engraving will be mainly done with the cloud seal, and the inscriptions will be the most shallow. However, your spine won't be so easy. The main thing is to use the rushing knife technique. The 9-fold seal, birdworm seal, and weeping seal will be engraved on the joints of your spine. These are the techniques of stripping clothes, but the more important ones are the techniques of putting clothes on. It's still too early. If you feel that you can't take it today, or if you feel that you can wait a little longer, speak now and tell me." Qin Pingon remained silent. Twisting Exon came behind Qin Pingon and used her hands as knives to cut off his green robe and skin. She reached out and pulled out the entire spine. The woman bent her fingers and gently knocked. She listened and said regretfully, "You've misunderstood me. Why are there so many hidden injuries? Why don't you show them normally?" Twisting Exon put the spine back to its original position and said in a complaining tone, "Don't apply medicine first. You should get used to this pain as soon as possible. Aren't you able to endure it? Just enjoy it." Qin Pingon couldn't speak and had to try his best to maintain his state of mind and soul in the state of stagnant water. Otherwise, he would have wrung this woman's head off. In the prison, a building with a square sky and a square earth appeared out of thin air a few days ago. Other than the 4 pillars, there was no other cover. It looked like the pavilions that could be seen everywhere in the human world, but it wasn't exactly the same. Qin Pingon walked slowly barefoot. Inside, his field of vision was wide, although he couldn't see anything. The white-haired boy of the air-green snake was hanging outside the building and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Qin Pingon didn't stop walking and asked back, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said angrily, "How can a cultivator's state of mind be so fragmented? It's like a battlefield. You've made me hit a wall everywhere." Qin Pingon slowly punched out and said with a smile, In the light there are laws. In the dark there are ghosts and gods. In both the dark and the light there are both turbid but conscience is still in the heart. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon are bright. What's so strange about that? Twisting Exon stood on the stairs in the distance and reminded, let's get to work. 675. On Upside Down Mountain, the disappearance of the Plum Blossom Garden had become a popular topic of discussion. Then a large group of sword cultivators came from the Sky Ape Mansion. They were led by two sword immortals. One of them was Sun Jian, who had a wide network of friends, and the other was Mihu, who was rumored to have ascended to the immortal realm. They came on foot and left in a continuous stream of carriages and chariots. It was very lively in the sky and on the ground. However, when the sword cultivators set up such a formation, the natives of Upside Down Mountain pretended not to know. If they were thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, which Sword Immortal would not dare to curse. However, once they were close to the sword cultivators, what else could they do? They could only keep quiet. Only an immortal master of records who traveled here did not believe in heresy. He secretly performed the power of Mountain View and saw the horrifying scene in the Sky Ape Mansion. The pavilion was torn into pieces. The old nascent soul cultivator from the Snow Mountain continent knew that things were not good. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm and withdraw the power, a dazzling sword ray appeared in the night and pierced through the old cultivator's palm. The sword ray flashed again and pierced through the old cultivator's left cheek and came out from the right. The flying sword had returned to the Sky Ape Mansion. The old cultivator who was in pain understood that his eyes could not see and his mouth could not speak. However, he could not help but resent the sword immortal's domineering behavior. In his hometown, how could a nascent soul cultivator be humiliated to such an extent? The sword cultivators emptied the Sky Ape Mansion and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Aura that night. The prosperous mirage of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura had become increasingly desolate in the past few months. Shops and goods kept moving to Upside Down Mountain. If they did not have a place to stay in Upside Down Mountain, they could only return to their respective sects in the vast world. After all, every inch of land in Upside Down Mountain was worth its weight in gold. In addition, with the city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura as the boundary, the south was a forbidden area. The Mountain View Grand Array had been activated and used as a camouflage. Therefore, the towering city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura was no longer a scenic place to travel. This caused the business in Upside Down Mountain to become increasingly desolate. Currently, the ferry that traveled between Upside Down Mountain and the 8 continents had extremely few tourists. They carried fewer passengers but more goods. Therefore, many cross-continent ferries that sailed on the water was extremely deep. For example, the Old Dragon City's Osmanthus Islands ferry. Many of the cross-continent ferries that passed through the clouds and rain also slowed down a little. The war was tense and the situation was perilous. Upside Down Mountain was well aware that the Wildlands attack on the city this time was unusual. However, the Great Wall of Sword Aura had gone into seclusion more than once in its history, so it was not to the point of panic. There had been many cases where the Great Wall of Sword Aura went into seclusion and sold the deeds to immortal families and the records of their shops and mansions at a low price. Afterwards, they were all bitterly resentful and regretful. The person in charge of the Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great mansions in Upside Down Mountain, was a female cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm. Her name was Zhou Xian and she was one of the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect. One of her direct disciples had great fortune and had taken a fancy to a destitute wild cultivator called Fu Ku. The latter had the opportunity to transform into a fish dragon and had broken through at an unimaginable speed. He was considered one of the best in the history of the Rain Dragon sect. Yunqian's thoughts were even further. Other than the future of the Rain Dragon sect, she was also worried about the war at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. After all, the Water Essence Palace was not like the Spring Banner House and the Plum Blossom Garden. It was not refined and could not be brought away. It was also not like the god of wealth of the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu clan. The priceless Yuan Rua Manor was dispensable. It was just that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was now heavily guarded, especially by the lineage of the hidden officials. Sword cultivators were meticulous and ruthless. All cultivators who broke the rules, regardless of whether they did it intentionally or not, never returned. There were several people who came to the Water Essence Palace one after another. They were all cultivators who had achieved Dao with the Rain Dragon sect. There were even 2 nascent soul cultivators and an old immortal in the unpolished Jade realm from the Talisman sect. They all hoped that she could help them pass a message to the heavenly monarch of Upside Down Mountain or to a sword immortal familiar with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The heavenly monarch had long gone into seclusion. Zhou Xian went to the lonely peak to look for the old immortal who had refined the dragon's whiskers to forge a horsetail whisk immortal weapon. However, she did not expect to be directly rejected. She then wanted to ask someone to send a letter to the sword immortal Sun Jian, whom she had a good relationship with in the past. However, the letter disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. It was as if Sun Jian did not receive the secret letter at all. Cloud Sign stayed in the Water Essence Palace and felt uneasy. He could no longer cultivate in peace, so he rushed to the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall and called for a meeting. He proposed to relocate the sect, but he was mocked and ridiculed. Although Cloud Sign was prepared and understood that this wasn't an easy thing to do and that it was too far-fetched, he couldn't help but feel disheartened when he saw the people in the ancestral hall suddenly change the topic and talk about various businesses. When the sword cultivator left the Yuan residence, a spring banner house messenger flying sword quietly arrived at the Water Essence Palace. After Cloud Sign opened the secret letter, there were only 2 words on the paper. Beiqian. There was sword immortal Sun Jiuan's signature on the letter, which Cloud Sign was very familiar with. There were also 2 ancient seal scripts, hidden official. Cloud Sign had heard of it for a long time, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. The hidden official's seal script was on top, and the sword immortal's signature was on the bottom. It was in accordance with the rules. It shouldn't be a fake. Cloud Sign didn't dare to be negligent. He quietly left the inverted mountain again and hurriedly returned to the Rain Dragon sect. This time he only found the sect master's senior sister. He didn't expect her to throw away the letter and sneered, "What, isn't it enough to demolish the Yuan residence? Now you want to demolish the Water Essence Palace? The young hidden official has a good plan. Cloud Sign, do you believe that as long as you go to the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, who has become the hidden official's confidant, will talk to you about the ownership of the Water Essence Palace?" Cloud Sign was skeptical, but he didn't forget to control the letter and carefully put it into his sleeve. Seeing this, the sect master became even angrier and said in a more serious tone, "The Rain Dragon sect's ancestral property was not easy to come by. You and I know the hardships involved. Zhou Xian, you and I, in the matter of expanding the territory, have made absolutely no contributions. Now could it be that we can't even defend Qingdu? Have you forgotten why you were banished to the Water Essence Palace? Even those nascent soul realm experts dared to criticize you. Wasn't it because you provoked everyone's anger in the ancestral hall? They couldn't even take down the small Luhua island. If you lose the Water Essence Palace, how are you going to face the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect? Do you know what everyone said about you behind your back? Soft-hearted. A pure Jade realm immortal master, do you think it's appropriate?" The sect master didn't want to belittle this junior sister too much. After all, the Water Essence Palace still needed Cloud Sign to personally oversee it. If the stubborn Cloud Sign was really angry and made up an excuse to go out to sea or travel to Tongya continent to relax, she as the sect master couldn't stop him. Thus she softened her tone and said, "Don't forget, the deal we made with the Mountain Water Cave's founder in the Great Wall of Sword Chi back then was recorded as an old debt. The new hidden official has great power in his hands. How is the Mountain Water Cave in Fiao continent now? Is the ancestral hall still there? Cloud Sign, are you trying to make the Rain Dragon sect follow in his footsteps? This hidden official's methods can't be underestimated. He's especially good at using power to suppress others." Cloud Sign nodded slightly. The sect master's tone became serious again. "Junior sister Cloud Sign, I only have one last thing to say. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has an old grudge with our Rain Dragon sect. Does the new hidden official have any old friendship with you? Why are you planning a retreat for our Rain Dragon sect? Is it really repaying evil with good? Cloud Sign, that's all I have to say. Think about it." Cloud Sign left the Rain Dragon sect and returned to the Water Essence Palace. In fact, Cloud Sign had listened to the sect master's senior sister's words. The deceit of the immortal masters on the mountain indeed left a lingering fear in her heart. Cloud Sign had suffered greatly on her path of cultivation. She had faced 3 great calamities in her life. Other than a natural disaster, the rest were all caused by people around her. However, she didn't give up and went to Spring Banner House. Sword Immortal Zhou Xian seemed to have expected this and handed her a secret letter. He said that the hidden official had looked through the Rain Dragon sect's records and was very impressed by Immortal Master Cloud Sign's soft-heartedness. Cloud Sign frowned. Zhou Yunyan smiled. The hidden official didn't expect Immortal Master Cloud Sign to believe his suggestion. He only asked that she destroy the letter on the spot after reading it. Otherwise, it would be easy for new problems to arise. It wouldn't be good for either the hidden official or Immortal Master Cloud Sign. Cloud Sign returned to the Water Essence Palace and read the detailed secret letter. She didn't sleep for a night. At the end of the letter were 8 words. The sect is divided into north and south. The firewood is in the mountains. At Spring Banner House, after Cloud Sign left, Miyu and Nayland Saihuan appeared at the same time. Miyu asked with a smile, "Brother Xiao, do you think Cloud Sign will bring people to the north? If she really has such courage and means, how many Rain Dragon sect disciples can she save?" Zhou Yunyan said, "The sect has always been divided into groups. Cloud Sign is used to doing business in the Rain Dragon sect. She only has cultivation and is very unpopular. So even if she's willing to move, she can't bring many people with her." Miyu said, "Cloud Sign can't bring people with her. She doesn't need to bring them with her." Nayland Saihuan looked unhappy. "You still have the nerve to say that Cloud Sign is soft-heartedness. Believe it or not, if Cloud Sign really moves to the north and splits the Rain Dragon sect, the Immortal Masters in the south will be able to survive and integrate into the north. They will resent the Great Wall of Sword Chi for not helping them, especially our hidden official with the Bodhisattva's heart. As long as Cloud Sign is careless and leaks the contents of the 2 letters, she will be hated." Zhou Yunyan nodded. That's why she asked Cloud Sign to destroy the secret letter. She must have expected that this person's heart is unfathomable. I believe that Cloud Sign, who is focused on cultivation, should be able to think of the pros and cons of this. Miyu said with a smile. "So what if Cloud Sign can't think of it? Would our hidden official care about this?" Zhou Yunyan sighed. "I'm afraid that the Rain Dragon sect, which believes that everything in the world is just one thing, has more than one person in the ancestral hall who wants to support the dragon. They still think it's a business deal." Nayland Saihuan sneered. "Without the hidden official's brains, how can they be qualified to talk about business under the general trend?" The woman knew that she had misspoken and left slowly, continuing to settle the score. Zhou Yunyan and Miyu looked at each other and smiled. At the crossing of the inverted mountain, there was a cross-continent ferry from the North Continent. 62 new sword cultivators had arrived. They did not speak much and went straight to the main gate, rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the floating building that looked like a pavilion, Qin Pingon sat on the ground with his fists on his knees, breathing deeply. The thing he was sitting on was the bamboo mat that he had picked up from the plum blossom garden. Other than helping cultivators to concentrate and calm their chi, it also had a magical effect that allowed Qin Pingon to refine the green water droplets with abundant water chi faster. Not only that, perhaps because of the bamboo mat's material, other than the water residents which benefited the most, the wood residents also benefited a lot. The water droplets that Qin Pingon refined had excess water chi. With a little guidance, it could be sent to the chi residence where the wood residence was located. A wisp of continuous water chi flowed in a long line all the way, nourishing the internal organs. For cultivation on the mountain, this kind of immortal item might not be of high quality, but it was the most indispensable. Little by little, it might not be effective in 2 or 3 years, but once one cultivated wholeheartedly and stayed in the mountain without caring about the weather for a few decades or hundreds of years, it would be a completely different world. Therefore, as Lu Tai had said, the immortal masters of the large sects would definitely have a natal item that could assist in cultivation. If they had enough immortal money, they would also need other items besides the natal item. What they sought was a long-term great Tao like a skyscraper rising from the ground. According to the different immortal abodes and corresponding cultivation realms, they had to constantly change the items. There were many things to pay attention to. The extraterrestrial demon floated around the building and didn't say anything. It was as if the young man was more worthy of investigation than the disciplinary official and sword immortal who were shrouded in clouds and mist. The young secluded official had just returned from a secret realm. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so relaxed. Previously he had been grabbed by the neck and dragged to the place where the corpse of an ancient god had been refined. There was a forbidden ground in the heart of this world that Old Death, the demon of otherworldly demonic body, and the sewing man couldn't enter. There was a small door with a symbolic lock, so Old Death had to take out the key and let Twixen throw the young secluded official inside. It was a golden pond with boiling magma. In the secret room the golden light was blinding. Every time Qin Pingon was thrown into the golden magma by the sewing man, it would take at most a few hours. After walking out of the small door he would be as good as new and his injuries would be healed. However, the things that were close at hand like the sword strengthening gourd had to be left at the pavilion. Qin Pingon asked, "The ancient gods also had Chi-Fu acupoints and their structure was similar to ours?" The white-haired boy stopped. "It's more or less the same. It's just that you humans aren't as close to the heaven and earth as the gods. After all, you are puppets created by them. What they want is nothing more than incense. Your small human body naturally isn't too intricate. However, compared to other races, you are already considered to be blessed by heaven. Otherwise, why would the mountain spirits, ghosts, and even the demons in the world of desolation work tirelessly to transform into human form?" Qin Pingon heard a key word. "Clothes? Is it related to the stainless that Daoist pursues?" The outer sky demon's body slowly rotated. He didn't answer the question and smiled. A sword cultivator's flying sword can break all spells. A market's hatchet can also chop melons, vegetables, and firewood. However, what did the flying sword break? What did the hatchet split? Do you know the reason behind it? Qin Pingon shook his head. His student Cui Dongshan might know the reason behind it. Qin Pingon finally opened his eyes and asked, "In exchange I promised you that you could enter my heart lake 3 times. What did you see?" The white-haired boy of the air-green snake sat cross-legged. He was furious and gritted his teeth, but he didn't say a word. He had done business with this person 4 times. He helped build the building and gave him a female sword Immortal's cadaver and 2 short swords. It was a great loss. Qin Pingon was curious. He picked up the sword's strengthening gourd and took out a short sword. "If you are willing to tell me, I will return the short sword to you." Inside the sword's strengthening gourd, there was still the natal flying sword of the towering glory sect's sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound. It was being nourished. The white-haired boy reached out and grabbed the short sword. He hung it on his waist. There was still one left. It was still being nurtured in the sword's strengthening gourd. He said, "The first time I was a guest, I met a middle-aged Daoist who wanted to spar with me. I was almost scared to death. The second time I didn't go to that rundown house. In the end, I met a young but lethargic old man. He wore straw sandals and had a hatchet on his waist. He walked around and met me. He wanted to talk about Buddhism with me. Just as he said, 'Please sit,' I was shocked again." After talking about his 2 travels, the white-haired boy fell silent for some reason. Qin Pingon asked, "What was the last time?" The white-haired boy asked back, "Do you like to reason that much?" Qin Pingon was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy jumped up and scolded, "There was a guy who talked to me for a few years according to the different speed of the river of time. He didn't even let me go. I really couldn't leave." Qin Pingon smiled. "I didn't know that I was so annoying. Even a demonic transformation realm demon couldn't stand me?" The white-haired boy glanced at the 4 pillars that held up the building. After that, Qin Pingon continued to cultivate. The demonic transformation realm demon continued to wander around. Both of them were silent. On this day, Qin Pingon took off his shirt and exposed his back. Twisting Core took out the spine and started to skin it to sew clothes. She then used several ancient seal scripts, including the 9-fold seal script, to engrave real names on the young man's spine and the skin on both sides. They were all great demons that had died under the sword of the Sword Celestial. They were all ancient monsters that were inextricably linked to the demons imprisoned in the cage. The closer the relationship, the greater the karma, and the better the effect of sewing clothes. Of course, the pain the young man suffered would be greater. In order to prevent the young secluded official's Tao heart from collapsing and his flesh and blood dissolving due to the heavy burden, Twine could only impart a unique secret art to Qin Pingon so that he could be slightly distracted. This was actually a helpless move. After all, Qin Pingon had yet to reach the far-traversing realm. Even after being refined by the golden lava, Qin Pingan's martial body was still unable to bear too many real names of great demons. Twisting Core wrote 3 at a time was already the limit. The young man only had one hand left to control. In fact, towards the end of the sewing process, when Twisting Core engraved the second great demon's real name, Qin Pingan didn't even dare to have any thoughts. But even without any thoughts, his finger was still in the air, repeatedly writing 2 words. Ning Yao. Twisting Core was in the prison and never asked about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore she didn't know who this Ning Yao was. Occasionally when she was resting, Twisting Core would glance at the young man's writing. She couldn't help but be curious. Which girl could make him like her so much? Was there a need to like her so much? 676. Only a few of the 61 demons of the middle 5 realms were left. Today Twisting Core's sewing was the most crucial part. It was the final stage of the spine. Old Death had his hands behind his back and specially came to observe the sewing. As a demon, it was more comfortable to watch people suffer than to watch people enjoy. The white-haired boy called him grandson. Old Death responded and treated him as if he was deaf. Qin Pingan had already entered a meditative state. His mind was immersed, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were nailed with embroidery needles. They were tightly imprisoned by Twisting Core. This was to prevent Qin Pingan from being unable to bear the pain and being unable to control himself, thus ruining the seamless sewing process that could not have the slightest mistake. Twisting Core had put in a lot of effort in sewing clothes for the young hidden official. The reason was simple. She would never have such a chance to practice in her lifetime. And once she succeeded, at least the Qi cultivators of the 2 worlds, especially those sanctimonious immortal masters of the sex, would know that she was a tailor who was despised by everyone. What kind of magnificent feat had she accomplished, which was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future? It was like the human world. Whenever chess was mentioned, White Emperor City would be mentioned. When Dao was mentioned, heavenly masters would be mentioned. Therefore Twisting Core was more eager to succeed than Qin Pingan. As a result, a tailor in the pure jade realm would often feel that his eyes were dry and sore after a long time of cutting and pulling out needles. He picked up the blade strengthening gourd beside him and poured out a green bead with rich water fate. He raised his head and dripped the bead into his eyes. Other than the blade strengthening gourd she borrowed from the young hidden official, Twisting Core took out 2 treasures after sewing clothes twice. They were the golden book and the jade book. Old Death lowered his head to look at the golden book and nodded. Good stuff. The white-haired boy said regretfully, what a pity. It will be useless after it's used. Otherwise my grandpa hidden official's eyes would definitely light up. These 2 items were where Twisting Core's Dao fate lay. Nian Exen once confessed to Qin Pingan that her cultivation opportunity came from the golden book and the jade book, which were the most orthodox treasures of the immortals. They complemented the art of sewing. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to live to this day. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were in the pure jade realm like Twixen, would not be able to see the contents of the golden jade booklet clearly. It was as if there was a natural formation of mountains and rivers. However, Old Deaf and the white-haired boy were both very unusual. The jade booklet was a meditative jade booklet from an ancient dynasty in the Central Plains. The booklet was divided into 24 slips, and the slips were connected by golden threads. Every single jade booklet had been polished by a secret technique. The golden book was the true scroll of the Imperial Edict, which was also known as the Scroll of Imperial Edict. The entire scroll was divided into 3 parts. The first part had a total of 16 words. The first 8 words were written in golden script, and they were all written in the style of cloud seal. Clouds and mist lingered around them as they flowed slowly. The last 8 words were about the longevity of the Tao in the heavens. It was a prayer that was personally written by a great celestial master of Mount Longhu. The second part was the portrait of 61 immortals. The third part was the main text of the true scroll of the Imperial Edict. The content was about an empress who hoped to become a Daoist immortal, Lord Xian. It was rumored that after the dynasty was destroyed, the woman devoted herself to cultivation and finally ascended. The jade book was still alright. After it was spread out, it was only a foot long. However, when the true scroll was spread out, it was more than 3 feet long. The reason why these 2 treasures were taken out was because Twisting Core would use the unique technique of the Imperial Edict to remove the words, talisman and cloud seal. She would then use the Imperial Edict pasting method to place them on the young hidden official's skin and bones. Therefore, it could be said that Twisting Core didn't hesitate to go bankrupt in order to sew the clothes. As for how much calamity and pain the young man would suffer, Twisting Core didn't mind at all. Since he dared to come here and do such a thing, he would obediently accept it. Looking at the golden scroll of the Imperial Edict on the ground, Old Deaf remembered a small matter. Previously, he had agreed to the young hidden official's deal in exchange for his 3 disciples to leave the prison in one piece. Both sides had come to an agreement. Old Deaf had to take out a Daoist technique suitable for the demon race as well as 2 magic treasures of the mountain. Furthermore, they had to be rare items among magic treasures. Regardless of whether it was refining or using them, the requirements had to be low. Gifting the 2 magic treasures was a small matter. However, the Daoist technique was a little troublesome. A Daoist technique that had been passed down from generation to generation was bound to have a lot of restrictions. For example, things within a square inch and things within a foot, as well as some rare talisman, had methods to open and close doors. Another example was a certain talisman that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Celestial Master Residence of Mount Longhu. Other than the descendants of the Celestial Master Residence, even if you were an immortal cultivator, you wouldn't be able to lift it up, let alone refine it. The profound Daoist techniques of the immortals were usually written in accordance with the Great Tao. After being compiled into a book, it would naturally contain miraculous properties. Firstly, the material that carried the words of the Daoist technique was definitely not simple. Secondly, even if a great cultivator removed all kinds of restrictions, Qi cultivators with low realms wouldn't be able to read it. Therefore, the immortals with the word sect would usually collect Daoist books. Most of them passed down their teachings orally and spiritually, which was also known as personal teaching. Old Deaf thought about it and realized that there was no point in keeping the Daoist book. Since he had no intention of establishing a sect, he might as well remove all the restrictions and give it to the young hidden official. However, after that, Old Deaf wouldn't care about how Chen Pingon passed it down to others. It was already very kind of him to pass toilet paper to someone who was squatting in the latrine. He couldn't possibly wipe the person's butt as well. The white-haired boy asked with a smile. If it was you and Du Shanin, wouldn't they be rolling on the ground after one slash? Old Deaf shook his head and said, they would still have a chance if they could barely withstand 2 slashes. Anyway, these 2 brats don't rely on hardship to cultivate. Having a good life is more useful than anything else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enjoy life here. Twisting Core kept her knife and rested for a moment. As her previous slash had been slightly sluggish, she seemed to be in a bad mood. When she heard Old Deaf and the otherworldly demons chatter, her face turned gloomy and she shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Old Deaf, who was known for his good temper in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had indeed distanced himself from the place and walked up the stairs. It was fine that the girl was ugly, but her temper was also so bad. No wonder she couldn't get married. The white-haired boy floated beside Old Deaf and said, "Do you need grandfather to help sharpen that you use Dao heart of yours? You don't have to thank grandfather for such a small favor." Old Deaf chuckled and said, "I advise you not to do it. Boss Sword Immortal is watching over here. If this servant of mine doesn't protect his master well, I'll definitely settle the score with you before I get smacked to death, both new and old." After the 2 fellows left, Twisting Core spat out a mouthful of turbid air and continued to concentrate on her slash. The scene that was too horrible to look at in the eyes of ordinary people was too beautiful to take in all at once. The method of the seal carving was light and noble. After Twisting Core carved the inscriptions, clouds rose and gave birth to a 5-colored Ganoderma. The Een characters were noble and turbid like the mountain roots and dragon veins. Light and noble like the sky, heavy and turbid like the earth. For example, there was the 4-character Yang and Cloud seal script. Instead of writing the true name of the great demon, she wrote the seal script of Tao scriptures and master treasures. Once the seal script was formed, there would be an auspicious aura that lingered around like a sea of clouds around a mountain. There was also the ancient small seal script of Tai faking treasures, Lianxian seal script. When the words were stacked together, they had to be done in an extremely delicate and careful manner. Stacking them into a single word consumed a lot of Twisting Core's mind. With the knife technique, the talisman pattern was filled to the brim with bending and twisting. There was the place where the knife was retracted, and the place where the brush was retracted was like a droplet of dew. It hung low but didn't fall. There was also the cutting knife that was like a carpenter's shavings. Twisting Core lowered her head and gently blew away the useless debris. Those debris naturally came from the young hidden official's spine. After finishing her work today, Twisting Core dragged the young man to the small door again and complained, "Qin Pingon, you can't even hold on like this. At most you'll be done with 30 more slashes. If I didn't retract my knife in time, your entire spine would be crippled. Do you want to break the longevity bridge again?" The young man who was on his last breath could no longer speak. Only his lips moved slightly. He should be cursing someone. The floor was covered in blood. Twisting Core didn't waste any of it. The fresh blood automatically connected into a line and was finally collected into the embroidered bag at her waist. Old Deaf stood by the small door and unlocked it. Twisting Core casually threw the young hidden official into the furnace that was boiling with golden lava. Old Deaf closed the door. Twisting Core was about to leave when Old Deaf said, "Boss Sword Immortal didn't tell you how Sir Hidden Official killed his way to the 5 realms. How do you plan to solve this?" Twisting Core shook her head. "He didn't say." Old Deaf smiled. "Did everything go smoothly today?" Twisting Core's brows were hazy. Qin Pingon being unable to enter the far-traversing realm isn't a long-term plan. Actually, the current suffering is very painful. 30% of it is his own doing. If it was me, I would have asked Boss Sword Immortal to use some unorthodox methods to break through the realm first. Since he is in a hurry to leave, why isn't he in a hurry? Old Deaf grunted. These troublesome matters had nothing to do with him. "Miss Twisting Core, we have been neighbors for so many years. Why don't I treat you to a loach stewed with tofu? My young master's culinary skills are really not bad. It's better than your internal organs chewing on each other and eating yourself." Twisting Core didn't appreciate his kindness and floated away. Old Deaf went to the cage of Great Demon Xianxia. Without needing him to say anything, the Great Demon obediently handed over 3 grams of lifeblood essence and a large piece of meat. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Can you help me pass a message to Hidden Official?" If this went on, he really couldn't take it. Old Deaf ate the green loach's meat. It was chewy, but it tasted much worse than cooked food. He smiled. "Didn't Sir Hidden Official look for you again? Why didn't you come to an agreement last time?" Great Demon Xianxia smiled bitterly. Previously he had indeed met the young man again. However, at that time he couldn't wait to drag that fellow into the prison, so he tactfully rejected the other party's suggestion. The young man had said something about loaches. He had heard that loaches liked the dark and were most afraid of the sun. Then he threw a yellow paper talisman amulet into the cage. Xianxia grabbed it with one hand and ate the talisman amulet, mocking the young man's talisman amulet skills. After that, the young man didn't come anymore. Old Deaf, on the other hand, came every few days. After eating, Old Deaf put his hands behind his back. "What were you doing earlier?" Perhaps today was Xianxia's auspicious day. Qin Pingon strolled through the cages of the great demons of the upper 5 realms. When the young man passed by, Great Demon Xianxia immediately appeared near the sword light fence and said, "How can I stop Qingshan from finding trouble with me?" Qin Pingon was taken aback. Qingshan was Old Deaf's alias in the world of wastelands? The file on Old Deaf in the Summer Palace only had 2 pages, and the previous hidden official Xiaochua had smeared each word into a block of ink. She didn't directly tear off the pages, nor did she smear large areas. It was as if she was doing something very interesting. Qin Pingon stopped and looked at Xianxia. "It's very simple. Tell me the inside story of that Yaoyuo Great Demon Yangji. The more detailed, the better." After a few moments of silence, Xianxia sneered and retreated into the fog barrier. Qin Pingon did not force him and went to the first cage that held Yunqing. Qin Pingon often came here and chatted with this great demon. It really was just chatting, talking about the customs of their respective worlds. Today the two sat across from each other, separated only by a fence. Qin Pingon had not expected Yunqing to be so knowledgeable that he didn't lose to the Confucian disciples in the slightest. For example, the Moon Order had a saying, "Jiqiu kills a flood dragon to obtain a turtle." A bright flood dragon can be cut, but a dragon cannot be touched. Qin Pingon asked and learned that Yunqing had studied under Zhou Mi for several years, but they had not been master and disciple. Moreover, Yunqing liked to travel the world. He had even compiled a book of poems that was widely circulated in several dynasties of the world of wastelands. At the end of today's conversation, Great Demon Yunqing smiled and took off the bamboo flute with the words "Banished Immortal" engraved on it. A half-immortal weapon. It's useless to keep, so I give it to the hidden official. In addition to the words "Banished Immortal" engraved on the bamboo flute, there was also a small line of words that had once been given to Lu Zhifeng. Yunqing had mentioned the reason for this item. It was once a love token of an Ascendant Realm Great Demon. If it was not severely damaged and could not be repaired, it would be an immortal weapon. Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't dare to accept it. Yunqing was puzzled. Why? Qin Pingon said, even if we hit it off, we're still on different sides. It won't stop Senior Yunqing from going against his will to kill me. Yunqing nodded and smiled. Same here. That's why we hit it off. In the suspended building, Qin Pingon was walking in circles. However, he couldn't help but stoop and one of his arms drooped. Twisting Exen sat on the stairs in the distance and said, if you don't reach the far wandering realm, the repercussions will be great. Even if you succeed in the end, the effect will be greatly reduced. Qin Pingon nodded gently. I know. Twisting Exen was also helpless. The white-haired boy appeared beside Twisting Exen and turned into the scholarly appearance of the great demon Yunqing. He smiled and said, Miss Twisting Exen, to be honest, I've been in love with you for a long time. What a beautiful girl without any entanglements. It's not the makeup of a wealthy person. Twisting Exen ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed his appearance again and said with a hoarse voice, Twisting Exen, you won't despise me for being deaf, blind, and old, right? Twisting Exen still ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed again. Senior Twisting Exen, you can't judge a book by its cover. In my eyes, you're a good-looking girl. There are millions of good-looking girls, but there's only one Miss Twisting Exen. Qin Pingon kept walking and said, that's enough. The otherworldly demon had turned into the appearance of the green-robed Qin Pingon. Twisting Exen was only thinking about the aftermath of the sewing. The otherworldly demon returned to his most beloved appearance and sat on the stairs. A single man and a single woman without any feelings. This is outrageous. What's wrong with the two of you? You're such a killjoy. After Qin Pingon finished walking, he began to use the sword furnace to practice. After an hour, he began to breathe and nourish his natal flying sword. Twisting Exen left. The otherworldly demon of the urching snake was unwilling to leave. He stared at the blade strengthening gourd beside Qin Pingon. His short sword, Dragon Qiu, was waiting inside. The one that Qin Pingon had returned was pinned to his waist. It was called Jiangbu. They were all of high status and were perfect for feeding the two little things hanging by his ears. In fact, items that could survive in this world for a long time would not be of bad quality. But to a otherworldly demon it was meaningless. It all depended on fate. He suddenly said, what about the Immortal's slough? Why don't I give you my Daoist robe and let her wear it and use her sword? Qin Pingon said indifferently, the dead are more important. After getting up, he leaned back and supported himself with one hand. He closed his eyes and made a sword gesture with his other hand. The white-haired boy kept his promise and did not set foot in the building. He just wandered around and kept changing into the demons that had died under Qin Pingon's fist and sword. He only asked, do the dead have to be respected? So what if they are alive? Qin Pingon opened his eyes. He pressed his two fingers together against the ground so that his feet were slightly raised a little. The white-haired boy who had returned to his original appearance looked at him and smiled. You don't say what you think. You have been criticizing yourself. The strong in the world. Qin Pingon closed his eyes again and said, there is no fixed law. The otherworldly demon suddenly turned into a woman and smiled. Qin Pingon hesitated and opened his eyes. It was a face that could be mistaken for the real one. What one thought, what one saw. This was the terrifying part of the otherworldly demon. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and said, you will have to bear the consequences. The white-haired boy immediately shouted, Grandpa Hidden Official, if your future inner demon is this woman, what should we do? Qin Pingon smiled and said slowly, I hope so. The white-haired boy raised his hands and flicked the green snake beside his ear. The movement was light, but the sound was like a bell, echoing between heaven and earth. He asked, why don't we practice? Qin Pingon said in a low voice. Stay away from me. The white-haired boy complained. You have reduced your seniority for nothing. Grandpa Hidden Official has made a loss in this deal. In the next moment the otherworldly demon was silent and shrunk its neck. It turned out that Qin Qingdo had already grabbed its head and held it in his hand. The old man had used his sword will to suppress it. The otherworldly demon's face became distorted and its whole body melted like a candle. It was beyond recognition. It cried and begged for mercy. Qin Pingon flipped his body and stood still. Qin Qingdo threw the otherworldly demon far away and looked at Qin Pingon. He frowned and said, You can't carve out any of the key names of the great demons? Twisting Heart appeared on the steps again. Don't blame me. If I can carve it, I'll have to carve it on a dead person. Qin Pingon said helplessly, The bottleneck of a martial artist is not easy to break. Even the ask fist against the otherworldly demon was useless. What he lacked now was that mysterious and profound god intent. Otherwise, if it's just to temper my body, just bearing senior Twisting Heart sewing is enough for me to reach the far wandering realm. Qin Qingdo said, Where can I find a 10th realm martial artist with perfect divine qi for Grandpa Hidden Official? Qin Pingon said, Don't ask me. Qin Qingdo laughed in anger. Twisting Heart's eyes were opened. Old Deaf, who had followed the commotion, was full of admiration. The otherworldly demon, who was curled up on the steps, felt that calling him Grandpa Hidden Official was not in vain. The result was that Grandpa Hidden Official was suppressed by the sword will. He first bent his waist, then knelt on the ground and finally laid on the ground, unable to move. He almost turned into a pile of mud. Fortunately, Sword Immortal eldest brother was still quite loyal. He directly threw Qin Pingon into the lava furnace. After Qin Pingon disappeared, Qin Qingdo waved his hand and Twisting Heart and the rest left at the same time. The old man stood in the pavilion and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 4 pavilion pillars. Qin Pingon rarely left the prison and went out to take a breather. The white-haired boy quickly appeared and urged the young hidden official to take a look at the place where the criminal official cultivated. He said that there were many treasures there and that they were all ownerless. It would be a waste if he didn't take a look. Under the guidance of the otherworldly demon, Qin Pingon came to the stream. He looked a little absent-minded, as if he was in his hometown and was going to pick up snake gall stones. However, he was missing a huge wicker basket. The white-haired boy was simply an informant who didn't do his job properly. He told Qin Pingon about the recent situation of the 2 pairs of master and servant in detail. He said that Yi was a little idiot and learned everything slowly. Compared to the 3 disciples that Old Deaf had taken in, she couldn't be compared at all. He said that Zhou Xian's aptitude for sword training wasn't bad and his luck was even better. It was a pity that he was a huge pervert. For such trash to be able to become the master of Old Deaf and the criminal official, he was truly heartbroken for Grandpa Hidden Official. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped in his footsteps. Not far away there was a woman who was making clothes and a young girl who was washing muslin. Qin Pingon focused his gaze and only felt that it was inconceivable. He had roamed the Jianghu and seen those little people who made incense sticks and incense burners their homes. He had even seen Cui Dongshan's insect silver, but he had never seen the 2 women in front of him. The white-haired boy exclaimed in admiration, Grandpa Hidden Official really has good eyesight, seeing through their true identities in an instant. They are the incarnations of the ancestors of the gold essence coin and Guyu coin. That Zhou Xian definitely couldn't do it. He only saw their charming faces, big breasts and small waists. Yu is even more pitiful. She didn't even dare to take a second look. Only Grandpa Hidden Official is a true hero. The woman who was making clothes raised her head and stroked the hair on her temples. She smiled at Qin Pingon. The young girl who was washing muslin saw the young hidden official and placed a finger on her cheek. Qin Pingon cupped his hands and returned the greeting. The white-haired boy stomped his feet and said, Grandpa Hidden Official, sigh, how can they be worthy of your great greeting? It's too much for them. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and walked towards the thatched hut while thinking about money. There were 3 types of gold essence copper coins in Dali: spring coin, offering coin and victory coin. Qin Pingon was no stranger to it. After all, the first batch of mountains was bought with a few bags of gold essence copper coins. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins sold by the Dali dynasty to various celestial forces were rumored to be created by the Mo family with the help of the Song family. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins were of the best quality and were the best quality. Then they were refined on a large scale. Even the carving mother coin used to make ordinary copper coins in the secular dynasty was the beloved item of many celestial masters on the mountain. It was a great treasure that the collectors would not hesitate to buy. Including the gold essence copper coins, the new coins issued by the imperial court, and the 3 types of celestial coins above the carving mother coin, there was a type of ancestor coin. The ancestor coin of the snow coin was naturally kept by the Lu family of the Jade Peak continent. However, the whereabouts of the carving mother coin and the carving mother coin had never been confirmed. No one would have thought that the carving mother coin of the carving mother coin would be kept by the criminal official. There were sentient beings in the world. As long as they could transform into human form, no matter what their roots were, they would gain spiritual intelligence. It would be the creation of the Great Way. Then they could be considered as a cultivator who could climb the mountain. There was nothing wrong with treating them with respect. The young Zhou Xian had nothing to do today. He stood under the grape trellis and looked at the 2 guests from afar. The white-haired boy was still fighting for justice for his hidden official grandfather. He walked side by side with Qin Pingon and walked backwards. He pointed at the 2 girls who only knew how to make clothes and wash muslin every day. Impudent, 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 show yourself in front of others. The girl who was making clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were originally no different from rural beauties. However, after the words "show yourself in front of others" were spoken by the outer sky demon, a strange phenomenon occurred. Their skin turned golden and dark green respectively. Vaguely words appeared. Especially the girl who was washing muslin's forehead. It was as if a small window had opened. It was probably because when she was born her words were chopped and the knife marks were still there. However, they were oblivious to it and continued to make clothes and wash muslin. The white-haired boy said softly, "The ancestral coins in the world are like money. They are usually in pairs. If both of them become spirits and then become a couple, tsk, that would be a rare fortune. Money begets money. Hidden official grandfather, as long as you promise to bring me to the vast world, I will help you ask for them from the criminal official and the sword immortal. In the future, when I reach the vast world, I will not stop. I will open my eyes wide and help you find their Daoist companions. How about it?" Qin Pingon said, "Nothing." The sword immortal criminal official was in the thatched cottage. Even if the hidden official came, he did not have the intention to open the door to receive guests. Qin Pingon was here to relieve his boredom. He did not care about the criminal official's attitude. It was fine as long as he did not get hit by a sword beam. Zhou Xian bowed and said, "Greetings to Lord Hidden Official." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "As you wish." Zhou Xian remembered something. He patted his head and went to take 2 bags of gold powder. He handed 1 bag over first. "Lord Hidden Official, please accept it." Qin Pingon really accepted it. Zhou Xian handed over another bag of gold powder. "Lord Hidden Official, please tell me another story." The white-haired boy smiled playfully. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and pressed on the tall boy's head. He said with a smile, "Even if you become the master of the criminal official in the future, don't do this kind of thing again." Zhou Xian raised his head. His expression was calm. "May I ask why?" Qin Pingon did not say anything. He only brushed past the boy and moved to admire the 5-colored flower divine porcelain cups that were suspended in the air. The white-haired boy jumped up and patted the boy's shoulder. He said, "You have potential. Keep up the good work. This grandpa hidden official of mine is jealous of your great fortune. Getting carried away is a compliment to cultivators." Zhou Xian grinned. "You must be joking." The white-haired boy said in confusion, "Why aren't you afraid of me at all?" Zhou Xian's mind moved slightly. A sword beam suddenly hovered above the boy's shoulder like a bird perched on a branch. Zhou Xian said, "Lord Hidden Official has given this to me." The white-haired boy immediately said, "Just because of this, I will call you Dad from now on." Zhou Xian had just smiled, but his expression suddenly froze. Qin Pingon was currently looking up at the bottom of a flower divine porcelain cup. He said with a smile, "You can do your best to fan the flames." The white-haired boy laughed loudly. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the back of the tall boy. "Why don't you dare to draw your sword within your rules?" Zhou Xian turned his head and said with a smile, "In my eyes, you are all masters of the Tao. Playing around in the world is not excessive at all." Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. He continued to look at the porcelain cup. The content of the poem was excellent. He accepted it with a smile. The white-haired boy asked, Du Shanin, Lord Hidden Official, has he ever told you that if you have the chance to travel the vast world after mastering the sword, you must kill all the flower thieves in the mountains? Did he give you a lot of immortal treasures that you don't even dare to think about? For example, is there that immortal book with the word, Immortal written on it? It's just that in your heart, you're regretting that he didn't give you those 2 ants as well. Is that why it's a bit imperfect? It's fine. It just so happens that my grandpa Hidden Official doesn't have any thoughts about them. I'll help you beg for alms from the Hidden Official. No need to thank me. I forget it. Now that I've said this, your thoughts about them will be shallow. You'll always feel that they've already been discarded by Lord Hidden Official. In your heart they're no longer as immortal. Otherwise they'll be lower than Grandpa Hidden Official, right? Don't worry, this is human nature. There's no need to be embarrassed. If you want to reach the peak of the cultivation of the great Tao, you should be like this. Take what you see, discard what you don't like, crush what you hate, seize what you love. Du Shanin was horrified. His expression became more and more unsightly. He could only remain silent. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. In the end he still didn't say anything. If he gave too many opportunities he wouldn't consider whether he could receive them or not. The person who gave them didn't want them and the person who received them didn't want them either. However, Qin Pingon thought about it again. Perhaps this kind of temperament was the true foundation of Du Shanin's great Tao. Who said that one's achievements were high or low? It was only the depth of one's thinking. Moreover, Alliance was right. What should he care about? What should he care about? What should he care about? The white-haired boy was rather happy. He had chattered so much. Yet the hidden official in the thatched hut didn't say anything. This was a good sign. As expected of the hidden official who didn't care about anything. He was a completely different kind of person from Grandpa Hidden Official. He walked to Qin Pingon's side and pointed at a white jade table outside the grape trellis. Baby, it's a pity that the immortal book on the table already belongs to Du Shanin. A bunch of little fellows have already been raised in the book. They definitely can't be compared to ordinary Du Shanin. They're all very valuable. Qin Pingon walked out of the grape trellis and went straight to the stone table. He casually flipped open a page of the book. The book was filled with the 2 characters of Immortal in different handwriting. There were both cursive and regular script characters. The white-haired boy asked in a small voice, You didn't even greet Du Shanin before reading. Grandpa Hidden Official, this isn't like your style. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him. He only flipped through the book and searched for traces of the Du Shanin. The Du Shanin in the book. Li Huai seemed to have it. It was just that he didn't know if it had become a spirit now. The white-haired boy muttered, Grandpa Hidden Official definitely wouldn't go so far as to compete with a little idiot. Just why? Could it be that his state of mind has changed again? Or is he deliberately bluffing me to trick me into giving him the short sword? Qin Pingon flipped through the book but still couldn't find the so-called little fellows. He had to give up. According to the ancient book there was an allusion to the 3 characters of Du Shanin. When the Du Shanin entered the book, its body would have 5 colors if it ate the characters of Du Shanin for a long time. If one swallowed the Du Shanin one could become an immortal. At the very least one could have a spring of ideas and a wonderful brushstroke. One was a general description of the literati's writing, while the other was passed down orally by the Qi cultivators on the mountain. However, even the cultivators on the mountain didn't understand the profound meaning of the characters of Du Shanin. They only knew that the Du Shanin's predecessor was a kind of wall fish. It was only born in a scholarly family and hid in the brush pot, ink slab or the shadow of a lamp. However, the literati at the foot of the mountain said with certainty that as long as the 2 characters of Du Shanin were written in an expensive letter, cut it into pieces and put it into a bottle, there would be wall fish sneaking in. After eating up the shredded paper, there would be hope for it to grow into a Du Shanin. The white-haired boy slapped on the white jade table. I'm giving you face but you don't want it? Believe it or not, I'll write the word wine on the book and make you little bastards drunk. Qin Pingon took a closer look. It was just that between the 2 lines of Du Shanin on the page, little guys the size of a fingernail kept appearing. They climbed over the wall from different pages from high to low. They squatted between the pages sickly and looked at him and the white-haired boy pitifully. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Sorry to disturb you. Then he gently closed the book. The white-haired boy knelt on the stone bench and stretched out his hand to cover the book. He explained, after the Zhou Xian becomes an immortal, it's the most fun. They can eat whatever is written in the book. There are also all kinds of changes. For example, if you write the poem about wine, they'll really sway in drunkenness. If you write the poem about young beauties first, then the poem about the resentment of women, their appearance in the book will really become that of a resentful woman in a boudoir. The white-haired boy casually flipped through the book. Probably because he had a lot of face, every time he turned a page the little guys would rush over. Qin Pingon thought for a while and asked, "What if I write about feces, urine and farts?" The little guys were all stunned and speechless. They only felt that there was nothing left to live for. How could there be such a crazy person in the world? The white-haired boy gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "Grandpa Yinguan's wonderful ideas are rare in the world. In the future, when you meet the founder of our family, you'll definitely be able to hug him and regret that you didn't meet him sooner. In the future, when you follow Grandpa Yinguan to the central divine continent, you'll definitely have to go to Paper Bai's blessed land." Qin Pingon sat on the stone bench. The white-haired boy no longer cared about the book and pointed to the stream that actually belonged to the water without a source. "This is an extremely rare fire in the water. It looks like real fire. Grandpa Yinguan can use it to refine the last life item of the 5 elements. Qin Qing is not stingy and the torture officer is even more generous. I can help move it to the pavilion." Qin Pingon was indifferent. He stood up and said, "You're already an uninvited guest." When Qin Pingon left, the white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. What was the point of hanging out with that Du Shanin? It was better to follow Qin Pingon and be pleasantly surprised. For example, today's visit. When faced with the thatched cottage, the young official didn't bow when he came and didn't say goodbye when he left. The white-haired boy followed beside Qin Pingon. "Grandpa Yinguan, today is a little different. Your heart is open and you're truly following your heart. You're relaxed and enlightened. It's worthy of celebration." Both parties walked on foot. Clearly, the young official wasn't in a hurry to return to the prison. Qin Pingon smiled. "You want to use that stream to fulfill your wish? Why beat around the bush? Just say it." The white-haired boy asked, "Will it work if I say it directly?" Qin Pingon said, "Of course not." Etiquette and rules were important. Whether it was the apprentice of the dragon kiln or the youth of the mud bottle alley, as long as they were trekking through mountains and rivers, they had to do what a person wearing straw sandals and holding a hatchet should do. The hidden official in charge, the wine seller, the pure martial artist of the Wenquan, the sword cultivator who nurtured the sword. Different identities, different things to do and different things to say. In the end they were still the same person. The white-haired boy complained, "My grandpa Yinguan, no one bullies people like you." Then the childlike otherworldly demon sighed. "Forget it, I'm not a person either." Qin Pingon said, "Whether you're a person or not depends more on your heart than your appearance." The white-haired boy snorted. "If a person has ulterior motives, he's still a person." Qin Pingon said, "If a bodhisattva has a heart, he's still a person." They walked to the corpse of an ancient demon. It was as wide as a mountain. "Let's go." Qin Pingon took a heavy step forward and suddenly punched. The corpse was rotten and couldn't be called tough anymore. Thus, a valley path was casually punched out. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered. Qin Pingon glanced at the seemingly mischievous otherworldly demon and said slowly, "There's nothing new about the sad story of the fox demon. If you write books and sell them, it's hard to earn money." Traveling around, he had seen the fox fairy striking the bell and the female ghost scratching the door. One was disturbing while the other was frightening. He had also seen the sparrow listening to the Dharma on a tree branch and the old ghost riding a fox while singing Pan Shan. The white-haired boy said, "It's okay, I'll change it again." Then he pretended to be enlightened. "I've forgotten her ending. There's nothing new about it." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "I've guessed your background." Looking up, it was as if he was looking at the Baekokkyung building in another world. The white-haired boy sighed. Together with the suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, does it count as a different kind of I-Chi turning 3 pure ones? However, Qin Pingon changed the topic and laughed to himself. Fallen literati are nothing more than acting, teaching and selling literature. When the last reclusive official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he told stories on the streets, sold seals and fan faces. Unfortunately, he didn't earn any money. The white-haired boy was dispirited. Qin Pingon rose from the ground and rushed into the clouds in his green robe. Then he rode the wind and swam in the sea of clouds, his sleeves flapping loudly. In fact, other than sword kinesis, he could also ride the wind. However, he could only rely on pure vital energy to support himself, and it was consumed very quickly. He summoned the 4 flying swords, number 1, number 15, Songzhen and Kulei, and hovered them in various places. Above the sea of clouds, he leaped and stepped on the flying swords every time. Just like that, he drifted around. The white-haired boy yawned as he watched. Qin Pingon kept the 4 flying swords and fell backward, falling straight to the ground. He was still in the mood to leisurely glance at the slender stream in the distance. The water is in the sky. The sky is in the water. Qin Pingon's head hit the ground in the middle of the winter just like that. The white-haired boy above the sea of clouds was slightly surprised. He suddenly looked up and felt that the world had changed. After a while, the outer sky demon stood up and his aura changed completely. After receiving Qin Qingdo's decree, he finally showed the aura of an ascendant realm outer sky demon. He scooped up a handful of water from the sea of clouds, waved his sleeves and threw the clouds into the sky. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, so on his palm there was the water moon. He smashed the moon in the water with his palm. The world changed again. The white-haired boy's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sea of clouds surged. Then it was as if someone had casually created a huge hole in the clouds. Vaguely, an immortal with a blurry figure could be seen overlooking the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "Little Confucian, you overestimate yourself. Let me play with you?" Then a golden giant slowly stretched out a fist and sneered, "Do you dare to take this punch?" Qin Pingon had already stood on the ground and looked up. He spat and rolled up his sleeves but then spread them out again. A white-robed young man was traveling far away. After standing side by side with the green-robed young man, he lamented, "It's really not fun to be in a cage for a long time." Qin Pingon smiled, "Speak human language." The white-robed Yin spirit waved his sleeves and looked very carefree. His eyes were burning and he laughed, "Screw them. Let them kowtow to me." "Very good. That's right. As expected of me, Qin Pingon." The earth shook. A green-robed man went straight to the sea of clouds. Martial artists ask the heavens with their fists. Then the white-robed Yin spirit went straight up. The earth was his world. Countless flying swords went to the sea of clouds together. The swordsman asked the immortal on the sword cloud. Sword Qi was north of the Great Wall. Sword Qi was south of the Great Wall. There were streams of martial fate flowing wildly, covering the sky and the sun, as if they were looking for the person with the fists in the sky who had disappeared. 677. After receiving Qin Qingdo's permission, the otherworldly demon that seemed to be idle all day finally got rid of all the restraints and gained temporary freedom. He was able to unleash the true divine arts of the Ascendant Realm. Everything in the world flowed according to one's will, and it was almost comparable to the truth. Old Deaf also received Sword Celestial Boss's instructions to open the small world of the prison ruins and accept the martial arts fate from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness. In an instant, the martial arts fate swarmed into the ancient battlefield ruins like flood dragons. Beside the stream, the disciplinary officer walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the stone table. He stretched out his hand to press down on the immortal book that reared the moth. The woman who was washing clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were still doing the same work. Du Shanyin stood under the grape trellis and looked at the scene through the gaps of the lush green leaves. He had a complicated expression. As the disciplinary officer pressed down on the book, the small world near the stream returned to silence and serenity. Old Deaf stood at the entrance of the prison and smiled while twirling his beard, being generous when the world is turned upside down. The youth who was brought here to admire the scene felt his heart sway, and he became even more respectful towards the young hidden official. Twisting Heart quietly appeared and said softly, "That otherworldly demon actually has such divine arts?" Old Deaf laughed. "You can't really think that it's a little fellow that only knows how to play tricks, right? Its cultivation of the Ascendant Realm is just that it's suppressed by the Great Tao here, which is why it seems a little showy. It's also afraid of Sword Celestial Boss. Otherwise, with your little realm and Tao heart, you would have long become its puppet. Even if the sewing technique involves quite a bit of the soul, It's still not as good as the otherworldly demon in the deepest part of the human heart. Twisting Heart asked. It has always hoped to leave this place through Qin Pingon. Old Deaf shook his head. Qin Pingon will definitely not let it leave the Forbidden Land. As long as Sword Celestial Boss isn't suppressing it, Qin Pingon will be its best body. It's like being taken over by Immortal Dove, with its body and spirit changing owners. When the time comes, it just needs to wander around the wilderness and be free. Regarding this matter, both of them were well aware of it. The otherworldly demon was trying his best to get familiar with Qin Pingon's way of thinking. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, was sticking to his own heart and sharpening his Daoist heart. Usually they seem to have a harmonious relationship, talking and laughing. In fact, this battle of life and death was not much different from the battle of Qi cultivators. You might not know that the oaths made by the otherworldly demons make are the easiest and without any restrictions. Old Deaf had a playful look on his face. With Qin Pingon's mental state and appearance as a foundation, perhaps a new sovereign great demon will soon appear in the wilderness. The great ancestor of Moon-bearing Mountain will definitely be happy to see this happen. 2 hidden officials of Great Wall of Sword Qi have pledged their allegiance to the wilderness. This is the direction of the general trend. In front of Sword Celestial Boss, I also have to say something rebellious. I'm looking forward to this. Qin Pingon, walking to the other extreme, still Qin Pingon but not completely Qin Pingon. He will obtain the purest freedom and cultivate in the future for immortality. Twisting Heart, what do you think? Twisting Heart said, I'm fine with it. Twisting Heart added, if such a day really comes, I might choose to rely on that new Qin Pingon and take root in the wilderness. I might even have a chance to break through. Old Deaf's fingers gently stroked his beard as he chuckled. The new Qin Pingon, Twisting Heart, and me, an ascendant realm. If the 3 of us work together in the wilderness and establish a sect, it will definitely be impressive and have great potential. Old Deaf then mocked himself. I can only dream of such a wonderful thing. The youth's heart trembled with fear as he listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the unfamiliar vast world would have once that young hidden official pledged his allegiance to the demon race. In the depths of the youth's heart, he even felt that the consequences of Qin Pingon pledging his allegiance to the wilderness were even more severe than the previous hidden official Xiao Chua betraying the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Twisting Heart asked curiously, aren't you afraid that Sword Celestial Boss will hold you accountable for revealing your true self? Old Deaf laughed and said, I'm a demon to begin with, so when have I ever hidden my ferocious nature? Qin Pingon asked me what would happen if there were no taboos, and didn't I just say, all who see it die? Nian Exen looked at the magnificent scene on the other side of the sky screen and said, this is not the momentum of a martial artist in the golden body state breaking through the realm. Even if Qin Pingon is the strongest, it still does not make sense. Old Deaf shook his head. That's because you haven't seen Chao Ci before. He and Qin Pingon are of the same age. Back when Chao Ci returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he had just broken through when he passed through, causing a huge commotion in the 2 worlds. However, in the end, Chao Ci didn't even accept a single martial fate gift, implicating the 6 sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had to use their swords to push back the martial fate, as well as 2 heavenly monarchs of Inverted Hanging Mountain. Old Deaf glanced at the sky. However, in terms of the martial path, Qin Pingon is getting closer and closer to Chao Ci. The rest of the martial artists in the world will probably only get further and further away from Chao Ci. This was an extremely high evaluation given to a junior by an Ascendant Realm expert. When Qin Pingon met Chao Ci for the first time in the city, they were 2 young martial artists of similar age. At that time the world only knew of Chao Ci. Yu said carefully, Senior Deaf, if he gets closer to Chao Ci, doesn't that mean that Lord Hidden Official is moving faster than Chao Ci? Old Deaf nodded his head. That's right. The white-robed Yin spirit had already returned to his aperture. Qin Pingon, whose body and spirit had merged back together, fell heavily onto the ground. His knees bent, he lowered his head and gasped for breath. At this moment, the green-robed visitor, who had his head lowered and didn't say a word, felt that the world was huge and there was nowhere he couldn't go. No matter if you were a great sword celestial or an ascendant realm demon, as long as you were in front of me and were my enemy, I had 2 fists and a sword to fight you. The white-haired boy floated onto the ground and said, I used all my strength to create such a huge scene. Grandpa Hidden Official, you must remember my kindness. This unworldly demon saw that the young man maintained his original posture, but he raised his eyes slightly. It retracted its smile and looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon slowly straightened his back and his movements were slightly sluggish. He smiled. There's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It curled its lips and hugged the back of its head. So there's nothing to discuss? Qin Pingon's shoulders tilted, and he stomped heavily on the ground to stabilize his body. His back trembled slightly and blood seeped out from his arms and eyelids. Of course, the unworldly demon knew that this was due to his unstable state. Coupled with the sowing, it involved the pressure of the great Tao. The young hidden official's state was literally in a battle between heaven and man. Those with high states were closer to the heavens and could see further. Naturally, they had a deeper understanding of the orderliness of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The opportunity for Qi cultivators to enter the unpolished Jade realm was the unification of Tao. For celestials to break through to the ascendant realm, the foundation of the great Tao was seriousness. Qin Pingon walked slowly towards the entrance of the prison. The unworldly demon's temperament was fickle. At this moment, it was already smiling mischievously at the side, saying that it was fortunate to be able to protect Grandpa Hidden Official's journey and form 2 incense sticks. Qin Pingon was multitasking. On one hand, he felt the many mysteries of the physique of the far travel state. On the other hand, he focused his mind into a mustard seed, patrolling the small world of the human body. After enduring the pain of sewing clothes from twisting core, and then using the fist theory taught by Li Er to verify and examine each other, Qin Pingon dared to say that whether it was from the perspective of a martial artist looking at the human body's landscape geography, or from the perspective of a Qi cultivator looking at the human body's paradise, they were far beyond ordinary people. As for the natal item of the 5 elements, he had already gathered 4 of them. He was only left with the last obstacle. He was missing the last item of the fire element. The stream mentioned by the unworldly demon was called the fire in the water. Qin Pingon coveted it, but he was not tempted. What he coveted was that the stream was priceless. Anyone in the world who saw it would take a few more glances. He was not tempted because he did not want to take what others liked. Of course, this was a nicer way to put it. To put it bluntly, it meant that he did not have the confidence to deal with the criminal official. Qin Pingon always felt that the senior sword deity who was extremely experienced and had an extremely high level of cultivation seemed to have a natural prejudice against him. That seemingly casual visit made Qin Pingon even more certain that his intuition was correct. It was not that the Ning residents did not have any fire element items that could be used for refinement. Although the few treasured items in the Ning residence were not of high quality, it was more than enough to piece together the natal item of the 5 elements. For a Qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, not to mention a cultivator who was in a precarious situation and would refine whatever he had, even a first-rate direct descendant of the clan would find it difficult to have Qin Pingon's current natal item arrangement. Moreover, Qin Pingon had been tirelessly adding to his belongings to supplement the natal items of the 5 elements. For example, the green floor tiles from the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, the 5 thunders seal from Liz Hen, the imitation Baek Okekyung building pagoda, and the sword fairy banner. After Qin Pingon refined the 5 thunder seal, he hung it on the door of the wooden house. It was used as an exorcism mirror in the marketplace. The pagoda and the banner were placed at the mountain temple. Even the original name Little Fingdu, the 15 flying swords, and the 2 imitations of the sword fairy mountain were often played with by the little bald head. They were all kept in the scabbard. The 4 flying swords were connected head to tail, as if they were the strangest long sword in the world. However, Qin Pingon did not add anything to the water residence that was first built. Back then he took the lead to use the water character seal as his natal item to refine it above the sea of clouds in the old dragon city. The guardian was Fan Junmao, who later became the lord of Mount Nanyu. He successfully built the water residence. The boy in green helped to take care of the water transportation and anima. The murals on the wall and the paintings of the water deity were the finishing touches. The water deity on the wall was vivid and lifelike. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as if they were real and flexible creatures. However, after several battles, Qin Pingon's realm fluctuated and fell. He caused the water residence to dry up several times. The colorful paintings peeled off and the water pond dried up. This was a taboo in cultivation. The small pond under the water character seal had a water dragon entrenched in it. The water character seal's water vapor poured out like a waterfall. Therefore, the pond was similar to a dragon's cave. It was in line with the saying, "Water is not deep, but there is a dragon." The white-haired boy glanced at it and saw through Qin Pingan's thoughts. He said casually, "A dragon's cave to raise a dragon has been the first choice since ancient times." The saint explained this word. The cave refers to the gathering of qi and the bottom refers to the stopping of qi. They both mean stagnant and not dissipating. Grandpa Yinguan, the biggest problem with the dragon's cave in your water residence is that it occupies too little space. Why don't you deliberately expand the territory? It's not like you can't do it. Why do you have to draw a circle and imprison yourself? If it was me, I would let my good grandson take all the water pearls and throw them into the pond to tire those little people in the water residence to death. When the otherworldly demon said this, he put on a sorrowful expression and said pitifully, "The cave is a sign of sorrow. I am very worried for Grandpa Yinguan." Qin Pingan's footsteps were still heavy. He swayed from side to side and said, "I am closer to water. I am least worried about the water residence." The otherworldly demon shook his head and said, "People who cultivate Tao are most particular about the level of the atmosphere in the elixir chamber. If there are no accidents, the water residence is very likely to be the place where Grandpa Yinguan will form his Aurus core in the future. However, to place a few pieces of junk. Oh no, a few lucky chances in the mountain temple, this is a loss. If it was me, I would not care. I would have refined all the magic treasures and piled them in the water residence. It is best to be prepared early. Forming the Aurus core is the most important thing for a cultivator. The level of the Aurus core formed will directly determine the level of the Qi cultivator's future achievements. Qin Pingan's water residence. Other than the water character seal that the otherworldly demon found troublesome and the group of green-clothed boys who would move away sooner or later, the rest of the scenery was natural. It was not bad, but in reality it was not enough. Unfortunately, Qin Pingan obviously did not listen to his priceless advice. The otherworldly demon did not care. If Qin Pingan really did so, it would be a small matter after all. It would not mean much. In the eyes of an ascendant state, the so-called god's favored son, amazing talent and great fortune were all false. Unless the other party could also become an ascendant state cultivator one day. Otherwise, in the eyes of an ascendant state cultivator who was already at the peak of the mountain, the so-called lucky chances on the mountain and all the fights were just a group of cats and dogs playing under the eaves. If they were happy, they would take a few more glances. If they were annoyed or noisy, they would kill them. The otherworldly demon had been observing Qin Pingan for a long time. He really wanted to do a big business with this young man. Qin Pingan's mind was like a mustard seed, traveling to the mountain temple. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, a mountain temple was built with the 5-colored soil of the new 5 mountains of Dali. The soil piled up into a mountain, and a small mountain temple was built on the top of the mountain. Later, Qin Pingan also refined the true meaning of Taoism contained in the green bricks to strengthen the mountain. The white-haired boy asked curiously, "Grandpa Yinguan, why don't you have much vision for the cultivation of Taoism? Don't you have any thoughts about immortality?" When Qin Pingan was walking, he used the 6-step stance as the foundation, constantly changing the boxing posture and adjusting the muscles and bones in the subtle parts to better adapt to the current body. After hearing the question, he replied, "The distance is too far, I can't see it clearly and I can't imagine it." The white-haired boy said, "Oh, so you need a little light to guide the way. Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. It seems that among the people who have achieved Taoism in the vast world, other than knowledge, fist techniques and sword techniques, there isn't anyone who can truly make Grandpa Yinguan yearn for them." Qin Pingan didn't want to dwell on this question, so he changed the topic and asked, "That senior officer isn't a local sword cultivator, right?" The reason why he asked this question was that other than the lack of any records in the Summer Palace, there were actually many clues. There were the 12 colorful flower deity cups that hovered under the grape trellis, the divine immortal characters that were eaten by the moth fish, and the officer's request for Zhou Xian to learn sword techniques so that he could kill the flower thief on the mountain, as well as the clothes tampering girl and the muslin girl that were condensed from the 2 ancestral coins of the gold essence copper coin and the Guyu coin. Even if the Great Wall of Sword Aura had elegant sword immortals like Sun Jun, they were still different from the officer who was shrouded in fog. The local sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Aura rarely had such concerns about the affairs of other places. Miyu's type wasn't called concern, it was purely a type of person who liked to attract bees and butterflies, a small world amidst hundreds of flowers. He deserved a beating. The white-haired boy who had a telepathic connection with Grandpa Hidden Official immediately said, "He's indeed not a local here." His hometown was a low-class blessed land in the Wuxia continent. His aptitude was frighteningly good, so good that he could break through the barrier of heaven and earth with a single sword. In a low-class blessed land with extremely great restrictions, it was a remote and desolate place where it was difficult for cultivators to even enter the Immortal's cave realm. Yet he was forcefully ascended to the vast world with the methods of a nascent soul sword cultivator. Who would have thought that this originally extremely hidden blessed land would attract the covetous eyes of various forces because of his appearance in the Wuxia continent? The blessed land was originally like a paradise, but in less than 100 years, it was filled with miasma and miasma, becoming a place for banished immortals to play and play. Everyone fought over it, but there wasn't a stable heavenly lord who could properly manage it. In the end, the entire blessed land was in a three-way chaotic battle between two sword immortals and an immortal realm chi cultivator. Their combined forces caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split open. Almost all the locals were killed, with less than a tenth of them remaining. At that time, the hidden official's realm was not enough, so he was unable to protect his hometown blessed land. Thus he felt guilty to this day. It seems like the hidden official's family, descendants, and disciples were all unable to escape this calamity. Qin Pingon sighed endlessly in his heart. His own Luopa mountain possessed a blessed land with lotus roots. Qin Pingon then frowned endlessly. Usually, the appearance of every low-class blessed land would attract waves of bloody winds. The current situation in the Fuyao continent was extremely chaotic. Other than the appearance of several immortal supreme treasures, there was also the ascension of a pure martial artist of the far travel realm. This caused a hidden blessed land that originally stood aloof from worldly affairs to be discovered by the cultivators on the mountain, causing the various immortal forces to fight over it. It was also a low-class blessed land, but due to the worship of martial arts since ancient times, there was an extremely large accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Practically all the immortals of the Fuyao continent with the surname Sex were unable to stay out of this matter, wanting to get a share of the profits. Furthermore, the Fuyao continent was the continent with the deepest connections between the top and bottom of the mountain. The immortal masters had their own schemes, and the secular monarchs also had their own ambitions, so a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Under the support of the cultivators, several great dynasties fought endlessly at close quarters. As a result, in these past few years, the flames of war continued unabated on the mountain and below the mountain, billowing with smoke. The white-haired boy said, "Do you want to make a deal?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Tell me about it." The white-haired boy spoke seriously for once, slowly saying, "Under Qin Qingdu's witness, let me completely fuse with your Yin spirit. I choose to sleep for 100 years. Within 100 years, as long as you ascend to the pure Jade realm, you must return my freedom. In return, I will use the Ascendant Realm's natal primordial spirit as the source of your Taoism. For a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, it will definitely be inexhaustible. You will no longer have to worry about the amount of spiritual energy, and there will be absolutely no worries when fighting with others." At this point, the white-haired boy was in high spirits, increasingly feeling that this deal was mutually beneficial. He jumped up and said excitedly, "Not only will you ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future without any accidents with me around, it will be like acting as your guardian. Any inner demons will not be a problem. And before that, opening the cave, watching the sea, jumping through the dragon gate, forming the Aurus core and conceiving the nascent soul, I guarantee that you will be unstoppable. There is also an even faster shortcut to breaking through the realm, but it requires the use of a secret technique. You will first fall to the 3rd realm. I might be able to make you dream of ascending to the upper 5 realms overnight. You won't lose out in either choice, and there are no hidden dangers." Qin Pingon said, "Forget it." The white-haired boy was a little anxious and said, "Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust Qin Qingdu? The old man's vision is extremely high and accurate." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "As long as I have this idea and speak to the great sword immortal, Then whether you have a plan or not, the great sword Immortal will nod and agree. The white-haired boy beat his chest and stamped his feet and said, "How did I meet such a stubborn person like you? Why don't you take a gamble? If you lose, you will lose a little, but if you win, you will make a big profit. What are you afraid of? How can a cultivator not have a bit of courage? You have to be decisive in killing." "Grandpa Hidden Official, you have really disappointed me this time, too much of a disappointment. You've completely chilled my warm heart." The external demon began to be unscrupulous again, but Qin Pingon still said seriously, "The reason why I didn't promise you was not that I was afraid of taking risks, but that I didn't want to cheat the two of us because this is against my heart. When the time comes for me to ascend to the upper 5 realms, the inner demon will change and it is very likely to become you. Therefore, even if you call yourself the door god, it is actually difficult for you to protect me." The white-haired boy understood the meaning of Qin Pingon's words and said doubtfully, "You mean to say that if we don't talk about the crux of the problem and if you ascend to the Jade Realm, you will have a way to kill me?" "Grandpa Hidden Official, no matter how wise and powerful you are in my heart, you are still a little arrogant, aren't you?" Qin Pingon stopped and said with a smile, "You don't believe me? Why don't you try?" The white-haired boy was eager to give it a try, but he still stared fixedly at Qin Pingon's eyes. He was actually a little hesitant, but after thinking for a moment he still chose to enter the world of Qin Pingon's heart lake. "Let's try it." In the 4 journeys in Qin Pingon's heart, he had seen all kinds of strange things. If he really saw a big strange thing, it would be an eye-opener and he would just treat it as having some fun. After Qin Pingon transformed into the outer sky demon and entered the heart lake world, he took a deep breath, held his breath and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He tried to shout. In an instant the outer sky demon rolled out with a pale face. Not only did it fail, but it seemed that its realm was also somewhat damaged. The heroic spirit of the ascendant realm that had previously recovered to its peak state had disappeared at this moment. The white-haired boy murmured, "Good plan, Grandpa Hidden Official, good plan, letting me be the messenger flying sword across 2 realms. In such a big great wall of sword aura, I am really the only one who can do this." Qin Pingon said, "Why don't you try again?" The white-haired boy sat on the ground and fell backward, waving his hands and kicking his feet and howled, "I can't live like this. Grandpa Hidden Official bullies the honest people." Qin Pingon continued to move forward. This business that had been planned for a long time could really succeed. Otherwise, why would he allow a outer sky demon to enter his heart lake so many times? The white-haired boy stood up and followed behind the young hidden official. He still had lingering fears and was speechless. Previously he went straight to Qin Pingon's heart lake excitedly, but the result was strange. It turned out to be a golden arch bridge. At first he ran all the way happily, and then he saw the tall figure of a woman in white. She stood on the bridge railing, holding a sword with one hand as if she was sleeping. After Qin Pingon whispered softly, the woman, who was supposed to be an illusory illusion, instantly woke up without warning. After a moment she turned her head and looked at the outer sky demon, who suddenly stopped because he knew something was wrong. The white-haired boy dared to swear that he had never seen that kind of eyes in his 2 lives. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He could only see her golden eyes. She was condescending, without any emotions, as pure as the highest gods in the legends. She looked at an ascendant realm like an ant. Under the golden arch bridge where she stood, it seemed to be the once complete ancient human world. On the earth there were countless creatures. Heaven and earth were different, and only the gods were immortal. With just a glance, the outer sky demon was knocked out of Qin Pingon's small world, causing an outer sky demon that was supposed to have an absolute limit to consume 100 years' worth of cultivation experience that an ascendant realm cultivator had painstakingly accumulated. When the outer sky demon was born, the realm would stagnate as the limit, neither increasing nor decreasing. After that there were only 2 things, life and death. The white-haired boy complained, "Grandpa Hidden Official, is she and Qin Qing of the same generation? You should have said so earlier. With such a background, it's not enough for me to call you Grandpa. I should just call you Ancestor." Qin Pingon said, "I'm not anyone's reincarnation. You've misunderstood." The white-haired boy snorted. He could even deceive an outer sky demon. He was really a scholar. Near the entrance of the prison, Qin Pingon had roughly adapted to the huge difference between the physique of the golden body realm and the far-wandering realm, but his body was still bent and his breathing was not smooth. It was not fake. This was the after effect of sewing clothes. The heavier his muscles and bones were, the tougher his physique was, and the heavier the great demon's real name that had been engraved on his body would be. This was still the key to the great demon's real name that had not been engraved. Qin Pingon couldn't imagine what the situation would be once the clothes were successfully sewn. Would he have to bend down and walk? Passing by the 5 cages that imprisoned the upper 5 realms demon race, Yun Qing stood at the sword light fence and congratulated him for breaking through. The great demon Qing Qiu only hid in the fog barrier. His gaze was cold as he stared at the young man with heavy footsteps. Among the other 3 big demons, the one who had not shown up before also showed up for the first time. The big demon was called Zhou Xian. He was sitting on a green landscape painting that had not been fully unrolled. If Qi cultivators looked at it carefully, they would find that this painting was very different from the ordinary paintings in the world. This painting was like a real blessed land. Not only were there undulating mountains, pavilions and attics, there were also flowers and trees, birds and beasts. There were also magnificent scenes of stars hanging in the sky. The big demon who seemed to be entrenched in the sky said in a hoarse voice, "Little guy, you are so lucky." Qin Pingon stopped and just looked at the painting. There were records in the summer palace that this great demon could steal mountains and rivers with brush and ink. He had once been a pawn for the sovereign stage great demon Huang Wan for hundreds of years. He could draw on the battlefield and move mountains and rivers into the painting. When he closed the scroll, it was enough to squeeze and crush all the creatures in the painting. Qi cultivators with a great disparity in realm could directly draw his image and directly detain part of his soul into the painting. Therefore, in the wilderness, there were often demons who carried portraits of their enemies, including their enemies' names, birthdays, and the location of the ancestral hall. Then they would find the painter and pay him to draw. Then they would buy the portrait of the enemy's soul. The 4th great demon was a woman who was a sword cultivator in the Jade Roar realm. However, her life source flying sword was seriously damaged on the battlefield. Her alias was Mengpa. She was born as an extremely rare plant spirit, but she could study swordsmanship and had great killing power. She had once dominated a region in the wilderness and was the master of a sword sect. She and the great demon in the ascendant realm Chongguang were not lovers in name, but they were lovers in reality. The last demon in the upper 5 realms kept breaking through realms after being locked up in the prison. Now his cultivation was in the Immortal realm. According to Old Deaf, Qin Qingdu had once promised this demon that as long as he reached the Ascendant realm, he could replace Old Deaf to manage the prison. The white-haired boy seemed to be even more worried than Qin Pingon. With a troubled expression he said, "Even if old ancestor Yingguan is in the far travel realm, he doesn't seem to have any chance of winning against these 5. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Not at the moment." Walking down the stairs, there were many empty prisons along the way. There were 61 demons in the middle 5 realms. Excluding the 2 disciples that Old Deaf had his eyes on, there were still 5 left. They were all hard to deal with. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Looks like he has to reach the middle 5 realms. Otherwise walking with a limp is too serious. Not to mention the great demons of the upper 5 realms, he can't even kill those 5 nascent souls." The white-haired boy deeply agreed. Old ancestor Yingguan has to hurry. Qin Pingon sat down by the pavilion. The white-haired boy still followed the rules and only floated outside the building. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "That thought of hiding in my Yin spirit, is it gone?" The white-haired boy said helplessly, "Although I treat people kindly, I'm not stupid." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. For the first time he took out all of his natal items and left his Qi residence. A water word seal, a small 5-colored mountain, a wooden idol and a page of golden scripture. The 4 crucial natal items revolved around Qin Pingon and slowly flowed with different luster. A building shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding chaotic void. The white-haired boy floated to the stairs and asked, "What's the order?" Qin Pingon said, "The water word seal, the 5-colored mountain, the wooden idol of the Daoist and the Buddhist scripture. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable spell technique. Moreover, refining the natal items of the 5 elements was originally to rebuild the longevity bridge. Therefore, after so many years of fighting, the path of spells has always been my weakness. However, Senior Twisting Heart suggested that I change the positions of a few of my natal items. For example, the 5 Thunderdermic seal can be moved to the center of my palm." The white-haired boy nodded and said, "Gathering the 5 thunders can absorb all spells. It's a good suggestion to have the creation of all spells in the palm. The key is that it can scare people. It's easier to hide the identity of a martial artist and a sword cultivator than your half-baked talisman." Qin Pingon asked, "Other than the stream of the penal official, are there any other fire elemental items in this world that are suitable for refining?" The white-haired boy nodded and said, "Yes. Furthermore, the quality is extremely high. The reason why I didn't mention it before is naturally because there's not much profit to be made. It's incomparable to that stream of mine." 3 extremely high grades in a row. Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. He knew that it was the fire lava furnace. The white-haired boy had no interest in matters that did not benefit him. He began counting with his fingers. First, use the path of a talisman to show weakness to the enemy. When the situation is not good, use pine needle and cough thunder to pretend to be a sword cultivator. When you are seen through, you fly into a rage out of humiliation. Open up the distance and use a genuine 5 thunderdermic seal. If the enemy is thick-skinned, close in on him and give him a few punches as a martial artist. If you can't beat him, use your sword Immortal banner and use your numbers to scare him. Just as the enemy thinks that this is a trump card to escape, use your 1st and 15th flying swords to catch him off guard. If you can't beat him, use your sparrow in the caged and give him a few punches. If you can't beat him, use your moon in the well. Patriarch Ingguan, my fingers are no longer enough. Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, "You're really shameless." The white-haired boy smiled brightly and said, "I've acknowledged a good ancestor." 678. Qin Pingon put away the 4 natal items and asked, "What's your real name?" Wu Guang was of course the name made up by this demon. Even Yu and Du Shanin didn't believe it. The white-haired boy was silent for a moment and said, "Frost's Descent." Qin Pingon asked casually, "Surname?" The reason why he asked was because of the demons imprisoned in those prisons. For example, the 5 demons of the upper 5 realms were called Yunqing, Qingqiu, Mengpu, Zhujia and Ho Chongjun. Except for the last immortal demon who had a surname, the rest of them didn't have surnames. As for their real names, they wouldn't be easily revealed. The same was true for the demons of the middle 5 realms. No matter what their names were, unless they died and Twisting Heart used the means of the tailor, they wouldn't be able to find out their real names from the Jin Dan and Yuanying that she stripped. The pure martial artists of the vast world were particular about finding a master as if reincarnating. Thus, the demons' real names were regarded as a matter of life and death since ancient times. Bai Zhe wrote the mountain search map, and revealed the true names and roots of the demons to the Sage of Rites. Then, together with the Sage of Rites, they forged the cauldron on the peak of the mountain. This was one of the key reasons why the demons were defeated. Once the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and entered the vast world, every natal character that the Sage of Rites mastered would be a barrier for the demons. The few sword immortal embryos in the Jiaxin tent, Zhu Jia you see? Tan Lu Bai, they didn't have surnames. They were waiting for the moon-supporting mountain to bestow them with surnames. Moreover, their names were relatively obscure in order to avoid the Sage of Rites' natal characters. The white-haired boy shook his head and smiled. "I was born a lowly refugee in the White Snow continent and followed the surname of a rich family. In fact, she had an original name which was Xiao. Later on, when her life was stable, she became a page boy for a rich young master. A private school teacher helped to give her the name Frost Descends. It had a chilling aura and a gloomy aura. It wasn't a very good name. Back then I didn't know anything and was very happy. I always felt that it was related to books." The white-haired boy floated in the air. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "I'm also half a disciple of mine. I'm a cave abode cultivator. In that small vassal country I can be considered a great immortal." When he was young, he knew some basic skills of supporting a dragon and helped others. However, he was unlucky and didn't succeed. Later on, he was disheartened. He taught and became a teacher. Occasionally, he sold to earn some money. One time he went on a long journey telling me that he wanted to travel the mountains and rivers, but he never came back. Many years later, I found out that the old master had gone to an obscene Shui Fu to seek justice for a friend who was an official. In the end, he didn't get justice but lost his life there, and his soul was lit by a water lantern. In a fit of anger, I lost half of my life and smashed that he Bo's ancestral temple and his golden body. But that still wasn't enough to vent my anger. I chewed on the broken pieces of the golden body and swallowed them into my stomach. It's just that during the battle between the two sides, the water flooded 100 miles and the disaster spread to the prefectural city. I was chased by the government and was in a very difficult situation. The outer sky demon, whose name was Frost's Descent, said with a smile, Xiao didn't value himself and made a mistake. Qin Pingon had never heard of an Ascendant Realm cultivator named Frost's Descent in the history of the White Jade continent. Qin Pingon didn't know much about all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms except for the Baoping continent, Tongye continent and Beiju continent. He didn't dare to say that he had heard of all of them. However, he only knew about the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world. After Qin Pingon became a hidden official, he went to find them. What's more, the secret records of the Summer Palace were piled up like a mountain. It was easy to follow the vines and find the melon. The white-haired boy jumped up like a carp and laughed. This is a new story I just made up. If the hidden official has heard of it, then so be it. Qin Pingon said, I'm not sure if the story is true or not, but I can be sure that you're from the green underworld. The white-haired boy replied with an "oh," and said in realization, I know what went wrong. I shouldn't say that he was hunted down by the government. Other than the Qingming dynasty where officials must have credentials, the government of the Great Imperial Court doesn't have the guts nor the ability to do so. That world was very different from the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. The Daoist sect was the dominant sect, and the imperial court officials and Daoist priests were the majority. Therefore, there would never be a scene of an official praying for rain. The local officials in the green underworld could use their spells to summon the wind and rain, and pray for blessings and dispel disasters. The status of the gods in the mountains and rivers was not high. Although they didn't become menial laborers, they were still very different from the god of river and mountain lord. Qin Pingon said, Daoist's son from the Deshiendu temple and I were lucky enough to travel together in the Beiju continent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit and thank you. Daoist's son was the leader of the Daoist sect's sword Immortal lineage. His Dao techniques and swordsmanship were extremely high. However, Qin Pingon admired the old Immortal's tricks the most. He was at the pinnacle of perfection. Compared to Daoist's son, he was still thousands of miles away. The white-haired boy nodded. I guessed it. The middle-aged Daoist in the wooden house was Daoist's son's junior brother. The wooden statue was made from the peach wood of the Deshiendu temple's ancestor. The Dao intent contained in the 5-colored mountain was also the foundation of the Deshiendu temple's sword Immortal lineage. I'm not blind, I can see it. That's why Zhou Xian said that you have a good life. You're wrong, but you're also right. To visit the Deshiendu temple in another world meant that Qin Pingon had to be in the Ascendant Realm. Qin Pingon asked a key question. Have you heard of the 3 mountains technique? The white-haired boy had a strange expression. I've heard of it, but I've only heard of it. Qin Pingon asked again, then can I use this to refine the god's heart? This god's corpse was once the ancient fire god's aid. The white-haired boy smiled and said, I'm not sure if you can refine it. As for the god's body, it doesn't belong to the 5 elements. It's all-encompassing and can make up for whatever it lacks. This cage is something that can be refined. Only that smelting pool has never been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword aura. It's still immortal after 10,000 years. I'm not afraid that you can't refine it. I'm just afraid that after you refine it, your body and soul won't be able to withstand it. 2 major tasks, assembling the 5 elements and sewing clothes, will all go to waste. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nye Exen. Nye Exen stood by the stairs and said straightforwardly, unless I give up the golden book and the jade book and use all the words to build the walls of the heart chamber. The 2 immortal treasures were half-immortal weapons. They were also the foundation of Nye Xian's great Dao. The price was huge. Qin Pingon asked, what's the condition? Nye Xian said, you've always insisted on sewing clothes on the upper body. Please give up on this crazy insistence. Qin Pingon said, I refuse. The white-haired boy was gloating. He had been waiting for this show for a long time. It was finally time for him to take the stage. Nye Exen was annoyed and said, Qin Pingon, if the 32 sewing places are only on the 4 limbs and the upper body, it's hard to avoid imbalance. Do you think it's reasonable? As a sewing person, do you think I'm a woman who cares about taboos between men and women? You're also a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword aura. You're a cultivator who wants to reach the top. Why do you care about the so-called taboos between men and women? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I do. In your eyes, I'm just a sewing object who has been skinned and skinned. But in my eyes, you're still a woman. Nye Exin was so angry that her face turned green. Qin Pingon, you're unreasonable. The white-haired boy rolled on the ground and laughed. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and did not dare to make a sound. Fun, fun, fun. His anger was vented. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and apologized. Senior Nye Exin, please be understanding. Nye Exin disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon was not too worried that Nye Exin would give up on sewing clothes and cause them to give up halfway. However, it was very likely that the following sewing and twisting of the core would cause her to suffer even more, and it would be unnecessary suffering. After Nye Exin left, the white-haired boy was already sitting upright. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Senior Frost Descent, why aren't you laughing anymore? The white-haired boy lightly beat his chest with his fist. My heart hurts. Seeing the hidden official get misunderstood by Nye Exin, my heart hurts. You call your senior and I call my ancestor. We're brothers. Qin Pingon asked, if it's refined, will it affect the prison? The white-haired boy nodded and said, of course the prison will lose half of its restrictions. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's all gone, there's still Old Deaf and a judge in the distance. There won't be any trouble even if the demons run amok. Other than Yunqing and the other great demons, there were only 5 nascent soul sword cultivators left in the prison. Without exception, they were all experienced in fighting and were very troublesome. Qin Pingon said, Yunqing will most likely break the restrictions and choose to leave the prison. Even if she only has a moment of freedom, she will want to leave the prison and take a look at the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Mengpo is also willing to die under the sword of the judge and not be killed by a nobody like me. The white-haired boy rubbed his chin. That's true. What should we do? Qin Pingon looked at him. Didn't he say that he had recognized a good ancestor? The white-haired boy sighed and said, I'll just help Ancestor Ingguan keep an eye on those prison doors. Qin Pingon said, Senior Qingshan, please help me inform Sword Immortal Boss that I want to refine something. Old Deaf's voice sounded in his heart lake. Do you need to prepare some heavenly treasures? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, no need. Other than the 5-colored golden chamber stove, Qin Pingon also had the opportunity of guidance from Venerable Fire Dragon. After reaching the far traversing state, it became more obvious. He only needed Twixen to help him extract it. Together with the cultivation of the 3 mountains celestial formula, it would be enough. The white-haired boy looked a little depressed. Are you really not going to reach the Jade Urn state from the 3 realms? Once Qin Pingon succeeded in refining it, it was very likely that he would cross a huge threshold and reach the cave-dwelling state. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear. The white-haired boy said seriously, then I'll take a step back and give up on those little tricks. I no longer have the intention of taking over your body. I only want to find a place to stay and leave the prison alive. I hope that I can return to the green underworld one day. Other than that, the conditions are still the same. I'll just treat it as buying my life with money. Qin Pingon still shook his head. The white-haired boy stood up slowly and changed his appearance into a Daoist who carried a horsetail whisk. The style of his Daoist robe was not from the Beko Keikyung building or the Daoist sword celestial sect of Deshiendu Temple. It was a purple Daoist robe that Qin Pingon had never seen or heard of before. It had long sleeves and was embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, Tai Chi 8 trigrams, cloud patterns, ancient seal scripts, 10 islands and 3 continents, various celestial birds and strange beasts with gold and silver threads. It was as if the Daoist robe was a vast paradise where all living things were born. At this moment, the Daoist who was wearing the Daoist robe had a pair of eyes that seemed to have stars moving around. He had a calm expression and smiled. Qin Pingon, you schemed against me. I helped you send a message with a flying sword once and caused me to lose 100 years of cultivation. However, you, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, still have such wisdom. I've observed your state of mind during my 5 travels. How can I not have a backup plan? Not only did Old Deaf arrive in the blink of an eye, even the sword gleam that the criminal official had given to Du Shanin arrived in an instant. It broke through layers and layers of illusions in the void. It was bright and dazzling. Perhaps this was the true identity of the great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm, Frost Descent. Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating that Old Deaf did not need to make a move. He looked at the otherworldly demon and asked, "Are you really going to force a deal?" The Daoist Frost Descent smiled and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Let's give it a try." Old Deaf frowned. Even if this otherworldly demon would definitely die after the test, what benefits would it bring to Qin Pingon? Wouldn't it be better for both parties to feign civility like before? Why was there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality? To both parties it wasn't a good deal. Of course, to that Frost Descent, it was indeed a dead end. When Qin Pingon left the prison, as long as he didn't plead with the old sword celestial to help the otherworldly demon net, it would mean that Qin Pingon had already made up his mind to make the old sword celestial use his sword once. If Qin Pingon dragged his feet and had the intention of causing trouble, not saving or killing him, with Old Deaf's understanding of the old sword celestial's temper, he would let Qin Pingon suffer. An otherworldly demon of the Ascendant Realm would naturally have the means to tail him. From then on, Qin Pingon's path of cultivation would only cause endless trouble before he returned to the vast world. Of course, the prerequisite was that Qin Pingon could really survive and have the chance to see his teacher, who was one with the heavens and earth, the sage of literature, Old Scholar. Twixen, who had left and returned, was cursing Qin Pingon in her heart for being impatient. Why did his state of mind seem to have changed after ascending to the far-wandering realm and possessing martial arts fate? As for that otherworldly demon with ulterior motives, it would be better to delay it first. First, he would refine items and break through before successfully sewing clothes. When the time came, he would bring out the old sword celestial. It would be better than sparring with an Ascendant Realm cultivator in such a hurry. Cultivators were good at refining items and otherworldly demons. They liked to refine their hearts. The old sword celestial suddenly appeared. "Can't you save me some trouble?" Every time he saw Qin Qingdu, the otherworldly demon was like a mouse seeing a cat. This time, not only did he not restore the appearance of a white-haired boy, he instead asked, "Qin Qingdu, is our agreement still valid? Can I leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi or not?" Old Deaf wasn't surprised. Qin Qingdu didn't have the leisure to rear an otherworldly demon for fun. As expected, Qin Qingdu said, "You can change to someone of a higher realm, such as Ho Chongjun, or find someone with a naturally outstanding appearance, such as the disciple that Old Deaf picked. As for whether you can leave alive or not, don't ask me." Twixen laughed involuntarily. The last three words were so familiar. Old Deaf's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't dare to question Qin Qingdu's decision. He only regretted making the deal with Qin Pingon too early. Shuangjiang shook his head. Qin Qingdu laughed and asked, "I gave you face, but you don't want it?" Shuangjiang was silent. Qin Qingdu turned his head to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said, "I'm a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. Not only do I have to sew clothes, but I also have to scheme against an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon. Old Sword Celestial, you have no reason to stand by and watch." Twixen felt that this young secluded official was going to suffer again. Unexpectedly, Qin Qingdu smiled and nodded. "You finally know to take the initiative to ask for help. How rare." Qin Pingon, who ruled the world, only asked for help from others. Qin Qingdu couldn't be bothered to care. But since he became the secluded official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if he didn't ask Qin Qingdu for a few more things, would he, the old sword celestial, be a decoration? On the inverted mountain, Miyu begged Xiao Yunyan to bring him to the Golden Millet shop to drink the famous carefree wine. He didn't expect that when Xiao Yunyan finally agreed, Nayland Saihuan said that she wanted to follow and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The three of them entered the wine shop. Xiao Yunyan found that other than the old shopkeeper and the young waiter, there was an additional young lady. Her appearance wasn't that outstanding. She was lying on the table in a daze. There was a stack of books on the table. She opened one of them and laid it on the table. The waiter, Su Jiao, sat beside his young lady and accompanied her in a daze. Xiao Yunyan remembered the first time he came to the shop to drink. The lady looked like this, and now it was still the same. Female cultivators had techniques to retain their beauty. It was a great temptation. After Miyu sat down, he took the wine and drank to his heart's content. He drank until he was dead drunk, but he didn't say anything drunk. He was a little dazed. Nayland Saihuan sipped her wine. Her eyes were absent-minded, as if she remembered something sad. The old shopkeeper was teasing the martial sparrow in the jade cage. he said with a smile, demolishing the Yuan Manor and moving the Plum Blossom Garden. Now, even the Water Essence Palace isn't peaceful. Immortal Master Cloud Sign wants to bring people to travel to the north and choose a place to live. The Rain Dragon Sect Master came to the Inverted Mountain in person. The two of them are very unhappy. It's all thanks to your new hidden official, right? Xiao Yunyan smiled and nodded. Hidden official is still kind. If it were me, I wouldn't get involved in this mess. It's fine if ordinary people don't know the truth of life, but cultivators don't know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune at all. Isn't death enough to wipe out their crimes? When drinking in Golden Millet Paradise, words were taboo. Miyu staggered to his feet and walked to the wall. Give me a pen. Sujia got up and gave him a pen. The drunk Miyu wiped his face and wrote, lighting the lamp in the middle of the night, homesick in a small dream. Woke up by the aureole, a golden millet pillow. Nalan Saihuan also walked over and wrote, it's the most difficult to get along with people close to you. Xiao Yunyan turned his head and glanced at the content written on the wall. The difference in temperament between the male and female sword cultivators could be seen. One was full of flowers, the other was pragmatic. The woman suddenly raised her head and asked Nalan Saihuan, now that your Great Wall of Sword Qi is heavily guarded, I can't go to the southern city. How's that alliance? Nalan Saihuan sat back down and smiled. How else can he be? Same as usual. The woman was full of grief. Her pair of limpid eyes were like a spring pond filled with sorrow. He's already returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but he didn't know to come and drink with me. With me in the shop, at least he doesn't have to spend money to drink. Fortunately, I rushed back to Inverted Hanging Mountain from Paper White Blessed Land. Until now, I haven't even seen him once. The old shopkeeper smiled. You still have to buy on credit. You still have to pay back the money you owe. The woman said, Alliance said that money on credit isn't money. The old shopkeeper nodded. His face is Alliance's face, so it's not called face. The woman lay down on the table again and slammed her palms on the table. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain. In Paper White Blessed Land, I already had many children with Alliance. The old shopkeeper was too lazy to nag this daughter of his. Xiao Yunyan didn't want to listen to these family matters of Golden Millet Shop. He asked, Shopkeeper, what are your plans? The old man said, Fuyao Continent's secret realm has only appeared for a few years. It was a part of Golden Millet Blessed Land in the past. I plan to go there and take a look. When I see which sect has bought it, I'll discuss it. If we can reach an agreement, I'll spend money to buy it and expand the shop. I'll leave immediately. If there are no accidents, you should be the last customers of Inverted Hanging Mountain shop. The woman said, I'm not leaving. If I don't see Alliance, I won't go anywhere. Su Jia pointed up and said softly, Miss, if you don't go anywhere, it won't work. You might end up there. The woman glared at him and the young shop assistant shrank back. Miyu smiled and asked, May I ask this lady, how is the scenery of vast heaven? The woman glanced at Miyu. His appearance wasn't bad, just not as good as Alliance's. She casually said, passable. Miyu muttered, how can it be passable? After leaving the gathering place of the Wasteland's demonic army, the little girl with the ponytail was in no hurry to go to the ancient well with the 14 thrones. She wandered around, not afraid of detours. Holding her ponytails, she leisurely traveled with the wind. If there were tall mountains, she would go to the mountain peaks to enjoy the scenery. If there were large rivers, she would go to find underwater residences. Unfortunately, it was said that the mountains and rivers of the wasteland were not as flashy as vast heaven. In fact, this was indeed the case. After she toured several mountain god temples and water god palace residences, she was somewhat disappointed. She could kill a group of trash with one punch and trample a group of ants with one foot. Without any restrictions, she could do whatever she wanted. The taste was very good. For example, if there was no wine, she would replace it with some dishes. She chewed on soybeans and crunched them. Then the two sword immortals of the hidden official Luo Shan and Zhu Xian chased after her and chose to follow her to travel the wasteland. They had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Xiao Chua and had nothing to do in the military tent. Moreover, they would not attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The vast heaven was the place that the two sword immortals yearned for. When they arrived there, as long as they were from the sword sect and had not been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would be questioned by their swords. Above the sea of clouds, Luo Shan saw the hidden official holding her ponytail and flying with the wind like a bamboo dragonfly. He felt somewhat helpless. The sword immortal Zhuan smiled and said, "The hidden official should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago." Next, they were going to visit a big city in the wasteland. It was the capital of a certain dynasty. The requirements were very high. If one wanted to live or enter the city, they had to be in human form. This meant that the people in the city were all demon cultivators who had achieved initial success in spells. Of course, there were also many shortcuts. For example, they could spend money to buy talisman skins for demons whose cultivation levels were not high enough. This kind of rule was rare in the wasteland. At the same time, it also meant that the dynasty was very powerful. The Celestial Empress and her husband were both in the immortal realm. One of them was even a sword immortal. This time both of them did not go to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. According to the news that the sword immortal Zhu and heard from the Jiazi tent, the treasury was empty. A group of cultivators who were guarding the capital flew up with the wind. They were wearing bright armor and stopped the three of them from going to the capital. A nascent soul cultivator shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Xiaochua just kept spinning and circled around the group of cultivators. After a while, a series of firecrackers sounded. Clouds of blood mist drifted with the wind. A ray of rainbow light flew up from the imperial palace of the capital and stopped in the distance. It was a handsome man with long hair that reached his shoulders. He was wearing an imperial robe that was made of pure gold and embroidered with dragon patterns with peacock feathers. Therefore, this imperial robe was dazzling and eye-catching. When the man saw the little girl with ponytails, he immediately bowed and cupped his hands. "The hidden official has graced us with your presence. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." Xiaochua kept spinning, including the man Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery. "I'm no longer the hidden official. Are you scolding me?" The man bowed even lower. "I wouldn't dare to offend the hidden official. In my heart, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can only be the hidden official." The bamboo nunnery sword immortal smiled knowingly. As a sword immortal of the demon race, he had to learn from the monarch of the human world. As expected, he had a lot of bad habits. Xiaochua punched the great demon back to the capital. When the great demon smashed through the roof of a hall in the imperial palace, Xiaochua, who followed him like a shadow, stepped on his back. The final punch sent the great demon more than 1,000 feet underground. On the sea of clouds outside the capital, Luo Shan smiled. He said, "3 hidden officials." The bamboo nunnery sword immortal nodded. "He doesn't learn from his mistakes." In the 100,000 mountains, the old blind man who was guarding the grass hut and vegetable garden had an old dog at his feet. The old blind man kicked it away and looked into the distance, scratching his face. The old man's cheeks were sunken and he was all skin and bones. The old dog spoke from afar. "The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the fate of the sword path are difficult to separate. Once it is taken by the moon-bearing mountain, it can attack or retreat. In the next 10,000 years, it will be the vast world's turn to have a headache." The old blind man said slowly, "How can Qin not know about something that even a dog knows?" Qin would not let the wild world get too much. It was already very difficult to achieve this. It was a fool's dream to leave nothing behind for the wild world. How was the city wall that had stood for 10,000 years to be moved? Who could move it away? How were the sword immortal embryos of various sizes that carried the light from Providence to be placed? It was not something that could be done once and for all by throwing them to the ground. It was especially so when Qin thought that the young sword cultivators would still have the Great Wall of Sword Qi in their hearts on their future cultivation paths. He was willing to pass down this thought from generation to generation, making it even more difficult. The young people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would scatter everywhere in the future. It was believed that they would soon understand one thing. Without Qin and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, life and death would only be more baffling than the battlefield in their hometowns. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was a deserted wine shop. It could not be helped. As long as one was a sword cultivator, regardless of their realm, they would go to the city wall to fight. Feng Kangol and Taoban sat on a bench side by side eating Yangchun noodles. Feng Kangol suddenly asked, "Do you think we will die?" Taoban thought about it and said with a smile, "We won't. We are still young and have not earned any money. We have also not drunk wine before. It doesn't make sense. Besides, isn't there still the second manager?" Feng Kangol nodded vigorously and laughed as well. He picked up a large mouthful of Yangchun noodles. Outside the prison, Old Deaf asked, "Are you really willing to part with the golden jade booklet?" Twisting Heart nodded. Old Deaf sighed. Immortal Dao companions are nothing more than this. Twisting Heart sneered, "Watch your mouth." Old Deaf scratched his head. She changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. The thoughts of a woman were not any weaker than those of a otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy squatting at the door shouted, make way, all of you make way. Let me guard Patriarch Hidden Official alone." At the pavilion building, Qin Qing was inside as he surveyed his surroundings. Confucian monk said, "Pure martial arts." 679. Twisted Exen wasn't a person who liked to watch a show. However, this was the first time she had the intention to investigate this otherworldly demon from the green darkness world. Twisted Exen was quite shocked by the otherworldly demon's true immortal appearance, especially the immortal cave robe that the Daoist Frost Descends was wearing. Twisted Exen felt that if she could dismantle the tens of thousands of warps and weaves, one by one, her sewing technique would reach a higher level. If her luck was better, she might even find the great Dao opportunity that had been trapped here for many years. Twist Exen said, "Your name is Wu Shuangjiang." The white-haired boy who was squatting on the ground raised his head. "What else?" Twist Exen said, "Wu Shuangjiang was a military cultivator when he was alive, not a Daoist." At this point she continued, "Wu Shuangjiang might not necessarily be dead." The white-haired boy smiled. "Why is he a military cultivator? What's the reason?" Twist Exen said, "Wu Shuangjiang, unparalleled general. Sounds like a good name to be thrown onto the battlefield. It's a bit of a waste that he's not a military cultivator." Old Deaf felt that this little girl's brain was indeed muddled. "According to Twist Exen, my nickname is Old Deaf. There's an old blind man in the 100,000 mountains in the south. Could he be a long-lost brother?" That's right. If this little girl was really clear-headed, she wouldn't have been a sewing person. The most notorious cultivators of the Devil Dao, the Lone Rider of the South Sea, the Traveler, the God of Plagues, and the Gorgeous Corpse were all dead ends that couldn't be changed. However, sewing people, executioners, and mirror sellers could change paths midway. As long as they operated properly, it wouldn't be difficult for them to secretly change paths and become an immortal registry master. However, no matter how Twist Exen became a sewing person in the beginning, whether she was willing or not, she had made up her mind to walk this path to the end. The white-haired boy spat and rubbed his face in disbelief. "This works too?" Old Deaf asked, "Did Twist Exen really get it right?" The white-haired boy imitated his ancestor and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked at Twi Exen and Old Deaf with a pitiful gaze. Why didn't these two fools just admit that they were father and daughter? If it were not for the fact that his life was in danger right now, he would have been able to fabricate a series of wonderful stories about Wu Shuang flooding the divine palace with water, burning the divine temple of fire, trampling on the Xuandu temple, breaking the heavenly drum, and attacking the Beko Keikyang building, all of which were linked and reasonable. He leaned to the side, raised his butt and pressed his hands and ears against the small door. "Why is there no sound at all? I'm so worried about Patriarch Hidden Official. He holds a grudge. Once he fails to refine the item, he'll definitely settle the score with me. Grandson, great-granddaughter, quickly help me pray to the gods and Bodhisattva. Be more sincere. If you succeed, I'll remember your merit. From today onwards, our family of 3 will stand on our own mountain and worship Hidden Official as our ancestor. We won't have to be envious of the torture officials for having more people. When the time comes, I'll deal with the sewing girl and the muslin girl, while Old Deaf and the torture officials will beat each other's brains out. Twist Exen, you can carry a bucket at the side." Twist Exen pressed her foot against the white-haired boy's head and gradually increased her strength, causing half of the face of this otherworldly demon to be pressed against the door. The white-haired boy wasn't angry at all. Old Deaf was slightly envious of Twist Exen. In the years when he first met this otherworldly demon, they had competed quite a bit. As for its relationship with the torture officials, it was even more so until now. For some reason, Frost Descent didn't care much about Twist Exen. Old Deaf wasn't afraid of this otherworldly demon causing trouble, but it would be annoying if there was no peace. Back then, the otherworldly demon had been by Old Deaf's side for 80 years. It was very difficult for Old Deaf to cultivate in peace for even a moment. Later on, he could only call it Grandpa to get rid of its pestering. Twist Exen retracted her foot. The white-haired boy maintained his posture and said, "Greet hidden official old ancestor and let him greet me. I'll agree to transform that crimson-purple Daoist robe for you to see as much as you want." The white-haired boy seemed to be worried that Twist Exen, as a chi cultivator of the world, wouldn't understand the brilliance of the crimson-purple Daoist robe. He explained, "My feather robe is one of the 3 imitations of the Daoist robe that Dao ancestor wore when he came out of seclusion on a bull. Even though it's an imitation made in the future, it still has boundless Dao meaning. It's one of the guarding treasures of the Time Palace, the core of the mountain and river formation. As long as old ancestor shakes the robe, the mountain will be like a feather robe. No matter how many times you attack, it will still be indestructible." At this point the white-haired boy sneered, "The Time Palace is as famous as the Deshiendu Temple. Twist Exen, you should consider it yourself." Twist Exen thanked him and didn't stay at the door to squander her resources. The words on the golden book and jade booklet could be removed. Old Def praised, "Good method." Shuangjiang stood up and shook his sleeves, "Good grandson." His actions had helped Nye Exen obtain a great Dao opportunity. It also helped Qin Pingon. He wouldn't have to suffer in the hands of Twist Exen. At the same time he could also repay the debt of the golden book and jade booklet. As for Shuangjiang, it could be considered as helping himself. He had previously received instructions from Qin Pingon in secret. Instead of choosing to be enemies with Qin Pingon in terms of mental state, it was better to choose to be friends with those around Qin Pingon. The instructions were fake, but the threat was real. It was obvious that Shuangjiang wanted him to stop tampering with Qin Pingon's mental state. Shuangjiang wasn't trying to scare Qin Pingon. After several journeys, he used the 3 mountains and 9 marquises technique as the foundation and derived the 24 mountains orientation technique as the dragon-seeking technique. He found an auspicious place, which was called Sealing Acupoint. In a secluded corner of a useless cave dwelling, he dug out a round hole the size of a mirror, which was called Breaking Earth. The round hole was called Golden Well, and then he covered it with a wooden box. After that, the heart hole was like a covered well, dried up, and the sun, moon, and starlight could no longer be seen. Searching for the dragon divining acupoint, breaking earth, and covering the box. Every time he journeyed, he did it in one step, and he had to hide from the patrolling fire dragon, especially the little golden figure with a sword and scriptures hanging on the dragon. Every time he entered Qin Pingon's heart lake, the otherworldly demon would play hide-and-seek with the little fellow. This trick was very well hidden, and it wouldn't affect Qin Pingon's current state of cultivation. However, once this scholar's mental state was tainted, there was a part that didn't see the light. Even if it was subtle, when Qin Pingon's state of cultivation reached a higher state, it would be as big as a mountain. Or Shuangjiang might as well smash the golden well, and it would leave a flaw in Qin Pingon's mental state. The foundation of Dao was no longer complete. Could it be mended? Of course it could. As long as Qin Pingon gifted the golden well to the otherworldly demon as a cave dwelling, not only could it be mended flawlessly, it could also benefit the state of cultivation, and become the source of Dao for a qi cultivator. As for the method of cultivating the 3 mountains, Shuangjiang was no stranger to it. He had only heard of it before. However, until now Shuangjiang still couldn't figure out one thing. From the time Qin Pingon took the initiative to ask for his name to the mention of the Daoist fire dragon's imparting of the 3 mountains art of material refinement, was it intentional on Qin Pingon's part? Was it because Qin Pingon had already noticed that something was amiss? Was it because Qin Pingon didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and ask Qin Qingdu to hold the fort? The white-haired boy couldn't help but lament. It can only be used as a training ground in the snail's shell. It restricts your great supernatural powers. Qin Pingon had cultivated 4 natal items: the old dragon city's Sea of Clouds, the Immortal Inn at the Great Blasphemy Estuary, the Dragon Palace's Cave, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the secret chamber in the Ning residence. The last item belonged to the 5 elements, and there were 2 dispensable Daoist protectors, the Ascendant State Demon Qingshan, and the Ascendant State Otherworldly Demon Shuangjiang. The small door opened slowly and Qin Pingon appeared. The white-haired boy immediately flattered. "Ancestor Yin Guan, your aptitude is so extraordinary that it makes one's hair stand on end. Your refinement speed is so fast. To hell with Xiaoxia, he's not even fit to carry your shoes." Why hasn't Ancestor Yin Guan started refining? Is it because he has too much martial arts fate and hasn't been completely tempered? How many martial artists in the world can understand this kind of sorrow? Old Def felt that he didn't feel the least bit guilty calling it grandpa when it came to the matter of bootlicking and disgusting. Qin Pingon said, I came out to take a breather. Qin Pingon strolled along the stairs. The surroundings were naturally dark and gloomy. How far one could see depended on one's cultivation. As the young Guan was walking down, the white-haired boy walked in front. He walked sideways, bent over and stretched out his hands, reminding the ancestor Guan to be careful when he stepped. If he walked up the stairs, the white-haired boy would follow behind him. He would also stretch out his hands to prevent the ancestor Guan from accidentally falling backward. In terms of the degree of flattery on the surface, Miyu, Gu Jianlong and Chao Gun of the Summer Palace's lineage were probably not as good as this otherworldly demon. It seemed interesting and boring, but the white-haired boy would silently count in his heart when Qin Pingon would deny this matter. It was really boring but interesting. Qin Pingon didn't care about the absurd actions of this otherworldly demon at all. He just let it do whatever it wanted. It was true that Qin Pingon did not refine the magma furnace. The martial arts fate in his body was not the reason. Twisting Core had already helped to peel off 2 fire seeds from the fire dragon. They were the 2 eyes of the fire dragon. Compared to the fire dragon that was formed by pure martial artists, the 2 fire seeds that were constantly fused into the eyes of the fire dragon were just external objects. After being removed by Twisting Core, the fire dragon's vital chi was not harmed. It was just that the process of taking the eyes was a little unexpected. As a sewing man in the Jade Roar realm, he was actually unable to suppress the unruly fire dragon. If he really wanted to forcefully remove the 2 eyeballs, he would probably have to go to war and hurt Qin Pingon's body. This was probably the innate conflict between chi cultivators and pure martial artists. Qin Pingon could only negotiate with the Golden Man. After much persuasion and countless scoldings, the Golden Man finally stepped on the fire dragon's head, making it docile and motionless. It allowed Qin Pingon to retrieve the eyeballs. So far everything was going smoothly. However, when Qin Pingon entered the small door and began to operate the ancient celestial formula taught by Immortal Fire Dragon, he realized that he was in an awkward situation. The formula for refining items originated from the rain-praying tablet outside the water deity temple of Baiyu Mansion. It was faintly like a frustrated person who hid and complained to himself. He operated the magic on his own and caused ripples in his heart. If it was during normal times, this would be a good sign for cultivation and the heavenly perception. However, at the crucial moment of refining an item of the fire element, it was a deadly trouble. When Qin Pingon realized that something was wrong, his mind went to the water deity mansion to take a look. Indeed, he saw that the boys in green were all restless. They were curled up under the mural that looked like a water fairy worshipping. Obviously it was easy. Qin Pingon had the signs of a battle between water and fire in the small world of the human body. Because Qin Pingon's great Tao was close to water, he wanted to refine an unimaginably high-grade deity's heart into an item of the fire element. Therefore, the battle between water and fire was the most obvious. Previously, he first had the water deity mansion and then the mountain temple. Because of the relationship between the mountains and rivers, it was beneficial to the refining process. Then he refined the wood element natal item. Both the water and the earth were helpful. Similarly, the small world of the human body did not hinder him. After that, no matter how Qin Pingon suppressed the water element in his heart lake, there was little effect. Qin Pingon stood outside a prison. Inside, a Yuanying sword cultivator demon was detained. His name was Huang He and his natal flying sword was Lin Li. His real body was a scorpion. According to the mountain searching map, he belonged to the cockroach family. Qin Pingon often came here. He stood there and did not speak. Huang He had been concentrating on cultivating his sword. He pretended that he did not see the young man outside. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you have a way to win? Use the mountain ceiling technique to close the door of the water deity mansion." The white-haired boy said with a long face, "Elder hidden official, seniority is seniority, business is business. Right now we're cutting off our relationship cleanly. Don't try to take advantage of me, okay?" Qin Pingon said, "Why not? From now on we will start a real business. As long as you give enough, you can earn your life. Your oath is useless. But my oath is true. When the time comes, I will plead with Sword Immortal Boss. But there is a bottom line. You can scheme against others. I have already spoken with Sword Immortal boss. If you scheme against me again, I will kill you. The white-haired boy asked, Are you really willing to change your mind and let me leave the prison? Qin Pingon said, There's a sequence of events. You were the one who schemed against me first. You wanted to seize my body and soul, coveting my karma entanglements and some of my fate so that you could hide deeper. Once you succeeded, perhaps even the great Sword Immortal would find it difficult to kill you completely. Why would I let you leave the prison alive after taking all the advantages? Do you really think that I am your biological grandfather or ancestral ancestor? If I was your ancestral ancestor with your conduct and unfilial descendant, I would have put righteousness before family. The white-haired boy curled his lips and said, You just want me to pave the way for you and tell you more about the inside rules of the Green Turtle world so that you can make early plans for the Baek Okkyung building when you ascend to the Green Turtle world. Did I not say that? Qin Pingon smiled and rubbed the white-haired boy's head. Why aren't you calling me ancestral ancestor? The outer sky demon said happily, All right, ancestral ancestor. Qin Pingon changed his palm into a fist. The outer sky demon shattered with a bang. It then condensed into a human form elsewhere. It was a green snake wearing a Daoist robe. It jumped back and said excitedly, Ancestral Recluse's fist fully shows the power of the far-wandering realm. Qin Pingon gently twisted his wrist. Entering the far-wandering realm was indeed much stronger than the Golden Body realm. It was just that he did not know which realm Xianxia was at now. The white-haired boy revealed the heavenly secret and said with a smile, Dao formula refines items. Ancestral Recluse has 2 immortal formulas. Both of them said that they can refine all things. Then how about using the formula to refine the formula? Qin Pingon thought about it and still shook his head. If I have to give up one to keep the other, it's really hard to choose. Moreover, I don't know what will happen after refining them into one formula. Moreover, there will be too many accidents in this process. The 2 immortal formulas are too high grade. As a chi refinement warrior, my realm is too low. So you can tell me what you really think. How should we calculate the money for this first transaction? How should we sum it up? The white-haired boy stretched out 2 fingers and said, Actually, this is the second transaction. Twisting Core will come and find you very soon. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, This is not considered a transaction. It's a favor of you returning to your ancestral home. The white-haired boy also covered his sleeves with both hands. He rolled his eyes and nodded, That makes sense. Qin Pingon said, I told you before that there's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It's you who didn't believe me. The white-haired boy said frankly, I'm an ascendant after all. It's easy for me to become arrogant. The sword cultivator demon who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm stopped nurturing his life-flying sword. He opened his eyes and looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were happily outside the sword light fence. Huang he suddenly had a thought in his mind. If all the young people in the world are like this, we demons should not go there and cause trouble. Learning to read, our hearts and livers are soaked in ink. Our hearts and livers are very black. After leaving the cage, the white-haired boy knew why Qin Pingon stayed for such a long time. It was just that he had seen the 2 paintings of the young man's state of mind. He did not dare to be mischievous on such matters. Qin Pingon asked, Regarding the 5 poisons, is there any corresponding folk custom in the world of Qingming? Shuangjiang nodded and said, There are many. For example, at the entrance of the market, small gourds are cut out of colored paper and pasted on the door. It's called the inverted calamity gourd. Over at the Yamen, the Qinglu officials who have the credentials will specially change into a set of Daoist robes bestowed by the Daoist sect, embroidered with the picture of the 5 poisons. Then they will go to the place where all the people within their jurisdiction draw water and throw in Guyu talismans. Qin Pingon said, In the southeastern part of the North Continent, there's also the custom of posting Guyu invitation. If a rich family has the invitation written by the immortals at their door, it's something to be proud of. It's not inferior to the plaque hanging in the main house. Shuangjiang said, When one's state is high, there may be new troubles coming one after another. However, there's one good thing. The state of a cultivator can really solve a lot of problems. When one's state is high, many problems will disappear on their own. Good fortune comes uninvited, bad guests leave without being reprimanded. Qin Pingon seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "That's reasonable. I've learned something." Shuangjiang raised his hand and wiped away his bitter tears. He sobbed and said, "Ancestor, your words are touching." And Xian came quickly. When it came to the root of the great Tao, there was no need to be ashamed. She wasn't Qin Pingon, who was a man. What was there to be embarrassed about? Why would a woman blabber so much? Qin Pingon was very interested. He made up his mind to observe from the side. It was a heavenly immortal cave robe that was one of the few in the green underworld world. Using the power of sewing clothes, he carefully disassembled 36,000 crisscrossing threads of warp and weft. Just this process alone was a Tao observation that could only be chanced upon but not sought. And Xian took out the golden book in the jade book. She said, "I was going to let you suffer a little before helping you build your heart chamber." She suddenly said, "Do you have a talisman of a higher grade? Otherwise, it won't be able to hold these words. If the grade is not good enough, it will have to be stacked together. It's not a small number." Qin Pingon took out a piece of green talisman paper from the Fengtsuan item. The white-haired boy's eyelids trembled. Xian nodded and let Qin Pingon place the talisman paper beside the golden jade book. She took out the willow tendon that she had refined into her natal item. She started to peel the words from the golden jade book. It looked like an ordinary dagger, but its tip was very thin. Every time a word left the book, Xian would use the tip of the dagger to touch the green talisman paper. When the word landed on the paper, it would sink into the talisman paper. Fortunately, it did not break the paper. In the end, Xian's face was pale. The organs under her head were churning and crushing each other. Her body was a mess of blood and flesh. It was like a muddy pond. Xian opened the embroidered pouch and took out some scarlet pills that were refined by unknown means. She poured a large amount of them into her mouth and swallowed them. Qin Pingon folded the talisman paper. It was heavy in his hand. He carefully put it into his sleeve. After standing up, he cupped his fists and thanked her solemnly. Xian ignored him. From the beginning to the end, the woman who had injured her foundation so badly that her pure jade realm was on the verge of collapse did not even frown. Qin Pingon felt that Xian could actually practice martial arts. Being unmoved by someone else's dagger and being unmoved by one's own dagger were two different realms. Xian looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy did not transform into the true appearance of the Ascendant Realm cultivator, Shuangjun. Instead, he glanced at the expressionless patriarch Yingguan. Then he shrunk his head and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch a corner. He pulled slowly. Suddenly, a brilliant light flowed and a Daoist robe gradually appeared. Then the white-haired boy suddenly pulled and the robe was in his hand. It was an illusory Daoist robe that flowed with colorful lights like a waterfall. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "The Daoist robe is also fake. Why is it so real?" Xian's eyes were burning. She felt that Qin Pingon was too much of a layman. He said, "It contains the meaning of Tao. When it appeared in the world, it was almost the manifestation of Tao. How can it be real or fake?" Qin Pingon's horizons were broadened. Although his Daoist robe was upgraded to an immortal weapon by constantly feeding the gold essence copper coins, it was definitely not as mysterious as this robe. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Little girl, how can you talk to my patriarch like that? Show your grandpa some respect." Xian responded with a cold smile and glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy looked around and laughed. Xian took the light and almost weightless Daoist robe. She opened her palm and rubbed it carefully, like a drunkard drinking wine or a lover caressing the skin of a beauty. Qin Pingon was a bit scared. The vulgar words of the female sword Immortal Xianxia and the way Xian looked at her treasures made it difficult for Qin Pingon to resist. The white-haired boy told Xian where the restrictions on the robe were. She sat down and gently placed the robe on her knees. She took out her 10 fundamental life item embroidery needles and used them to pick up a thread. After slowly pulling it out, she twisted it into a ball of thread and placed it beside her feet. Just pulling out a single thread took the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Xian was mentally exhausted. She closed her eyes and breathed in slowly. During this time, an extremely small mistake in picking the needle triggered many restrictions. The sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers on the Daoist robe changed. In the end, the robe was directly put on Xian's body. Xian's soul trembled. He felt like she was thrown into a forbidden world. Frost Descent hurriedly controlled the robe to leave Xian's body. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and put it back into the embroidery bag. Qin Pingon sat on the steps and watched for a few hours before silently leaving. Before this, he felt like he was in a house in the marketplace, watching a woman mending clothes under the light. The white-haired boy asked telepathically, "Is there no need to close the water manor?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "There's no need. My heart is calm." It was rare that the white-haired boy didn't leave with him. He rested his chin on his hands and stared at Xian's needlework. He said softly, "If this is the real thing, you'll trigger the restrictions when you pick up the needle. If no one helps you take off your clothes, you'll die." Xian didn't have any other thoughts. She ignored him. There were more and more balls of thread by her feet. They gathered together like miniature suns and moons. The white-haired boy suddenly said, "Xian, why are you not afraid of death even though you clearly want to live? Not to mention the greedy old deaf, even the pure and simple torture officers are afraid of death. In my opinion, your state of mind is the closest to Qin Qingdo's in the prison." Xian took out another meridian thread that pierced through countless mountains and rivers on the robe. She planned to rest for a while and answered, "There's something to love about life but not too much to worry about. It's a pity to die but not too much to regret. What can I do if I'm already like this?" The white-haired boy said, "It's just that your innate aptitude is a bit lacking. Otherwise, there's still hope for you to reach the ascendant realm." Seeing that Xian had no intention of replying, he laughed. "Have you heard that there's a glazed cellar in the Qingming Tian? Even if you don't care about your appearance, you can still improve a lot by changing your skin." Xian said, "I've only heard that there's a fox cave in the wasteland." The white-haired boy was a bit helpless. Xian's cold joke was indeed easy to lose the conversation. At this moment, the white-haired boy frowned and stood up. For the first time, his expression was a bit serious. Xian stopped just as she was about to pick up the needle. Someone pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of his heart beating was like the power of a god's drum. Every time his heart beat, the entire prison would shake along with it. In the summer palace, a flying sword message was received. Sword Immortal Chou Miao handed the secret letter to Song Gaoyuan. It came from the upside-down mountain essence palace. There was only a stamp on the envelope and no signature, so it was impossible to identify the owner of the stamp. Song Gaoyuan was accompanying Xianxia and watching a certain battlefield on the scroll. After reading the secret letter, he wanted to say something but stopped. Now, the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage were much more relaxed. As long as they wanted to go to the city to fight, they no longer needed to follow the rule of 3 people in a group. Whether they were alone or in groups of 3 or 5, they could go as they pleased. Immediately, the 3 female sword cultivators, Dong Bude, Guizhujiu and Luo Zhini, left the summer palace together. Apart from them, Su Ning, Gu Jianlong and Chao Gun also left on their swords. Chou Miao laughed. "What are you hesitating for? Learn from Lin Junbai." Song Gaoyuan hesitated and said, "I'll send a letter back to the upside-down mountain essence palace. I'll wait until Sword Immortal Xie leaves the battlefield, then I'll go to the upside-down mountain with this senior." Chou Miao asked, "You're just going to leave your senior in the upside-down mountain? That's not appropriate." Song Gaoyuan said, "Patriarch Rongguan won't mind. She wanted to tour the upside-down mountain anyway." Chou Miao let him be. The next day, Dong Bude and the 3 female sword cultivators returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhini recalled something and told Song Gaoyuan that she had brushed shoulders with Sword Immortal Xie on the battlefield. She asked her to pass a message to Song Gaoyuan, telling him not to wait for her. Pang Yuanji stood up and strode over the threshold. He rode his sword to the city and said, "Song Gaoyuan, I won't be sending you off." Song Gaoyuan left the summer palace on this day. Before he left, Chou Miao handed a package to the Deerhorn Palace cultivator, saying that it was from the hidden official. Song Gaoyuan carried the package and went through the gate alone. He went to the upside-down mountain and found the Water Essence Palace. He saw the female patriarch of his sect, Patriarch Rongguan. The young sword cultivator saw his own patriarch. It didn't matter that Patriarch Rongguan was accompanied by several female immortal masters of the Rain Dragon sect. The young man's eyes reddened and he said with a trembling voice, "Many people died. Senior Xieji also didn't return home." Patriarch Rongguan sighed, not knowing how to comfort this junior. The young sword cultivator of the gold armor continent, Xianxia, crossed the gate with the female sword Immortal Song Pin. They went to the upside-down mountain and went straight to the ferry. Song Pin. Her murderous aura was extremely heavy, as if her mind hadn't truly left the battlefield. Following them were two little girls of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were both sword cultivators at a young age. The one who kept a straight face was called Sun Zhao. Her elder sister, Sun Tian, was practicing martial arts. Unlike Sun Zhao, the child who was looking around was called Jing Wan. They would follow sword Immortal Song Pin to cultivate. When they arrived at Song Pin's sect, they would be officially accepted as direct disciples at the Patriarch Hall. The group went to the ferry at the Elk Cliff and took a cross-continent ferry to the Fuyao continent. Song Pin and Xianxia returned to their hometown, while the two children were thousands of miles away. The female sword Immortal only bought 2 jade tokens at the ferry. When they boarded the ferry, the Qi refinement warrior in charge of the ferry asked why the two girls didn't have jade tokens. This was against the rules. Sword Immortal Song Pin naturally recognized her. He wasn't blind. She was such a beautiful woman, and she was carrying a sword, Fuyao, that was rumored to contain a continent's sword light. The cultivators of the Golden Armor continent and Fuyao continent would recognize her at a glance. Song Pin said, "I'm giving you face. Just accept it." Xianxia was calm. He felt that Senior Song Pin's words were very reasonable. Finally, the ferry manager rushed over and personally opened the way for the 4 of them to board the ferry. Jing Wan's mouth was slightly agape. The girl was confused. Sword Immortal Song Pin didn't interact with them like this in private. He had a smiling face and a gentle voice. He had a good temper. A few good rooms were vacated on the ferry. Song Pin brought the 2 girls to the viewing platform with a wide view and smiled, "This is the scenery of the vast world." Jing Wan whispered, "There's too little sword qi." Sun Zhao rolled her eyes, "Nonsense. How can it be compared to our Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Jing Wan didn't say anything else. It wasn't that she was afraid of Sun Zhao. It was mainly because she wanted to hear Sun Zhao's strange stories. Song Pin said gently, "So you need to get used to it quickly. When we reach the sect of the Gold Armor continent, I'll reserve 2 mountains full of spirit qi for you. When you reach the Golden Core realm, you can hold the opening ceremony. Then it'll be your residence. From that moment onwards, you'll have a firm foothold in the vast world." On the viewing platform next door, a young sword cultivator waved his hand and greeted the 2 girls. Jing Wan tiptoed and smiled brightly. Brother Xianxia made a face. Sun Zhao suddenly felt sad. She pulled the female sword Immortal's sleeve and sobbed, "Master, I miss home." Song Pin held the girl's hand and whispered, "In the future, other than me, don't say such things to anyone." Sun Zhao didn't know what was going on. She quickly wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. One night, a tall and skinny old man passed through the door. He immediately stopped and closed his eyes. He raised his head and sniffed. He chuckled, "It's been a long time." It was the Jade Realm sword Immortal Puhi. However, he had fallen to the nascent soul realm. Even if he wore a robe, he still couldn't hide the smell of blood on his body. Following Puhi into Inverted Hanging Mountain was Chao Gun and a young man and girl from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When Chao Gun became a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage, he was only in the Dragon Gate realm. Now he was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. The young man and girl that Puhi brought away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi was only in the cave realm. His talent wasn't outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and he wasn't considered a genius. However, he was to Puhi's liking. As for the sea viewing realm girl, her talent was even better. Puhi planned to let a close friend on the mountain pass on the Dao to her. As a sword immortal from the Liuxia continent who specialized in killing, how could he not have a few close female friends? Even if the other party was now a realm higher than him, even if she still looked like a girl, she would still have to call him Big Brother Pooh whenever they met. The young man complained, "Old man Pooh, when are you going to become a sword immortal again? Otherwise I'll lose face as your disciple." Puhi sneered, "Do you think I'll be proud to take in a cave realm disciple like you? Don't you know that even Golden Core realm cultivators aren't qualified to sit at my wine gatherings in the Liuxia continent? They can only stand and drink?" Chao Gun was speechless. Because what Sword Immortal Puhi said was absolutely true. Golden Core Realm Earth immortals with a bit of backbone usually wouldn't participate in Puhi's banquet. However, there were more who were willing to go. The young man said angrily, "Don't call me your father." Puhi laughed instead of being angry, as expected of my disciple. When you're not drinking, you speak drunkenly. After drinking, you want to draw your sword at the slightest disagreement. Everyone in the continent looks at you with surprise. However, the young man didn't appreciate it and said, "You're just a nascent soul realm cultivator and you talk big. People who aren't familiar with you would think that an ascendant realm cultivator is yawning here." Chao Gun was even more speechless. What kind of master, what kind of disciple? If they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. The taciturn girl envied the courage of her peers. She didn't dare to talk to Puhi like that. The young man said, "I heard that you have a lot of enemies in the Wuxia continent. Now that you've fallen, will you cause me to be killed by my enemies?" Puhi pressed the young man's head and pushed him away. "Don't say such unlucky things." The cross-continent ferry they took would stop at the ferry port near Lingjizhai. Puhi was planning to buy a few things from that immortal shop. She didn't have much money in her pocket, so she could only choose the cheap things. If worse came to worst, she would borrow money from Chao Gun. Whether their friendship in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was deep or not depended on whether Chao Gun would lend her money or treat her to drinks. In any case, it was a one-way trip. At Lingjizhai, the girl was in high spirits, but the young man didn't want to go in. He just sat on the steps. Chao Gun sat beside him. The group boarded the ferry in the middle of the night. The young man leaned on the railing and said weakly, "Old Pooh, this is your vast world. It doesn't look like much." Puhi smiled. "Remember one thing. Cultivating in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and practicing the sword in vast world are two different things. So it's normal for your realm to stagnate in the future. You don't have to worry. My Puhi's last disciple will become a great sword immortal sooner or later." The ferry steward stood not far away, trembling with fear. Their northwest Wuxia continent had lost contact with Sword Immortal Puhi for a long time. At most, they heard that Puhi was defeated at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. But Puhi's illustrious reputation, especially her strange and eccentric temperament, still made many upper five realms cultivators and earth immortals fearful. There was a saying, when Puhi smiled, someone would die. Motherf asterisk her, it definitely meant that she would attack with her sword. Puhi was an ancestor of the sect, a proper immortal master of records. But she had always been fearless in her actions. She could kill, steal, swindle, anything. She was also proficient in disguise, especially in framing others. Her methods were so unorthodox that even the unorthodox cultivators had to call her ancestor. So Puhi did not have a good reputation on the mountain, but in the Jianghu among the unorthodox cultivators she had a great reputation. Back then Jiang Shangzhen stirred up trouble in the North Continent. Previously he was even known as the second Puhi. They were both bastards who pooped in their pants and ran around everywhere. But this ferry steward, looking at this old man, found it hard to reconcile him with the sword immortal Puhi in his memory. At the door, Puhi threw 2 bottles of pills to the young man for him to apply externally and internally. After the young man closed the door, he took off his clothes and grimaced. There was a huge wound on his body that was far from healed. It was old Pooh who pulled him out from the pile of corpses. After applying the ointment and swallowing the pills, the young man wore his clothes again. He sat cross-legged on the bed and diligently cultivated, nourishing his natal flying sword. After a while there was a knock on the door. Chao Gun introduced himself. The young man spoke without thinking in front of Puhi, but towards this foreign sword cultivator from the hidden official lineage. Even though Chao Gun's realm was not high, the young man was respectful. The young man hurriedly opened the door. Chao Gun looked at the young man, who was a little reserved, and laughed. "Let me tell you some things to take note of when cultivating in the vast world. As an immortal master of records, I might not be fond of complicated formalities, but listen to me." The young man listened attentively. Chao Gun finally said, "Ye do from now on, cultivate with sword immortal Puhi. Cherish it." The young man named Yidu nodded vigorously. "My master, is this?" Chao Gun looked at the young man, who was in high spirits, and gave him a thumbs up. He held back his laughter. Old Pooh, who had stopped for a long time at the corridor outside the house, smiled and nodded. He went to find some wine to drink. Snowy Continent's sword cultivator Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone. He looked lonely. After training here for so many years, he had only reached the nascent soul bottleneck bit by bit. He was still unable to break through to the upper 5 realms. Previously, the sect had requested the help of the cross-continent ferry. They had sent 2 messages to the Summer Refuge Palace on Inverted Hanging Mountain, asking when he would return. Deng Liang ignored them both. Although Deng Liang was not as outstanding as Chao Gun Xianxia and the other young sword immortals at the Summer Refuge Palace, it was easy for people to forget that Deng Liang was an extremely young nascent soul sword cultivator. Not only did he have a seat in the Snowy Continent's ancestral hall, but his seat was also very close to the front. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator and had been in the mortal world for many years. After he became an immortal master of records, he treated people well. Therefore he was very popular and was highly valued by the sect master and had to rely heavily on him. Before Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he went to the wine shop and wrote a sentence on a nameplate. I came as a nascent soul and left as a nascent soul. I have not broken through to the next realm and have let down the good wine. He carried a bag and boarded the ferry. The ferry manager personally welcomed him. Deng Liang smiled and chatted with him. Deng Liang first used a flying sword to send a message to the sect, saying that he was already on his way back. When he reached the cabin of the ferry, he took off his bag. Other than a few nameplates that had already become relics, there were also some spare items. Deng Liang took out a letter which Sword Immortal Chou Miao asked him to open after boarding the ferry. He said that it was a letter personally written by Master Hidden Official. The handwriting was very familiar. The letter mentioned a few things. One of them was to ask Deng Liang to help deliver a letter to Sword Immortal Xianxia. Another was to ask Deng Liang to help take care of the sword cultivator disciples that Sword Immortal Xianxia had taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the end of the letter there was also a secret about the 5th world. Deng Liang was asked to bring it to the sect's ancestral hall. If Deng Liang's sect really wanted to, they could make preparations early. Deng Liang kept the letter and left the room to enjoy the night view. The sky was high and the moon was bright. He missed the Summer Refuge Palace very much and admired the young hidden official. In the Hanging Mountains Spring Banner House, they had just finished discussing an important matter. Yan Ming stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "It was very enjoyable to work with all of you during this period of time." Miyu, Xiao Yunyan, Nailan Seihuan and Wei Wenlong stood up at the same time. Miyu did not say anything and only clasped his fists to send them off. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "It's a great honor to be able to work with Sword Immortal Yen day and night." Nailan Saihuan clasped her fists and said, "Yan Ming, you're the master of the house and have a way of making money. I might not lose to you, but as a sword cultivator I'm not as good as you." Miyu looked dejected. "I'm even more so." Yan Ming nodded with a smile and strode out of the house. He only said one sentence to Miyu and Nailan Saihuan, who were from the same hometown as him. How could he be so relaxed when he was alive? There was no need to feel guilty. In the Summer Refuge Palace, the sword cultivators from the other hometown had already returned home. Sword Immortal Chou Miao stood up and said, "From today onwards, before the hidden official returns, Dong Budi and Su Ning will be in charge of making decisions together." Luo Zhini wanted to say something but stopped. In the end he did not say anything to persuade him to stay. After Chou Miao crossed the threshold, he turned his back to everyone and said with a smile, "I'll go first." Yan Ming, who had lost his arms, pinned a seal on his waist and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He returned to the city wall as a sword cultivator. Bai Lianshuang, the female warrior of the 9th realm, no longer taught the children martial arts. She left the cold shelter palace and returned to the Ning mansion. She cleaned up every nook and cranny of the Ning mansion. Then she stood at the gate for a long time and murmured a lot before she went to the city wall. Yin Chen, the sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm, left the place of cultivation for the first time. He flew out on his sword and rushed to the battlefield. He did not return. In the wilderness, the moon in the sky came to the mortal world and crashed into the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall, the old sword Immortal Dong Sanging sneered and said, F***CKU, and then flew away on his sword. 680. Shuangjiang stood on the stairs and looked at the young man who was walking down shakily. He was pounding his chest heavily. Every time Qin Pingon punched, golden light would flow out of his chest. It was like a blacksmith forging a sword with a hammer. Every time he punched, sparks would fly in all directions and disrupt the flow of time. This caused the light around Qin Pingon to be distorted. As Qin Pingon was walking down the stairs from a high place, Shuangjiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, could still see his golden eyes clearly even though his eyelids were lowered. Qin Pingon stumbled forward. The movement of his heart was too big. After refining the god spirit's heart, it was like he had moved an entire furnace and placed it in his heart chamber. Even though the words that were peeled off from the golden book were of high quality and contained the true meaning of Taoism, there were still a few words that were melted by the golden light after Qin Pingon's punch and dissipated in the air. Shuangjiang asked, "You shouldn't have refined it so quickly. Are you still hiding some secrets?" Qin Pingon was silent. He didn't want to speak, but in fact he couldn't speak. He could only punch his chest again and again, trying his best to suppress the drumming sound in his heart aperture. Shuangjiang stepped aside and walked with Qin Pingon. Shuangjiang kept looking at the side of Qin Pingon's face. He operated his supernatural powers and carefully observed the atmosphere inside Qin Pingon's small body. Qin Pingon stopped and covered his mouth with both hands. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. He raised his head slightly and swallowed all the blood. He continued to walk forward and pounded his chest again. Shuangjiang was scratching his head. Strange, too strange. Even if Qin Pingon used the 2 fire seeds of the dragon's eye as primers and had the help of martial arts fate to prevent the god's remains from rejecting Qin Pingon's body and soul, it shouldn't be so smooth. According to Shuangjiang's prediction, Qin Pingon might not even be able to walk out of the small door after dismantling 36,000 threads. This was like a gifted scholar flipping through a sage's book. He might be able to understand the subtle words of the sage in a short time, but he wouldn't be able to grasp the profound meaning. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Qin Pingon secretly made a move and used the Great Wall of Sword aura to help Qin Pingon refine the object. The other possibility was that Qin Pingon was the reincarnation of a god who had a deep relationship with the god's remains. Half of it was the inheritance and the other half was the refinement. However, Shuangjiang felt that these 2 possibilities were very unlikely. Qin Pingon wasn't the kind of person who would give out charity. If Qin Pingon was the reincarnation of an ancient god, there would be some traces left behind when the longevity bridge was broken. Shuangjiang had traveled many times and should have noticed it. Qin Pingon's eyes gradually returned to normal. The golden light slowly faded and the movement in his chest became smaller. His punches became lighter, his footsteps became steadier, and his state of mind calmed down. The entire prison quietened down. Qin Pingon turned around and climbed up. The white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. This time Qin Pingon passed by many prisons. The 5 great demons of the upper 5 realms and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivators all appeared, but no one spoke. They looked at the young man as if he was a demon. Qin Pingon came to the entrance of the prison and sat at the top of the stairs. This world had a pattern of day and night. Outside the prison it was always daytime. Shuangjiang couldn't help but say, "Hidden official elder, you really can't say it? If you say it, it'll be a business deal. Take it that I owe you money for 3 snowflakes." Previously, the 2 of them had discussed and set up the rules of the transaction. 1 snowflake was equivalent to a land immortal cultivator. 1 grain of small summer money could buy the life of a pure Jade Realm cultivator. When he had enough grain rain money, Qin Pingon could go and plead with Qin Qingdou to save the life of this external demonic beast. Shuangjiang had already prepared everything. He had the green snake, Daoist incantations, magic weapons, and all kinds of strange things. In this prison, it had still accumulated some belongings. It was just that in the past it only depended on fate. Soon it would have to desperately pick up scraps. If it was really driven to desperation, it would even obtain the clothes washing girl, muslin washing girl, grape trellis, 12-flower deity cups, as well as Zhou Xian's modeled fish Immortal book and the sword pill. It would King obtain all of them and come to the hidden official to exchange for money. There was one good thing about the young hidden official that made Shuangjiang calm down. Once Qin Pingon made a deal with someone sincerely, he would never go back on his words. It was more effective than any bullshit oath. Shuangjiang suddenly laughed to himself and said, "You must do what you say, you're such a petty person." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. He didn't care about how the demons scolded him in a roundabout way. He only said, "You know that I opened a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword immortals don't drink on credit. And you only want to spend money for 3 snowflakes? If I don't do this deal, it's too much of a loss. Xuangjiang turned around and sneakily took out an embroidered handkerchief that looked like something from a boudoir. He gently spread it on the ground and pinched out a beloved item that he had kept for a long time. On the embroidered handkerchief, ripples trembled. Xuangjiang pinched out an extremely long narrow knife. Xuangjiang changed from pinching the handle to holding the knife with both hands. The top of the scabbard was pressed against the embroidered handkerchief. It was taller than the childlike demon. Xuangjiang put away the embroidered handkerchief and stood up. He stood on his tiptoes and pushed the knife out of the scabbard. Instantly light bloomed. There were 5 colors as gorgeous as the rosy clouds. The handle of the knife was wrapped with fine golden threads. The narrow knife was circular in shape and exquisite beyond compare. Outside the circular ring, there was a string of golden ancient seal inscriptions. The light flowed like the moon, the clear sky reflected the water. It would last forever, shining on the soul. The last 2 words were Zhang Can. After Xuangjiang pushed the knife back into the scabbard, he held the knife with both hands. How about it? I'll use this knife to exchange for the answer from the hidden official elder. Qin Pingan reached out his hand and smiled. Sure. Xuangjiang handed the narrow knife to Qin Pingan without hesitation. Qin Pingan placed the knife on his knees. It was extremely heavy. He held the knife with one hand and pressed 2 fingers together against the handle of the knife. He slowly pushed the knife out of the scabbard and looked at it. However, he quickly pushed it back. He remembered the 2 words, Zhang Can, and asked doubtfully, is this the execution tool of the ancient dragon beheading platform? Xuangjiang squatted at the side and nodded, of course. It's just that before it was lost, it was in bad condition. Probably chopped off the heads of many evil dragons, so it has a strong murderous aura. Anyway, the hidden official elder isn't afraid of this. I'll treat it as a gift to a hero. To be honest, this item isn't the best on the dragon beheading platform. However, now that it's in the vast world, it's still enough to make the military cultivators of the upper 5 realms fight over it. Qin Pingan smiled. Gift? Xuangjiang immediately slapped himself and changed his words. I'll sell it. Qin Pingan pressed his hands on the knife and said softly, the answer is that I'm not sure either. I'm not lying to you. Xuangjiang felt as if he was struck by lightning. Qin Pingan raised the narrow knife a few inches. When I do business, I've always been honest. I'm ashamed to accept it, so I'll return it to you. The 2 of them were speechless. Why don't you King return the knife to me? It turned out that Qin Pingan raised the knife a little and didn't say anything else. Xuangjiang couldn't snatch the knife away. The key was that the hidden official elder's posture. His 5 fingers were clenched tightly and it didn't seem like he was going to let go. Xuangjiang wouldn't be polite with his words, because once he was polite, the other party wouldn't be polite either. Qin Pingan threw the narrow knife to the otherworldly demon. This is because you helped me leave something near the door. Otherwise he would have to go to the pavilion naked and meet Twisted Core on the way. Xuangjiang held the knife and asked, just such a small matter? Is it worth exchanging such a good knife for it? Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and smiled. A small sum of money. It's a good omen to open the door. Xuangjiang handed over the narrow knife and was overjoyed. Qin Pingan stood up and walked slowly with the knife by his left waist. He didn't return to the prison. Xuangjiang asked, you've reached the far-wandering state first and then refined your natal item. You can train your martial arts fate at the same time. That's why you weren't in a hurry to sew clothes? Qin Pingan shook his head. Actually, I didn't think so much. With you by my side, I've been purposely restraining my thoughts. Xuangjiang knelt on the ground and pounded his fists on the ground. He howled, how much sin have I committed? Qin Pingan didn't find it funny. Instead, he was worried. The otherworldly demon did as he pleased, and it was pure freedom. A sword gleam arrived in an instant and hovered not far in front of Qin Pingan. Then it flew towards the thatched cottage by the stream. The criminal official took the initiative to invite him as a guest. It was the first time Qin Pingan traveled far with the wind as a martial man of the 8th realm. Xuangjiang stood beside Qin Pingan and whispered, this sword pellet that the criminal official gave to Du Shanin is also worth a small sum of money. Whether it was the sword pellet that the criminal official refined or the narrow knife that Qin Pingan just obtained, they were all priceless treasures of immortals. However, in his business with the otherworldly demon, the accounting method was different. In the prison there were opportunities and treasures everywhere. The life of Xuanzang's ascendant state was even more valuable. Qin Pingon once heard that there was an extremely hidden demonic sect in the Central Plains. When trading with people, they would only take the most precious thing in the other party's heart. It could be a woman they loved, or it could even be some kind of persistence or principle. For example, the person who cherished his life the most would have to give up his life in exchange. Qin Pingon floated to the side of the grape trellis. The sword immortal criminal official, who still did not reveal his true appearance, stood in the lush green and said, "We are about to leave this place. Tell the hidden official that you can choose one of the two women that the ancestral money has transformed into and keep them by your side." Qin Pingon said, "I don't accept a reward that I haven't done anything for." The criminal official said, "After living here for so long, it's still boring in the end." The hidden official asked about punching and refining. "I saw a few good shows and should express my gratitude. Apart from this, the most important thing is that they are closer to you and are willing to serve the hidden official. However, Zhou Xian will need one of them to assist him in his cultivation in the future. Otherwise you can take both of them away." On the other side of the stone table, the woman and the young girl were reluctant to leave. However, when they looked at the young hidden official, they smiled sweetly and their bright eyes flowed. Hearing this, Qin Pingon came to a sudden realization. He somewhat understood why this disciplinary officer sword immortal who was shrouded in mist and mist would inexplicably dislike him. Money. For the vast majority of cultivators in the world, all they saw in each and every blessed enclave was divine money. This was especially true for those people who did not know that there was a heaven beyond the heavens. In the eyes of the fallen immortals, they were the most worthless. Qin Pingon could not be bothered to explain anything. He shook his head and said, "It's best if you keep them by your side." The criminal official was even more straightforward. He used the heaven and earth within the sleeve to put away the thatched hut, the stream, the grape trellis, the flower god cup and the white jade table and stone stool. He flew away on his sword. Zhou Xian and the young girl followed behind him. However, he left the woman behind. She curtsied towards Qin Pingon. She was graceful and graceful. Qin Pingon was not pretentious. He could not just grab the woman and throw her to the criminal official. As a result, he clasped his hands and bowed towards her. Afterwards, he looked towards the white jade table and said softly, "You didn't even leave a stool behind." He did not give him a chance to pick up scraps at all. When receiving gifts from others, it was hard to avoid owing them favors. On the other hand, when picking up scraps, it was like tying one's head to one's belt and earning money with one's own abilities. The woman who was born from the gold essence copper coin smiled even more beautifully when she heard that. She said softly, "My humble name is Changming. If master does not like this name, you can just give me a name. I will be extremely honored." Qin Pingon turned around and waved his hand. He smiled at the woman and said, "Daoist Changming, you and I are of the same generation in the future. To be honest, I do have a place to go. It's in the Aquarius continent. It's called the Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's suitable for you to cultivate in. However, after you leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where do you want to go? Whether you want to go to the Lotus Root Blessed Land or not, it's all up to you." The woman blinked her eyes and raised a hand. In the four corners of the world, there were many corpses of gods scattered everywhere. Their decayed and huge bodies were continuously broken into pieces. Then golden grains of sand formed a line and gathered around the woman. It was like a golden mountain, the size of the Ning residence's dragon-slaying cliff. Xuanzang reminded softly, "This golden mountain in the green underworld is enough to refine the golden bodies of 3 to 4 river gods and water immortal prefecture lords. The blessed land of old ancestor hidden official is only a middle-grade blessed land. There will only be more golden bodies." Qin Pingon tried his best to hold back his laughter. In the end, he could not hold it in. He cupped his fists and said, "All right, I implore Daoist Changming to be a guest at the Aquarius continent. You can at least be a consecrator with fewer restrictions." The golden grains of sand from the corpses of the gods that were tempered by the river of time finally attached themselves to the woman's clothes. Qin Pingon felt that way. Wealth should not be exposed. That was how it should be. As expected, they were kindred spirits. The white-haired boy beside him who swaggered around the streets could not be compared to them. She asked curiously, "Master Hidden Official, are you not returning home?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "We'll talk about it later." She did not ask any more questions. She still considered herself as a servant girl. After that, Qin Pingan strolled around alone. But before they parted, she placed her finger on her forehead and took out a gold essence copper coin and gave it to Qin Pingan. Shuangjiang pulled the woman to pick up treasures. Both of them discussed for a while. Shuangjiang initially planned to find all the treasures by himself. Of course he would keep them all. Whatever she found they would split it 9-10. He never thought that the smelly woman would have the guts to ask for a 50-50 split. It was just that her state of cultivation was not worth mentioning, but she was the ancestor of the gold copper coin. Even if she was killed by him and transformed into her Dharma form, she would still be reborn in the gold copper coin that Qin Pingan kept in his pocket. When the time came, she would complain to Qin Pingan and he would probably not be able to bear it. With Qin Pingan's temper, he liked to haggle over such trivial matters. 9 out of 10 he would directly ask Qin Qingdu to chop him to death. Shuangjiang would only negotiate with her nicely. In the end they finally agreed on a 40-60 split. Shuangjiang earned a little, but he felt that it was more tiring than pestering old deaf for 80 years. He never thought that she was still not satisfied. She complained that she was useless and caused her master to lose 10% of the profits. Shuangjiang almost knelt down and kowtowed to her. Qin Pingan came to the sea of clouds that gave birth to the water droplets. He laid on the sea of clouds and placed his hands on his abdomen. He closed his eyes and rested. His mustard seed mind wandered around. In the end, in the small world of the human body, Qin Pingan came to the bank of the heart lake. With a slight movement of his heart, an unusually stable arch bridge appeared. His real body was sleeping soundly on the clouds. Qin Pingan's mind was standing at one end of the longevity bridge. As long as he crossed the bridge and reached the other end, there should be another cave-dwelling chi refinement warrior in this world. The golden figure riding the fire dragon came to the side of Qin Pingan's mind. She crossed her arms and raised her head. The fire dragon under her had grown strong after tempering its martial arts fate. If the fire dragon was only the size of a chopstick before, it should be as thick as an arm now. It had a domineering aura. Qin Pingan said softly, "Don't scold me." The golden figure sneered, "Haven't you been scolding yourself? I'm sick of it. How can I not listen to you?" Qin Pingan said, "It's said that there's a limit to one's strength. The key is that I've always believed in this. So it doesn't make sense to scold me, does it?" The golden figure said, "You're afraid that you can't leave. You're afraid that you'll become the second Qin Qingdou. At the same time, you don't have Qin Qingdou's abilities. You're afraid that you won't be able to meet him again. For the first time in your life, you're afraid that you won't get anything in return for everything you've done." Qin Pingan jumped up and down a few times, hitting his palms with his fists. Finally, he stretched out his hand and huffed. He looked at the arch bridge and said, "Anyone would do that. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." The golden figure was silent for a moment. Then she scolded him to express her consolation. Hearing the dialect of his hometown that he hadn't heard for a long time, Qin Pingan was immediately happy. His eyes were as clear as the stream in his hometown. He was a little sad like a small fish. With a swing of his tail he darted into the water plants and never met anyone again. In the end, Qin Pingan's mind left the small world. He stood up from the sea of clouds and flew towards the entrance of the prison. Crossing the bridge was not an urgent matter. He would wait until the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the savage world was completely refined and integrated into his body. It should be his cave-dwelling realm that couldn't escape. When the cave-dwelling opened, the small world and the big world would be connected. The rich spiritual qi of the prison, which was mixed with dense sword intent, would surge into the qi dwellings like a torrent. It was just that the pain of the flesh and soul might be seen as a daunting path by ordinary qi refinement warriors of the 5 lower realms. They might see it as a threshold of life and death that was extremely difficult to cross. But to Qin Pingan it was really nothing. This time, when Qin Pingan passed by the prison, the big demon Yunqing appeared again with a smile. She joked, "Previously I had martial arts fate. Now that I've refined the supreme treasure of the god's corpse, I have to congratulate the hidden official again. When I reach the cave-dwelling realm I have to congratulate him again. I'm a little busy. Fortunately I'm not in the savage world. Otherwise I would have to give out 3 congratulatory gifts." Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and smiled. In the vast world, the arrival of an immortal at the peak of the 5 upper realms is the best gift. Yunqing looked at the narrow saber and praised, "Good saber." Qin Pingon placed his palm on the saber's hilt and said, "It's heavy enough. It's indeed a good saber." Yunqing sighed. "It seems that I don't have many chances to talk to the hidden official." Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, "It's a pity that I didn't meet Senior Yunqing in the vast world." Yunqing smiled. "It's also a pity that I didn't invite the hidden official to drink wine in the vast world. The scenery on my old mountain is superb." The white-haired boy returned with a full load. Beside him was a girl. With her around, it was easy to obtain the golden sand. What required Xuanzang's effort were the remnants of the ancient big demon's corpse. They were scattered and quite tiring. The supreme treasures of heaven and earth were sentient. They wouldn't stay in their nests like the god's corpse and the big demon's corpse. Even if Xuanzang tried his best to search for them, it was still very troublesome. Fortunately, the girl was indeed the incarnation of the ancestors' money. Her luck was very good. Her final harvest exceeded Xuanzang's expectations. After gaining experience, Xuanzang purposely stayed away from her. When she encountered a fortuitous encounter, she would greet him. He would then pounce on her conscientiously and capture the treasures that were flying around like the flying swords of the sword immortals. Both of them agreed that today they would only dig 3 feet into the ground in one direction. In the future they would go to the same place every day. At most they would take 10 days to roughly plunder everything. In the next 10 days they would check and fill in the gaps. It was the first time for the girl to enter this prison, so she was inevitably curious. The big demon Qingqiu saw the girl beside Qin Pingon. She was demure and gentle. She was indeed extraordinary. She clicked her tongue and said, "Master Yingguan, you are so lucky. But your taste is a little heavy. First it was a skinned woman. Now it's a monster with no real flesh and blood. Master Yingguan, what's wrong with you? Isn't there a 7-tailed fox demon in the prison? If I remember correctly, there are still a few female cultivators. Are they not enough for you?" Qin Pingon laughed. "I'm about to die. Can't you say something nice?" The big demon, whose real body was the green loach, sneered. "You? Plus that stupid knife? I stretch my neck for you to cut. Can you cut it?" Qin Pingon pushed the knife out of the sheath. "Why don't you give it a try?" The big demon Qingqiu instantly disappeared into the fog. Xuanzang burst into laughter. The girl took her leave. The filthy and evil aura in the prison was too strong. She did not want to continue sightseeing. Qin Pingon came to Nie Xian's side. He waited for her to take out a weft thread before saying, "Let me borrow your magical knife." Nie Xian handed the magical knife to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon took the magical knife and said with a smile, "In my hometown, when you give people scissors and choppers, you will point the knife at yourself." Nie Xian ignored him and asked, "Have you decided?" Qin Pingon nodded. He first took out the green talisman paper that contained the words of the golden jade booklet. Because there were too many words and they were too heavy, the paper was uneven. Qin Pingon spread out the talisman paper with one hand and held the dagger with the other. He pierced it into his chest and dripped the blood essence of a qi cultivator, which was regarded as vital essence, from the tip of the dagger onto the talisman paper. He then used the water refinement spell from the water god temple of the Bayou Mansion to control the blood drops. Like writing a sutra in small characters, every stroke was orderly and full of spirit. Finally he wrote a letter of agreement. The content was concise and the meaning was obvious, but the wording was precise. Especially when he signed at the end, he extracted a natal aura from each of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and injected it into the name, Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon handed the magical knife back to Nie Xian. Nie Xian took the magical knife and frowned. "If I knew, I wouldn't have revealed this to you." Previously, when she first met this young hidden official, she was very puzzled as to why he was so entangled with the flood dragon. Later on, she put in some effort and chatted with the extraterrestrial demon, and found out a shocking secret. On Qin Pingon's body, there was a deeply hidden contract. Both of them were of equal status, not master and servant, but both of their lives were at stake. The effect was similar to that of the ordinary cultivators on the mountain, when they became immortal companions. Of course, Qin Pingon's contract did not involve any love. Furthermore, the party who wrote it could be said to have taken advantage of it, and there were almost no restrictions. Qin Pingon's face was pale. but it was as if he was relieved of a huge burden, as if he had settled a huge grudge. It was not only for his own peace of mind, but also for his student, to be able to do his best in the Aquarius continent. Xuangjiang squatted at the side and said regretfully, "Hidden official's deal is a huge loss. He shouldn't have been so straightforward. If it were me, I would have taken advantage of him." Qin Pingon passed the talisman paper to the extraterrestrial demon and said, "It's because I found out about it too late, if not I would have done it long ago. Xuangjiang, pass it to Old Deaf. After he leaves the prison, pass it to Wine Snow Temple's Wei Jin, to help send it to Aquarius continent. It can only be passed to a person called Cui Dongshan." Xuangjiang laughed. "Let Nye Xen pass it to Old Deaf, they have just acknowledged each other as relatives." Qin Pingon's mouth twitched and maintained his original position. He knew that the extraterrestrial demon had already recognized the origin of the green talisman paper. Xuangjiang raised his hands. "Don't test me, I will not touch the talisman paper even if you beat me to death. If not, I will be tricked by you and lose 100 years of cultivation." When the extraterrestrial demon did not call hidden official grandfather or old ancestor hidden official, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Qin Pingon then passed the talisman paper to Nye Xen. Nye Xen flashed and passed it to Old Deaf and returned in a blink of an eye. She said, "Luckily I went early, Old Deaf was just about to leave the prison." There were some words that Nye Xen did not say after thinking about it. She originally wanted to persuade Qin Pingon to hurry up on the matter of killing demons and sewing clothes. But when the words reached her mouth, Nye Xen stopped. Qin Pingon nodded his head and went to the pavilion building. Alone, he hugged his knees and sat down. Xuangjiang stood on the steps far away and looked at the person in the building. This place was the manifestation of the young man's state of mind. Therefore Qin Pingon could go to the pavilion, and if Nye Xen was willing she could go too. Because in the depths of Qin Pingon's heart he recognized Nye Xen as a person of the demonic path, but he, the extraterrestrial demon, was not allowed. A pavilion with a square sky and a line of earth. The pavilion was based on the big and small principles that Qin Pingon recognized from the bottom of his heart. The 4 pillars of the pavilion were the 4 fundamental meridians that Qin Pingon gradually turned into for his own use on his journey of life. And the top of the pavilion symbolized the great sword Immortal that Qin Pingon yearned for. When the young man looked at life, the people he saw were all temporary guests in the pavilion. Sooner or later they would have to part with him. Some of them greeted him and some of them he did not say. He just stayed where he was, just like the pavilion, willing to do small things like shelter for others. Xuangjiang shouted loudly, "Old ancestor hidden official, does your beloved girl know about this contract?" Qin Pingon instantly came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. "This contract has nothing to do with me." Xuangjiang jumped up high and gave him a thumbs up. "Old ancestor hidden official, you are speaking in such a righteous and guilty manner, especially as scholar.